Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to another exciting edition of the Voice of the College Nation radio show. I am the chief host, the College Genesis, coming kind of late. Welcome to another coming to you like late tonight, because we're trying to get this thing started. The College Genesis coming kind of late. Hold up. Coming to you like late tonight, because we're trying to get this thing started. Okay, good. Now, the reason why we're coming here late tonight, I had a lot of stuff to do tonight, and so I was busy and everything like that. Plus, I had a long day. I'm so proud today. I got my office sign put up and everything. I'm just so proud when it looks so beautiful. I'm gonna put it up there because I got my name, company name, my address. I love it. That's the other thing about doing this. I can't really share a lot of stuff that I want to share with the public because of what I am and what I'm doing, and so therefore. I'm a man that does not exist. A man that doesn't. I gotta hide my identity. Gotta hide who I am. It's frustrating sometimes. Sometimes I wonder, is this all worth it? I can't be who I am in life and everything. I gotta hide what I am because what I am should be normal. I'm not doing anything friggin' wrong. Nothing wrong. But I know the world is not ready or to accept no matter how just I feel I am. The world does not accept what I do and what I say. So I am public. Now, if I was a gangbanger, if I sold drugs, if I was Big Meech and coming out of jail with a body count and everything, the world would love me. I would probably get invite on a Breakfast Club. Oh hell, I'll be on Jimmy Kimmel. If I was a no good thug who sold drugs in my community for years and whatnot, I'd be invited every place. I'd probably be invited to the White House. I'd be sitting down with Joe Biden right now and the Obamas, But no, I'm just a little old black nationalist, a little old black nationalist, And so to the bottom line is the weight of the world is against me, but I know what I'm saying is right. But people like me don't have a good track record, because I look at it all. It really just all ends in failure and disaster when it comes down to it. Marcus Garvey died in poverty and filth and poverty and alone. And the bottom line, it wasn't a white man that destroyed Garvey, really. It was black people, his own people, destroyed Garvey. It's black people who I know if it ever happens will bring me down. Not the white man. The white man's nothing. It's black people. And also none of that. It's the black people who say that my friends say their brothers say like that. And that's another thing people understand. I don't make friends very easily. I have a lifetime of disappointment and hurt, knowing that I can't trust everybody. So you feel like I'm not getting close to you, whatever like that. I'm not warming up to you. There's a reason why. Because I've been burned, I've been hurt, I've been disappointed, I've been betrayed so many times. And there's so many times you can be betrayed before you start being suspicious of everybody that comes across you. Now, if I trust you and I call you and I confide in you, when I consider yourself a good person, because I trust very little people. I trust very little people, Very little people do I trust. So, no, that's not what happened. There's like this, That's not what happened. The bottom line is this: black people basically decided that they was going to give this integration thing a chance, and so they had to get black people get Garvey out the way. That's what we sold Garvey out. We sold him out because we figured we can get next to the white man. That's all that was. Yeah, there was some bad decisions about the shipping company and everything. But Garvey was not trying to scam anybody. He made bad business decisions and stuff like that. But the bottom line, the way we go at people, like he was public enemy number one. He was trying to scam people and all stuff like that. I'm for one not gonna let nobody disperse the great art of Marcus Garvey's name. Not on my platform. Not on my watch. It's not gonna happen. So tonight. We have a good topic tonight. I want to send this out to my soul. Look, if you want to join the College Genesis, there's only two ways to do it. You could join our social network, the Black Act. If you want to get involved with this movement, join the BAIO social network. It's rolling across the screen right there. Or you could download the app, BAIO Global Pipeline app on your Play Store, App Store, right? And then you can go in there and sign up for an account. All you need is an email. It's free to join and everything. You can make up your own page like Facebook. Make your Facebook account. You can create your own groups too. If they get approved by administration, you can create your own groups and everything, your own clubs. We have tons of groups in there for different countries, different states, whatever cities, where you can make up your own groups, whatever hobbies you're in. There's plenty of groups. There's an agriculture group. There's all kinds of stuff, So I'm going to start promoting the Black African Infrastructure social network. And also my email, nation.collar5@gmail.com. And basically like this. So you want to get a hold of me, and that's the way you get a hold of me. Other than that, I really, people think that they communicate with me because they come on this platform. That doesn't mean anything. If you take the time to join our social network or email me or whatnot, I do consider you. Trust me, I consider everybody that takes the time to join our social network or take the time to email me and introduce themselves. Type it in the chat room is not introducing yourself to me. So I just put it out there like that. So people think, oh yeah, I'm on Carl's show all the time, man. Carl, make me a moderator. Did you ever join my social network? Have you emailed me? Have you communicated with me? No. So why should I make you a moderator? Frenchie's a moderator because she reached out to me outside the show. She emailed me and she did all stuff like that, what I was supposed to do. Same thing with Dollar Bill. That's why I get him co-host. You cannot just sit here in the chat room and I don't have any other communication besides the chat room and you say, look, make me a moderator, Colin. No, it don't work like that. And on this platform, as it grows, you're going to earn your stripes. And people say, I'm a moderator on the Colin Nation platform. That's going to mean something. It's going to have meaning. Either it has meaning or it doesn't have meaning, And as this platform grows, like I said, I think we do probably as far as like hours done, we probably larger, even with platforms with thousands of subscribers, we probably put in more hours and more viewers than any of these other places, So, so I don't have any nephews on this, bro. If I don't know you, I haven't talked to you, I don't trust you. Like, no, you're not gonna be a moderator on my platform, bro. I don't know why I think this is a joke. Make me a moderator, caller. I haven't deserved it. I haven't earned it. I've never done nothing. I can't even prove that I can read and write properly, but I want to be a moderator. No, moderators are special people on this platform. They have a lot of authority, and I always back my mods up. I always back them up with everything. So it is what it is, folks. So give me 1 second, folks. I gotta send another blast on this show for on my social network. I'm gonna start doing that tonight. I'm really on fire with this movement, right? I'm gonna give it my all, While I'm doing it, I'm gonna give it my all. And so until the day I decide that it's time for me to move on, I've given it up. But by then, I hope to have a successor. I hope to have someone who could take the Afghanistan ideology to the next level, when I move off, So, let's see, show tonight. Let me send this out. Excuse me, folks. Hey, ADOS. Collar Nation. Nation. On live. Now. No, wait a minute. Let's see. There's a link. Cancel. I swear to God, I got the friggin'. Let's see. Let's see. Colin Nation. Show YouTube. All right. Let's see. Should I put a sticker on there for a picture? Sure. An image. Uh, All right, folks. Give me 1 second. All right. All right. So good. So hello, folks. Hello. Welcome to the Voice of the Colonization Radio. I'm sending out. I sent out a blast to my social network. There's thousands of people in that, and so like that. Hopefully that'll boost some of the viewership on the show. Because I'm really take this to the next level. You know, now I feel like I got a show here. I think it's the show's finally starting to happen. And so now it's time to basically grow the audience and everything. Grow the audience. I'm consistent, folks. I've done a show now every week, every day. I do a show every day, 7 days a week. That's consistent. Because why? Because it's wintertime. I have no place to go. I don't go out any place. I don't go to clubs. I don't go to bars. I don't hang out in bars. I don't go to no place. So if I'm not either at my brother's house or some friend's house, wherever like that, I'm right here. And so either I'm going to sit here and watch reruns of The Wire or Sopranos all night, which is boring, or some old kung fu movies, which I could do all day, or I could be doing this at night because when I'm having random thoughts and everything, I have random thoughts. You know, God gave me the gift to speak, you know, so I have random thoughts. I want to get these thoughts out in my head, and people respond to my thoughts. We're not good or bad, you know, so long as your response to me, you know, responding, that's all that care matters to me. You're responding to what I say, whether you agree or disagree. I just want to know that there's people listening to what I'm saying, whether they like it or not. You know, if they hate it, that's fine. If they like it, it's even better. You know, so that's what I'm trying to do tonight. But look, when you have a topic like ADOS, FBA, or the result of the Black Anglo Saxon culture, you know things are gonna get hot tonight. You know the temperature gonna rise tonight. You know basically things are gonna get heated in color land. So stop what you're doing, like, share, subscribe, go tell a friend, send this out on Facebook, share this on Twitter, share this out on Instagram. Do what you got to do and get it. Let's get it going. You know. Wait, God didn't tell me. Dude, shut up. You know, God did give me a vision. You know, He gave me a vision. God put me on here on this earth for this one reason: to deliver my people, right, and to wage war against race traitors and the coons. You know, wage holy bloody war against race traitors to the black race. You know, and the black race is full of traitors. You know, there are race traitors in Africa. There are race traders in the UK. There's race traders in America. I'm done with race traders. You know, if you got friggin' a race trader blood, stay away from me. You know, stay away. If you love the white man and you think his ice is colder or whatnot, and you love white women and stuff like that, you want to see us fall because you feel we're getting in the way of you getting your hand on the white women and stuff like this. You know, So the bottom line is this. Yeah, so we're going to deal with race traders tonight. Look, a race trader is somebody basically either denies who he is. If somebody says, I'm a Native American, he's a race trader. If somebody says the transatlantic slave trade didn't happen, he's a race trader. If somebody says, oh, slavery is long ago, get over it, that's a race trader. If somebody basically constantly looking at black people, not at the situation that they were for, in other words, basically a race trader is basically will look at everything we've been through in America, right, and say it's our fault. They completely would absolve white people of any responsibility, even the fact that they brought us over here as slaves. They'll quickly go to, oh, Africans sold us, blah, blah, blah. They'd rather wage war against Africa. That's what the ADOS FBA people, they're nothing but race traders. And so they use, they're clever in using an argument about Africans being involved in slave trade. So as a result, so they can really hate themselves, hate being black, and hate Africans. They're nothing but race traders. They want to see the end of the black race. Why? Because they're deep down inside them are nothing but a bunch of no good black Anglo Saxons. The bottom line, Anthony, don't basically boost yourself up. Africans had no choice. Africans that basically had no choice in the transatlantic, or they would have been sold. So it's not like the Africans benefit. Look at Africa right now and look at the West. The West was like where Africa is right now. Impoverished, disease-filled, backward and everything. At 300 years of slave trade, look at the West. Tall buildings, civilization, and look at Africa. There was a complete reversal. So please don't tell me about Africa's involvement in the slave trade. Africa's involvement in the slave trade was yeah. Africans involved, but the bottom line, Africans were victims of the slave trade. Those Africans like to pump themselves up, like, yeah, man, we were so slave. Like, I guess it makes them feel good. Some Africans, but let me tell you something: you didn't benefit from slavery. Slavery caused poverty in Africa. So Africans didn't have not a choice. They didn't have a choice with slavery, right? The demand for slaves was so integrated into the world economy and whatnot that the bottom line, they were going to come regardless. Whether Africans agreed to some or not, they were going to come. They were going to extract human bodies, because that's what fueled the whole financial system we have now today, from Wall Street to all the Lords of London, all these people like that, all the big banks, international business and whatnot. That is a result of the transatlantic slave trade. So don't sit here and tell me about, oh, Africans were involved. No, Africa was not involved in the slave trade. Africa didn't benefit from the financial capitalist system that created from the slave trade. That's a lie. So the bottom, and it wasn't even tribal wars. It was something that was basically, look, this is how the problem is, right? Anytime you look at history, right? When African guys, I appreciate your candor trying to say Africans slave when that, but that's not the same thing. Come on, don't insult my intelligence. Slavery in Africa is not the same thing. Conquering and selling people, that's not the same thing as a commercial where human beings were reduced to chattel and whatnot for commercial gain and profit and stuff like that. That Africans didn't engage in that. That's what we're talking about. And also, slavery in Africa was not race-based. The slavery in the West was because if you unfortunately were able to were uprooted from Africa, outside of Africa, your skin color meant you were nothing but a commodity. Just nothing but probably your humanity was taken from you. It had nothing to do with Africa tribal conflict. Slavery. This is why when you look at the African American, we have African Americans come from all over the continent, right? And we understood one thing: we're on a slave ships. Men who are shackled and chained together are brothers, right? So you may be from the Congo, you may be from the brighter Benin, and you basically may be anything. But the whole idea of the black race in America and the West is, in this world, we only have one thing: the white man is the enemy, because he's trying to enslave all of us. So we have to. So that's why the African American became a people. Out of all the many different tribes and everything, we became one people over the hundreds of years. Well, Africans still got their tribal identity. That means they have never been put to the test. That means the worst is yet to come with Africa, right? If Africa is still tribalized in 2025, it's just a matter of time before this tribal conflict that which slavery could reappear or just genocide. With genocide in Rwanda, that was just 30 years ago. 30 years ago, almost 1 million people died in a few days. What make you think this can't happen again? African goddess. Let's be honest ourselves. There were really no great kingdoms of Africa, West Africa, in ancient time. There was no great kings. Let's just stop the cap. They were all right. There were kingdoms and stuff like that. They were not on the level of of strength and everything like you see in Rome or ancient China or Persia. Please, let's stop the nonsense. People, Africans, like pumping themselves up. Oh, we had great kings. No, you weren't. You were just one friggin' boat trip or one deal away from being putting on a slave ship yourself. Let's stop it. All of Africa and the black race was a victim of slavery, Yeah, these are Mali. I know about Mali and stuff like that, but they were not on the level of, let's say, Great Britain, Portugal, Spain. Spain once ruled the world. The Netherlands once ruled the world. That's what I'm talking about. If you see the old Spanish Armada, they had huge ships that control the Atlantic Ocean, thousands of ships, big giant ships that could encircle the world. They grabbed the Philippines, everything like that. Africans never had that sort of power, Yeah, right. We are a dusty race. We got to own that shit, So it is what it is, folks. It is what it is, Principe, man. I don't know about Principe, bro. I had to break it to you, bro. The black race is dusty. South Sudanese pyramids. Black people didn't build that shit. Let's stop it, African goddess. If we built civilization, right, and we say we would not be in a situation we are right now, on the bottom of the world. Let's stop it, Then we can make we can do something with it. Yeah, slavery was all over the world. Okay, the ADOS FBA is not that. That's basically mental. ADOS FBA or mental illness, Ant-Nam. You must know that's mental illness. It's mental illness, mentally ill people. These are Black Anglo Saxons. These aren't Africans. That's why they don't call themselves Africans. When somebody says I'm a Black American, basically, when somebody says I'm a Black American, all they're saying is I'm a Black Anglo Saxon Protestant, a boss. A Black Anglo Saxon Protestant. Tariq is a Black Anglo Saxon, so Black people in America, the people who practice ADOS, FBA, Iron African, these are Black Anglo Saxons. That's that Anglo Saxon spirit coming out of them. I ain't no African. We were already here, man. Blah 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 blah. No, those are Black Anglo Saxons. He's an Anglo Saxon in his mind and spirit, right? But in an African body, he denies that he's like. That's why he wants to be everything but an African. I'm Native American. I'm an Aboriginal. I'm not a madman. I'm just telling the truth. It's the truth. The Negro, for the most part in America, is nothing but an Anglo-Saxon painted black. That's all it is. It's an Anglo-Saxon painted black. When somebody says I'm FBA, they're just nothing but an Anglo-Saxon painted black. That's all it is. They don't. If you basically deny the Mafa, your African roots, or just can't call yourself an African American, that you are nothing but a Black Anglo Saxon. I don't believe that Black American shit. No, to say Anglo American is an American is the Anglo Saxon. That's the true American. When Black people say I'm a Black American, what they're saying is I'm a Black Anglo Saxon. That's all. So when anybody like Nakbizi say I'm a Black American, all he's saying is I'm a Black white man. I'm a black Anglo Saxon. He's not identifying with his African roots. He's not saying I'm a black African. I say I'm a black African. I don't say I'm a black American. I'm a black African who happens to live in America. So we're going to get straight here tonight. I am sick and tired of playing games with people. This thing is for real for me, and I want to find out who's real and who's not. That's who I'm rocking with. If people ain't rocking with this real shit, this real black nationalist life, then they got to go, Like Liz and Nicole, she's a black Anglo Saxon. She's a flag saluting black Anglo Saxon, apple pie, American loving Anglo Saxon, Yo, it is what it is. I know I'm going to lose a lot of people tonight because this is the heat I'm going to start bringing, The African was born in me, Liz and Nicole. I admit I am an African. I am a black African. I am not running away from that. As dusty as Africa is, poor as Africa is, as undeveloped as it is, it's still mine, And that's why I tell these Africans, don't try to refuse me. Don't try to deny me. Because I'm willing to identify the most dustiest place on the planet, which is West Africa. That's where I come from. Well, we may not agree. I may be a different type of African. You may like what I say, but bottom line is I'm here. So don't refuse me. You're not going to win this war. Why can't we live? No, I'm not going to let nobody live because they're in the way. FBA are you African guys? FBA are using. No, they're not. They don't give a shit about that. These people basically are using that as an excuse to hate. They always hated Africans before the so-called FBA came around. Some people, black people in America, see themselves through the prisms of white people. They see white people beauty as a standard, right? So the bottom line is this: if you don't look like they're white, that's like they hate darker skinned black people because I've been around a lot of light skinned people in my life. I know what they be saying about darker skinned people who look more African in our community and whatnot. They hate them. It's disgusting. They're repulsed by them. So the bottom line is no, I don't believe that. I believe this bottom line. This is old ADOS adage that people hate being African or being no black. That's why they deny the African African roots. That's the truth. Don't listen to Liz and Nicole, right? She hates her African roots. If she could drain every bit of that African blood out of her, she would. Because that's what the black Anglo Saxon do. They hate their African roots. I don't think Puerto Ricans try to be black American. Puerto Ricans grew up in black America. If you grew up in New York, Puerto Ricans grew up in black America. They grew up in black culture. Africa. I'm sorry. Most FBAs don't identify with Africa, not politically, socially, anything like that. They basically say they are not African and they didn't come from Africa. I'm sorry. Those are race traitors. That's blasphemy. That's basically blasphemy towards our ancestors. Our ancestors' spirits will curse them for that. So it is what it is. So we have a really good show tonight. When you have a topic explosive like the FBA ADOS, a result of Black Anglo Saxon culture, I know this is going to get out there. I'm here to friggin' give these Negroes hell, So I don't know what you're talking about. Years ago, I was born in America. My family was born in America. I was like, so what am I? I'm African. I admit it. See, like I said, it was just sad that we got these sick people like her. When not, she's proving everything I'm saying. These ADOS FBA people, yeah, I'm African. So are you, but I'm proud of it. I'm a black African. I'm proud of it. I'm black African. So like this. So the bottom line is this: if you can't admit that you are African, I don't care what your skin tone is or whatever. If you can't say I'm an African, period, then if you say I'm a black American, you're a race traitor. All you're saying is you are a black person, white person painted black. You're Anglo-Saxon. You got the Anglo-Saxon mentality, the Anglo-Saxon way of life, the Anglo-Saxon everything. Your manifest destiny is the Anglo-Saxon. Think about that. Most friggin' ADOS FBA people, right? Their manifest destiny is even things. Coast to coast, sea to shining sea. That's the white Anglo-Saxon's manifest destiny. When you step foot on this continent, we're going to span from coast to coast, sea to shining sea. So why the hell are black people, right, who are brought here in chains, trying to span coast to coast, sea to shining sea? That's another man's manifest destiny. That's because we've been brainwashed to being black Anglo-Saxons. So it is what it is, folks, So it is what it is. It's bottom line is this, man, what your skin tone is, but it's what you have in your heart. It's what you have in your heart. Now don't buy that stuff because you're dark skinned, that you are more black. What the hell? I don't believe in that shit, man. Andrew 100 says the African warrior says African. So African is friggin' dusty, and the bottom line is a lot of black people don't mind the dust because they love the African kind. That's why they would go to Ghana. And Ghana's a dusty country, but hey, it may be a shithole, but people are like, this is my shithole, so people are like, this is my shithole now, man, but the boss, the Black Anglo Saxon Protestant, Black Anglo Saxons, man, I'll tell you, man, it's just hilarious, man. People work out, I'm a foundational black American. Every time I hear that shit, I'm a foundational black American. What you say, Nicole? You're a copper-colored Negro? Okay. Yeah, let me show you something here, folks. This is hilarious. Right? This is hilarious. You guys want to laugh? You'll laugh. This is what I'm saying as I'm waging war against the ADOS FBA people. And let me tell you something. This is an all-out war. I'm waging. I want to be the number one hater of ADOS FBA. I want to draw them to me. That's you guys, man. Oh, that's what you ADOS FBA look like. I'm a FBA's be like, yeah. I'm like, I got nothing to say to Tariq. I don't say that clown. I know he could joke, he could clown and roast people, but he's a joke. That dude's a fucking clown. Nothing he would ever say to my face. All he knows how to do is joke, clown, and everything. He's good at that. He's funny. He's very funny. So I'll let Charleston White deal with that fool. Tariq's a joke. FBAs be like, we are copper-colored Aboriginals. Oh man, I did. I spelled the Cooper, didn't I? I screwed up, man. My spelling's off. I meant to spell it copper. I spelled Cooper. Yeah, well, what's the difference, man? That's how y'all think anyway. With Cooper-colored Aboriginal. Oh Lord, we're Cooper-colored Aboriginals. That's funny. That's hilarious. Oh man, the fun never ends, man. The fun never ends with these Negroes, man. I was coasting along for years, right? Yeah, yeah. You know who agrees with Tariq? Black Anglo Saxons. The black people who really want to be white. They're the ones who wait. Tariq talks black, but he sleeps white. You know, he basically has a white family. Nothing wrong with that. But if you can't be talking all this bliggity black stuff like you want to, like, and you won't let your wife post Instagram pictures because they will show all those white Jewish folks in the background. White people like, Tariq, that's what your family gatherings look like. Man, there's a lot of milk in there, man. So it is what it is, bro. So. Yeah, Africa. We are a state ethnic group. A ethnic group of Black Africans. So the bottom line is, hey, look, the bottom line people, oh yeah, we're state ethnic. I understand that. We're different. And anyway, our thought process, what we went through, shaped us into who we are. I admit that. That doesn't negate the fact that we're still Black Africans. I'm not a white Anglo. I'm not a Black Anglo Saxon. That's an insult. So you're a Black American. That means, geez, I'm just a Black Anglo Saxon. An American is an Anglo Saxon. Is a white Anglo Saxon. That's what American is. Everybody else is a hyphenated American. That means you bring your land and add it to that. If you're from Ireland, you call yourself an Irish American. If you're Scotland, you call yourself Scottish American. If you're Italian, you're known as Italian American. If you're from China, you ain't called a yellow American. You call Chinese American, Asian American, and everything. Why is it that people are trying to make black people say Black American, like colors are a main thing? Why? Because the bottom line is this: they want us to be Black Anglo Saxons. In other words, they want to take out African identity from us to make us Black Anglos. That's like a sign of property, like we're their property. That's why they say we were foundational Black American, because they want to be America's property, like America invented them. So it is what it is, folks. I'm telling the truth. That's why everybody's so triggered in this chat room tonight. But you're gonna keep hearing this every night from me. I'll take your word for it, Arab Black. I'll take your word for it, bro. I'll take your word for it. We don't need to drop a link right now. I've heard all the babble I'm gonna hear, about this. I'm trying to reach to some Black nationalists here that agree that we need to keep our African identity and stuff like that. That's what I want to hear tonight. I'm not in the mood for babble. Really, I'm not. Anything blacks confused is real black, such as myself, can explain. Are you an African Arab Black? Or you just bliggity black? I'm a bliggity black. There's plenty of power black. Same biggity black. I ain't from no damn Africa. What you talking about, man? I ain't. I'm from St. Louis, man. I ain't African. Listen to Cole said nationalists don't flee. She would be a type of person like when people are trying to leave the plantation. No, man, we don't flee when we gotta stay here with Massa. We gotta stay with Massa. That's all it is. People say we don't flee. That's an excuse to bunker down in America. Oh Lord, it's funny, man. People are like, we don't flee. That's basically an excuse to stay on the plantation. That's an excuse to stay on the plantation. Look, I no slave envy. I don't want to be part of the master's plantation. We didn't flee the South. We migrated. We didn't flee the South. We migrated here. So so the white people flee the New England to go to our West? No, they migrated and settled other places. We weren't fleeing. How can you flee inside a country you were born in? It's the stupidest thing in the world. Black people fled. You moved from New Jersey to New York. You're fleeing New Jersey. That's the stupidest thing. You ignorant people say, no, you guys went from another country over here. That's fleeing because you left behind poverty, you know? So, by the way, Nixon Cole, yes, Europeans fled. No, Europeans brung you to their thing, you know? And you was basically in their bed chambers. You were doing all these things to service them. Like you fantasize about, like you and your husband do that role play. I wonder what Lisa Nicole, her and her husband role play look like, you know? He probably comes with that big whip and one night she'll, oh, massa, you know, massa, you know? Oh, Sweat, please don't start me, you know? You know, role play. I mean, that's what I can't understand why anybody they love America so much. When I think secret fantasy. I think a lot of Black Anglo Saxon dudes want to be back on the plantation. They want to be a plantation buck, and a lot of women want to be plantation bedwenchers. I mean, I don't know. I could be wrong, but that's what it seems like. They won't let the white man go. You know. So, bottom line is this: hey, look, people like and some Negroes, man, what am I gonna give up America for, man? I need my pork chops and white women, you know. Black women like I want my zaddy, you know. Yeah, there was this thing going around a couple of years ago where all these black women was like it's calling black their white guys massa. You know, remember that the massa challenge or whatnot? All these black girls like, yes, massa. Yes, Massa. I'm sorry. I'm bringing the heat now. This is before I was on YouTube. So I was sitting back seething when I saw that shit, you know? Now I'm going to talk about it, you know? Got white guys, they get off on that calling their black wife or spouse the N-word and shit, you know? The N-word, N-word, get me a sandwich. N-word, turn the TV down. N-word, what do we have for dinner tonight? N-word, N-word, N-word. Imagine going through that shit, you know? Marcus will say, well, black Americans' ethnicity were bred slave breeding from the South. I thought this was common known. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You know. So I don't know what you're talking about. But this is a good topic though, folks. This topic is like going no place. This black Anglo Saxon culture masquerading as black has to stop, you know? And that's what the problem is. We're fighting black Anglo Saxons, that we were the Aboriginal culture, the Wabos, the Pretendians. It's all black Anglo Saxon culture, you know? The Anglo Saxon has a unnatural hatred for the African. I don't know, maybe because they're so white and Africans are so black. Maybe because they're polar opposites. That's why the Anglo Saxon more than any other white person hates Africans. They really do. The Anglo Saxon made being African at the bottom of his civilization forever. Read Albert Pike. You know, the the Anglo Saxon basically made being African a curse and a sin in his civilization. You know, so when black people say I'm a black American, all he's saying is I'm like you. I've given up my African identity to take on the white man's identity. So yeah, it's what it is, folks. But this is Friday night, you know. What about the Pig Squad? The Black Seminoles. Black Seminoles were nothing but slaves, runaway slaves that were captured by the Indians, and they were assimilated to Indian culture. You know, So I don't know what he mean by black Seminoles. That's no big deal. Seminoles are runaway slaves who migrated to Indian territory. That's all that was. There ain't no black Native Americans. Native Americans own slaves too, bro. All these Afro diaspora and all these other people, man, they want to get out of being black, man. You know? Yeah, I like to meet one of these black Seminoles and black Indians and stuff like that. Let me tear them apart. They're too scared to call this show, you know? They'll never call this show, you know? They'll go on Brandon's show, they're going to Dinah's show, they're going all these other that stupid idiot Mike's TV and whatnot, Mike's Hard Lemonade TV and whatnot, you know? That friggin' mutt, you know, walk around trying to destroy our race for his race mixing, you know. The bottom line, they lived among Indians. Some of them, Seminoles, were slaves of Indians that basically, because Indians were conflicted themselves about the slave trade. Some of them supported it. Some of them rebelled with black people. That's where the Seminoles came from, where there was alliances between some Indians and some black people, because some Indians basically supported slavery and some Indians did not. That. First of all, Stacey Dash is not mixed. Neither is Vanessa Williams. Vanessa Williams, all black. She comes from a black nationalist family. They're light skinned people, but she has a black. Because I know the family, So the bottom line, yeah, I know those type people that came from. They lived in places like Tarrytown, Haverstraw, and whatnot. There's a whole enclave of light skinned people in that area, and they were very, very pro black. They moved up there, and I don't know how many years ago, but they established the first communities in upstate New York. So and they were very, very pro black. To make no mistake about that. So not everybody's light skin is trying to marry white or like you, Lisa Nicole. Well, the bottom line is everybody knows what the fact that Vanessa Williams played in a movie like Hoodlum. She played the interest of Bumpy Johnson. She played Harlemite and whatnot. Where's Harlem? Harlem is an extension of what? Black Africa. So they played these roles. Stacey Dash played a daughter, Richard Pryor's daughter, in a movie, an African American movie. She played African American roles. So don't gotta try to say like this. So you're gonna try to tell me Richard Pryor was portraying something other than being an African American, a person of African descent? No, it's nonsense you guys put up there that people basically are against their African roots. We know that, but in America, it wasn't really that important because a lot of black people are so far removed from. We acknowledge it, but so we never really look. We was walk around in America just black. We're black. We understood that we're African. African American. Let's okay. Now let's move on to something else. Let's move on to higher heights and higher learning and everything. We should not have to be coming back to what exactly are we? After those settled, everybody knew who they were. If you're not on the same page about your identity, you can't build nothing. How are you gonna build to get to the next level if you got some people going here, some people going there? At one time we were all on the same page, all that stuff like that. The Harlem Renaissance, black culture is linked to Africa. The Harlem Renaissance, black culture is linked to Africa. Acknowledgement of the African roots. That's why the people of African descent settle in Harlem, whether you're from the islands or you're from the deep south, everything, all these black people are Africans, You know, we're not Aboriginals. We're here. We're not Black Anglo Saxon. We're Africans, and that's what links us together. Our identity with our mother continent. We're not thousands of years removed. We're only basically hundreds of years removed from Africa. That's recent. So this idea of FBA, that's all this nonsense. They're trying to basically get away. Now, am I proving what I'm pointing? Look at Lisa. FBA is bringing who together? I'm not an FBA. You know, but are you surprised, Lisa? I'm less than like 2% of Black America knows what that is. Because nobody wants to be part of no divisive, stupid stuff. That's that white. That's the white blood in you, and your white spirit in you, that white devil spirit in you coming out. I'm a FBA. We're not, give me my reparations check. I want to delineate. You know what I'm saying? Please. That's that white devil blood in you coming out. That's that white devil spirit coming out of you. So. Yes, you don't start with that SBA Dusty. You're from Sierra Leone, man. That's the dustiest capital of the world. Africans are dusty too. Black people in general are dusty. Who the hell is Joe? Who the hell's Joe? Who the hell is Joe? I don't know who the hell that is. Oh, Fat Joe. Oh, yeah. I mean, you got grown people still going on about that stupid BET. Let them have the BET Awards. Who the hell cares? That's the most embarrassing spectacle I've ever seen in my life, the BET Award, It's about Fat Joe. Wow, that's a real victory for black idiots or whatnot. Talking about the FBA. Wow, Fat Joe got fired. Wow, from a BT. I'm sure, man, that he's probably taking real hard. They probably did him a favor. All I know is the dust in this chat room. The dust is kicking very high tonight. You gotta tell us something. The queen of the FBA is transgender. They got a transgender as a queen of the FBA. That's they go in a lot of places, folks. Their queen mother is a freaking I think. Well, how am I FBA principy? How you gonna stick me with an FBA? How you gonna diss me like that? All right. Let's see. I'm interested in hearing some commentary, but please don't come up here with a bunch of nonsense tonight, folks. I'm just honestly, man, because if I drop you down, come back another night, because I'm really not trying to hear a lot of nonsense tonight. I want to hear some intelligent conversation. Really, I do. I want to hear some intelligent conversation, because like I said, as a parent now, that these FBA, they got a Pyrrhic victory. Oh, Fat Joe got fired. Blah 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 blah. The FBA, we're on the march. On the march where? No place. But a bunch of stupid idiots talking about a bunch of nonsense. The difference between you and the Jews is the Jews actually got money, the organization, and they have a country, state of Israel, backing them. You have nothing. You have none of that. I just want to hear intelligent conversation. I want to hear what I said about you ain't getting no reparations. You know, you ain't getting no damn reparations. You know. Where's Principe? Why is Principe going in on me, man? Come on, Principe. What did I do to you? You know what I'm saying? Did I hurt your feelings about something? You know, shit, you know. Vicky Diller, and she's a nice lady, man, but she's goofy, you know. Talk black to me. I mean, she got a good act going on, but, you know, come on. Anybody that talks about reparations, you could tell they're really just friggin' ill-educated and whatnot. Even Phil Scott. I love Phil Scott, man, but he's a dope, you know. All these people are dopes, you know, but they got big platforms, so you listen to them. Yeah, man, Vicky Dillard one night. Vicky Dillard, man, she got to do something about that weave, you know. She got to get a new wig. I might send her money my damn self to get herself a new wig. But I love her though. You know, it's about reparations. Talk black to me. When you understand that they call me the College Genesis because I'm a ringmaster, they call me the ringmaster because I live in a circus of deadly clowns. I'm surrounded by deadly clowns and whatnot. I see them in my sleep and my nightmares and whatnot. When I'm in my sleep at night, they're like little tiny Laputions standing over me, poking me, jabbing me. Collar. Well, I'm out there suffering and pain because I do this for y'all and whatnot. And no one gives a freaking damn about me. I'm just sitting there suffering while I'm getting jabbed by these little Laputions. I'm like Gulliver. And these little Laputions are on me, basically jamming me, sticking me with spears and poking me when I wake out of my sleep. Ooh, I wake out of my sleep in the middle of the night one night because these coons, these deadly clowns are all over me. You know, I see Lisa, one of the little tiny miniature Lisa in there sticking me when not sticking me in the ass. I see Zongo, I see Chukwo, you know, I see all Elvis or whatnot. They're all standing over tiny, still sticking me when not, you know, submit, Kala, give in. You know, give in, Kala. But like I said, I'm a ringmaster, right? Because I deal in a circus of deadly clowns, you know. I got Principe up here and whatnot, you know. What I say, deadly clowns, you know. I don't come from money, bro. Arab Black, I do not come from money, you know. I was in the hood, poor, struggling, you know, up until like around 20 years ago, you know. I was blessed to friggin' get a career with the right connections and business and everything like that. And God blessed me, you know. I always had my own business and everything like that when I was younger. My parents didn't have a lot of money. You know, we were just working class, middle class people. We didn't come from a lot of money, you know. And I don't look down on people who don't have money. Trust me, money is not the least. I look at people's character. Now, if you say college, you look down on people who have poor character. Yes, I don't look at people. I don't look at people's poor bank accounts. I look at people's character. If you must know about me, that's why I hate people when people slander me. Well, oh, you look down. No, it's poor down on. You know, if your character is bad, then I'm gonna look down on you. Everybody knows that. I don't give a damn how much money you got in the bank. I don't even ask people about that. You know, if you have a good character, you're a good heart, a good person, you do right things, and you respect your mother, you respect your community, and you respect yourself. You know, I do not respect people who can't say yes. My answer: if you cannot admit that you're a descendant of the transatlantic slave trade via the Ma'afa, right? You know, you can't acknowledge that your ancestors were brought here to America in chains and slave when and that's your identity. You know, if you can't admit that, then you have a poor character. If you try to make up a new history, a new narrative, or whatever like that to get away from it, you can't just say, "Yeah, I'm a Black African American," and that's it. You know, that's it. No, I'm not already here. I'm not no American, period, blah, 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 all that nonsense. That just shows me your character. I admit I'll take the L. I'm a black African when that my ancestors, whatever it was, they didn't see slavery coming when that, and we're suffering for it to this day. We let shit happen in history, and people have to suffer because people didn't make the right decisions in the past. I'm determined not to let that happen anymore. So yes, we were brought over here in the chains. However, the white man did it. Whoever sold us out in Africa, does not matter now. And bottom line, I'm not gonna sit here and basically bash Africans, for something they had no real control over. I'm not gonna do that. And what I hate is people try to hate Africans, but they want to forgive the white man and call themselves American. Is that Elvis? Oh Lord. Let's see what Elvis has to say. I said I want an intelligent conversation, but all right, Elvis, what's on your mind?
Boo! I'll be your dreams, Carl. I'm your nightmare. You
Yeah, I'm
say you're
telling you, I
dreaming.
see you every
You're
night,
dreaming
man.
about me stabbing you,
And
right?
you're standing over with your bug eyes sticking out, your lips flapping to the side.
Oh, okay, okay, all right, all
So
right.
every time you said that, I'll eat you raw when that, and you taking chunks out
Carl,
of me.
relax. Did
You
you see?
walking to the
Did you see
side.
my name under my name? What I said? Put it on the screen. Let people see it.
What? What? I don't know. I
Like
don't.
how do you change so you can see the names on the screen so you can see what my name is?
It says Elvis Morris.
What does it say underneath it?
I don't know. I don't know. I can't. Hold up. No, nothing.
Nah, I mean I don't know how you do it. Sometimes you can't see the names, and then sometimes you can see the names on the.
Error Black TV. No, that's not you, right? It says Error Black TV. That you?
No, I'm talking about my screen name.
Oh, here,
You know
hold on.
how you can write your name like on your name? Okay,
Oh
there
yeah,
you go.
yeah. I see it. I can't. It's my eyes, man. I'm my glasses. Africa for what?
It says Elvis Morris, African, descendant of Africans.
Yeah,
So
and
you
so what
know,
do you want? Metal?
no, we that's our thing now. So we are the
That's nothing.
A
What
D
understand?
O A.
We're different. We're different though.
That's what I'm saying. So you have the ADOS, now you have the ADOA.
No, I'm not ADOS.
I'm saying that's what I am. I'm
Okay,
an
that's what you. Hey,
African
look, I'm like this.
descendant of
Whatever.
Africans.
Hold on. Whatever people decide to like that, but I just like I hate when goofy Negroes online try to make up identities. They expect everybody supposed to follow it. That's bullshit. I don't follow no ADOS FBA shit because nothing. They had nothing but. It's like the Black Anglo Saxons have always lied dormant in Black America. As now with this ADOS FBA, now they basically try to take over the community. And there's no way in hell that's going to happen. These guys
So
aren't Pan Africans. They're not Black African centered. They're friggin' Black Anglo Saxons. That's all they are. It's Black Anglo Saxon culture.
so
They're
what was the
Black.
topic
They're
about
saying
tonight?
Black American. They're saying I'm a Black Anglo Saxon. That's all they're saying.
I missed the first half of the first hour
That's what.
because
Well, let me break it down to you. I said ADOS FBA are results of Black Anglo Saxon culture. In other words, basically, when people have the same manifest destiny, uh, love of the flag, all that stuff like that of the white American, or the same talking points of the white American, like what you call these foreigners and stuff like that. They're nothing but Black Anglo Saxons.
but Kyla, can you see it from their perspective? I get it. You're on one side of it, right? But put yourself in their shoes
No,
and try to
I
see it
know
from
I'm
the
not
other
gonna put
side.
myself in their shoes because it's bullshit. My whole thing is every time I hear ADOS FBA, they always talk about other black people. They never talk about white people. You know, they never talk. I never hear them talk about white people. And when did that change? It used to be the white male was the devil. Now basically you're saying foreign blacks and Caribbeans are the devil now. What the hell are you talking about? I got people, that I know that are from the Caribbean. We've been cool all my whole fucking life. Black people is black people when I grew up. Now we got we're having a beef with fucking who started hip hop. It was stupid
Okay,
shit.
so I'm not African American, but let me just put myself in that shoes since you refuse to do it. So think about it like this, right? Somebody comes into a country, say Africans, for
Yeah,
example,
yeah,
and you start talking shit, and every time you're in an argument with somebody, you're trying to have a trump, you want to have a trump card so that you can win an argument, right? So when Africans come, I'm American, I could vote, I could this, I could that. But then you put out your trump card, which is I have roots here. I have ancestors who have built on this land for centuries. We have
yeah.
properties. We have a long history on this continent that you
That's
don't
really
have.
sad. That's really sad and pathetic. You know,
So that's it. It's about a long line of, a long
the
line
only
of
thing, only thing
a
I hold
long
up,
lineage.
only thing I would say that I agree on is the fact that when it's not even so much as African immigrants. I don't care about that. I just don't like the fact that my whole thing is I know that African and Caribbean, some Caribbean, not old age Caribbean, but some of you new people coming from the Caribbean, Africa, have this thing where they think that they're going, they think racism is something unique to Black America, or they think basically that the only white people they got to worry about are the Donald Trump types. Other than that, they're going to merge with this liberal white utopia, and basically, if need be, they can replace Black people. In other words, basically, they say to themselves that, "Hey, I could be the alt Black," and I see it all the time. They like stuff. I can almost tell when I see people out who's African American and who's from the Caribbean or Africa. I could tell you from a mile away about how they interact.
I mean, having that kind of eyesight is problematic because you're literally judging people by the looks.
No,
Not the
I'm
book,
saying
but you're
no. I'm
judging
saying
them
like
based on
this is
how
the
they
problem
look.
I have. This is the only problem I have, right? Is that I have no problem with people coming here and joining America, right? But there's a whole thing is Africans don't understand how dangerous it is for us because white people basically have way too much power over Black America. We've been saying that for generations. White people have way too much power, right? It is an imbalance of power and everything. How
They're
they
the
get away
dominant
with that?
society, like Tariq
No,
said,
no, no,
right?
no, no, no. Hold up. How they get away with that is right. Is us always backing down and giving into them, right? How do we get with them? Well, first of all, this is what they do. You're saying something about I'm sick and tired of every time I go out to a store, security follows me, right? And you'll say you want to make your case, right? Then the 6 o'clock news will come in and show pictures of Black people stealing or something like that. And so basically, you feel like, well, Jesus is why and also they make Black people hate other Black people. They say,
Holla.
yeah,
It's human nature. Do we, as black folks, have certain stereotypes about white folks?
the difference is, Elvis, we don't have the power to
Of
enforce
course, I
and
get it. We
place
don't
these
have the
stereotypes
power,
on
but we
them,
do have stereotypes
Yeah,
about them.
of course we have stereotypes. White people even laugh at our stereotypes because we have no power. White people, their stereotypes leads to shootings, people getting fired, people getting arrested, and bad shit happening to us. That's a difference. Even Black police officers watch themselves when they're
Holla,
arresting white people.
somebody's in the back. They're trying to get on. I don't know why you're not monitoring
I
the
am
back.
monitoring, but I'm just going. So I'm talking right now. So while I'm talking,
All
you
right, my
know.
bad.
I'm not holding backstage when I look. Okay, I'll let Era Black on. See what he has to say. All right, Era Black, you're up, man. You
I'm
got the
just
floor.
listen. I'm just listening to the conversation.
Okay. Elvis said you wanted to come up, and talk.
Yeah, the brother, I think he was on the line with the FBA. Maybe he can give you a good perspective on why they identify as such. You didn't let him speak the last time when Dollar Bill was on. So let him
Didn't
give
let
his
him speak,
perspective since that's the topic of the show tonight.
No, I'm saying like this. My point is I'm trying to make. It's all the point I'm trying to make is the FBA, right? What they do is, like I said, every movement always is rooted in some sort of legitimacy. This is what I'm saying about what I was leading to. Okay, when college like Harvard and stuff like that have affirmative action, they'll say, okay, we want diversity, right? It's just
I
token
mean,
diversity, right?
Kyle, if we go there, let me ask you the big question, right? The big question is, are African Americans more American than continental immigrants or other immigrants coming into this country?
Well, it's like this is what I'm saying. Like
And the
this.
question is yes.
Hold on. Let me say this, right? Let me finish what I was saying. Um, when people, one of the legitimate things Yvette Carnell said, she's the only smart one out of all these people. Tariq's an idiot. Anyway, she says something unique. She says when they give out admissions and stuff like that, she knows they did notice that, and it went mainstream too, that a lot of the admissions people were recruiting black people from overseas to go to college, give them scholarship and whatnot to fill the racial quotas, right? And basically, what she was saying was that doesn't solve the racial problem because the bottom line, they're not the victims of the thing, but it solved. So you gotta say something. When we made the whole thing about diversity, right? Of diversity, and basically Africans and Caribbeans basically say, okay, we'll help you out with your diversity thing. But when it becomes about Black American, African American empowerment, that's another thing, See, the bottom line, no one's been smart enough, right? First of all, we got a congressional lady at the Congressional Black Caucus, just nominated leader. She's from immigrant background. Her whole agenda is we got to do something. We got to help immigrants. When I said, wait a minute, you're supposed to be the Congressional Black Caucus. You're supposed to be caping for Black America, right? Who put you in office? But she's immigrant background, so she feels fit. That's what the divide is. That's where I see a FBA and ADOS have some legitimacy, right? Because immigrants come here and basically they're team immigrant, And I would like this. If I'm an immigrant background or not, I'm gonna be sensitive to people coming here. I might have a family member that got deported or something like that. So like this. But what does that do with Black America, And so therefore, like I said, that's why the Pan-African stuff failed. Because bottom line reality is people are not thinking about race. They're thinking about their situation. Immigrants have a problem. Like a couple of years ago, Trump extended the temporary protection for Liberians. And I was basically like, I don't want to see a bunch of Liberians get deported, right? Because basically the reason why I did that because I'm partial towards Liberians, my wife's Liberian, because I don't want to see Liberians get deported, whatever like that. And I know a couple of Liberians confided me that they're here illegally,
Tyler, respectfully, every president before Trump had extended the TPS.
Elvis, that's not the point. That's not the point. He didn't have to do that,
He
He
didn't
didn't
have to
have to
do
do
it,
that. My
man.
point, I'm not even talking about Trump, but I'm just saying Obama extended it, whatever like that. Just okay, if you want to make a thing, it's about Obama, I don't know why you get so sensitive when I talk about Trump. Whatever,
No, I'm just saying it's not like he does.
my point I'm trying to make is the congressman that was lobbying for with Keith Ellis. He's African American. Keith Ellison, in Minnesota.
Yeah, he's our attorney general. He might be our next governor.
Point I'm trying to make is that Black Americans traditionally have been like we always fought for the underdog and the downtrodden and everything like that until now, where I don't have the evidence of it, right? But I do know I don't think immigrants are a threat to Black people as far as jobs. I really don't think. I don't believe that. But I do realize that, if you're going to have, if you're going to say that we're not racist no more, like a college like Harvard or something like that, right? Then you need to recruit specific Black people, descendants of slaves, in America. I do agree with that because those are the people that was affected by your racism and stuff like that you caused, they should come first, But the fact that conversation is definitely necessary, but it's getting destroyed by people like Tariq Nasheed, because what happens is you just go ahead and throw the whole movement out as xenophobic and racist, when there's legitimate things that they brought up that they're destroying. I would like to have that conversation. Yes, we need to look at, and hiring, right? Hiring and stuff like that. Are they systematically not hiring our people and hiring Black immigrants and Hispanics or like that? Yeah, that's something we have to look at, If Black people in America feel in some areas that immigrants are growing and they're only hiring themselves, there should be audits and investigations, But the whole thing is we can't get that because the people who be leading that are people who look like who are Black Anglo Saxon KKK members, and they basically sound like fools. That's the problem. That's a problem I have with the ADOS FBA. Instead of doing those legitimate things, yes, you got to be an advocate for Black America. I agree with. But when you start sounding like like we have somebody like Tariq talking about calling people she bathed in cheetah pee and all this kind of stupid shit like that. And
What does that mean?
I don't know. He's saying African women smell like cheetah pee. Something like
really?
that. Yeah, he said shit like that. And he basically says inflammatory shit. And I'm like, yo, man, look, me personally as a black African American, we Africans say something about us. It really don't really affect us, right? But I'm realizing now how sensitive Africans are when we say stuff about them. I'm realizing that. I realize that, when you say stuff when the Africans really take it to heart, because it's almost like they look up to Black America, And so I'm like, so yeah, I think Tariq is irresponsible when he gave when he gives those things and whatnot, and and people have a butthurt because they feel Tariq is some spokesman for Black America. He's not. He's not. He's just an internet personality, trolls and everything. He's taken what could be a good movement, like I identify as African American, Black American, but I don't identify with all the stupid nonsense he talks about.
So for reparations, right, which is one of the things that
Look, first of all, I don't deal with
I mean,
reparations.
Colin, you can't even let me make a sentence, bro.
Look, I know what you're going to. I'm just saying, for the record, the bottom line, when people start talking about reparations, I know they're being disingenuous because it's never going to happen.
Let me say what I'm saying, right? So I know Yvette Carnell and Tariq was trying to get this reparation thing going. And I think one of the prerequisites to try to get that, if they would have a legitimate case, is to identify themselves, to delineate themselves.
All right. But the whole thing is this. Here's the problem with that, right? They basically are saying that Brett Carnell wraps himself with the American flag and says, I'm an American. I'm not going nowhere. I'm an American, right? That cancels out your claim that you're a victim of slavery and stuff like that. In other words, reparations could only happen if Black people were never integrated and never assimilated into the mainstream of America. You cannot do that. You can't just say, although we got every opportunity, got Black people in every profession, everything like that, America opened its doors up to Black America, and basically millions of Black people poured into the middle class, and now say we want reparations. It doesn't work like that,
I mean, I know the answer to this question, right? But it's a point of contention. It could be a point of contention. You can ask the question, was slavery a government, institution that was backed by the federal government?
It's like this. The whole thing
and
about
imposed
slavery,
by the federal government.
Slavery,
Or was it more of
is like
a private sector system?
The time, first of all, you cannot have reparations unless the United States, you went to war with the United States, they lost, and they were forced to pay. Every country that paid reparations was forced to do it.
That's what I'm saying. So if they're suing for reparations, they're suing the United States government. And how can the United States government be liable for individuals' actions?
How can you sue America? That's what I said. This was for low IQ.
So let's dissect it, right, Colin? Let's dissect that point, right?
Stop interrupting me. I just said something. You didn't answer my thing. How are you going to sue the same country that you're freaking? You're going to use the same court system that you're supposed to be freaking fighting? How you
Colin, why are you so mad, bro? We're just trying to have a conversation.
You're talking over me. You're insulting my intelligence. I'm very intelligent. I hate when people insult my intelligence.
I'm not. I'm saying this is a point that
either you're trolling me or you're being a freaking jerk. I'm
being for real, right?
Are you serious, Elvis?
Listen to what I'm saying first, so you can understand what I'm saying before you get angry.
I just gave you an example, right? Germany was defeated, right? Japan had 2 nuclear bombs dropped on it, right? They had to pay reparations as a defeat in war, right? Germany had to pay Israel and all these people as allies, all these countries for losing the war. When you pay reparations when you lose the war, right? The United States is the strongest country in the world, most powerful military on the face of the earth. You are U.S. citizens. You declare allegiance to the country. How the hell are you going to get reparations? That doesn't make any sense.
Colin, let me say something, right? I know you're in flight.
I think, Elvis, you like talking about this because you making Black people. You want to make Black America look stupid.
No, I mean, Colin, let's have honest conversation, bro.
I'm having a conversation. That's why I said I don't like talking about this.
But this is the topic of the show tonight, right? Let's have a conversation about it.
It's like ADOS FBA. When we start talking about, I don't take reparations talk seriously, because the bottom line, you cannot talk about reparations and you don't even want to separate from America. That's freaking insane.
I get it, Colin. You can have,
No, you can't have that. The bottom line is people who talk reparations are not serious talkers. They're not serious.
That's what I'm saying. We're people who have brains, right? We can try to compartmentalize these things.
Okay, let me answer this question, Mr. Cat. This is what I'm talking about. The Japanese Americans were given reparations, but they don't understand something. The Japanese, basically, Americans were given compensation. That was a class action lawsuit based on specific things that they lost in internment, right? They'll judge me wrong. And that was run by the Japanese government, right? At the time when, in 1980, I remember what happened. It was stuck on a civil rights bill as a rider. And all they did was pay each Japanese person $20,000. Do you know if they really paid reparations, how much every Japanese got? Every Japanese would have got $30-40 million a piece. That's the value of what they lost. You know?
Okay, Kyla, let me chime into that point, right? And this is the point I was making with the FBAs and ADOS. In this case, this was an action that was taken by the U.S. government during that time of war. So the government is liable for the action that they took as an
Like
entity
what?
by interning the Japanese Americans that was in
Right,
this country, right?
the government. Hold up. First of all, the government really didn't. They said we're sorry, but President Roosevelt had to do that because he considered the Japanese foreign nationals, and he could do that in wartime.
But listen to what I'm saying, Kyla. Let me just finish this real quick. So that action specifically was taken by the executive, during the time of war. Now, when you just oppose that with slavery, where you have private individuals who are enslaving other human beings, how can you sue the government and hold them liable for the actions of private citizens? That's the question.
The sad part about all that was slavery, and this is why I said slavery is unforgivable. Slavery was legal in America, right? That means Southern people could say, you know something, we were told, because when they wrote the Constitution, they left banning slavery out because the country would never have, the Constitution would never been written, and we would never became a republic if they would have freaking let slavery go. That's why we had the Civil War. They predicted the Civil War was going to happen over slavery, And so the bottom line is this: when the government said, America will say that when we formed America, we had formed America with the intention of getting rid of slavery, but we couldn't, because if we did, all the people that came from the South that signed the Declaration of Independence and the Constitution and everything, would have never happened. So they had to leave slavery. They kicked it down the road. So kick the can down the road. That's what they did. And so therefore what happened, it led to the Civil War, breaking up of the country union, led to the Civil War. Now, America could say that all the time we were trying our best to get rid of it, but, it was practiced state specific. Now, the whole thing is this: if the federal government was the one who went and tried to end slavery, right? How do you basically sue the federal government? Wouldn't you be suing like the state of Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, all these states that participated in the human trafficking? Should a state like Massachusetts pay for slavery when they had nothing to do with it? Should a state like Maine, New Hampshire, and all that stuff like that didn't have any slavery? Should they basically, the people who lived in Maine and New Hampshire for 400 years, should they pay up for slavery too? Or should the people who are just
Carla, that's the point. You have some good points in terms of poking holes in the argument.
What I'm saying is this: when I'm hearing people talk about this stuff, I don't hear that sort of level of intelligence,
And that's why we should have the conversation, because you can ask these questions and hear their rebuttal.
Voluntarily get rid of slavery. Same thing with then New York came, and all these other places started getting rid of slavery one by one after America became a republic, And so they say like this: the slavery actually grew in the South. It grew, and it didn't go away. It grew, in the South, So by like this, so people talk about this, Massachusetts, where anti-slavery abolition movement began, So what should they basically who started the slavery, and also which ultimately led to the breakup of a war, and 600,000 people died. Well, they're saying, we ended the slavery. The problem with black people was, we could have got reparations right after slavery, but we said, forget reparations. We want to be Americans. That forfeited our historical claim to reparations. We wanted to be Americans. We didn't care. We said that. We didn't care about compensation and stuff like that. All we wanted was 40 acres and a mule. We didn't even get that. That's what it is. What it is. So 2000.
So Lisa is saying something in the chat that, she said, I think 180,000 was given to people who were denied the GI Bill the benefits from the bill. So that, I mean, that's a form. I guess that's reparation for
Well,
maybe
I don't know what
discrimination,
I
right?
don't know what you talk about. It could be a class action suit, whatever like that. Not everybody basically you got to prove that you were thing. You got what about people who are running around now saying slavery never happened? What happens if the people who are against reparations bring those people in the court? The Dane Callaways and all these people say we came from Turtle Island, slavery never we were already here. So that's what I said. This is where the ADOS FBA people they mess with people like that. We got the we are already here people. Slavery never happened. We're not Africans, and all stuff like that. So the case against America was you enslaved a group of people because they were of African descent. That's what America made his mistake. That's what America basically is unforgivable. But black people aren't looking at that point because black people themselves don't want to be African. So if you lose that identifier Africa, then you forfeit any claim of slavery being thing because you just said you're not African. America enslaved Africans. They enslaved Native Americans. They enslaved Africans. So bottom line is this: black people, when they talk about that reparation stuff, you can't talk about reparations and then also basically say I'm not African. That's just freaking a double conundrum. Dollar Bill, what's on your mind, brother? Dollar Bill, y'all.
It is busy. But let me read this comment from Baruti real quick. He says,
Bruce
"Why
up here.
see?"
I don't see him up here. Where's he at?
It's at 10:25.
I don't see him up here.
10:25.
Oh, it's way back. I ain't trying to go all the way back there.
God, it's like 3 minutes ago.
10:25. It's a 12:28 right now.
Oh, okay. I'm doing it the wrong way. You guys are ahead of me. So it's 11:25. So it'll be 11:25 for you. Or 12:25, I should say, for you. My time is an hour behind you, so it's 11:28 to me now. But he says, I don't know what. Oh, Yvette Cornell and ADOS posit that so-called native blacks should be delineated from black immigrants so that ADOS group could cry dismal stats in comparison to other blacks, i.e., skill stats due to non-ADOS. Yeah, I don't get that comment, Broody. It's a little convoluted there.
Oh, what the hell is he talking about? Bottom line is, like I said, the bottom. If what people try to use reparations as a rallying point for black people in America, that's so freaking pathetic. If that's what you. So in other words, basically, you want division among black people just so you can get some imaginary reparations check. It's the
So,
stupidest thing.
Kyle, here's another question, right? Is there a case study, right? In large legal cases, sometimes you look for, presidents, or you look at a case study. Is there a case study for slavery or something similar to that, where a government had to pay
Well,
reparations for an entire group of people?
let me tell you something, right? Just like I told you, right? Anytime you have or what America really says, they said the welfare system, affirmative action, remember something, at one time black people couldn't even get a job in the civil service. It was de jure. If you ever read The Great Gatsby, right?
Of
America
course.
during the Gilded Age basically said, whatever the blessings this country has, the science, progress belong to one race and one race only, the white race, right? And they basically said in America, they said we will never share in the blessings of America, right? So the fact that you see black people as television producers, executives, bankers, running for office or not, they say that right there is reparations. That's what they said, and the largest and the only black middle class really in the world, they say that's reparations because if it not been for America, there would be no black middle class, So before we integrated into the mainstream America, we had absolutely nothing, for the most part, America is
Look,
what we built
Kyle,
White Wall
Kyle,
Street, but
I want to hear from another brother on the panel, unless he's busy right now, or somebody else who leans FBA can come up here and make a case, because I think they have a
I mean,
understanding
everybody
that's
has a
different than
case,
yours.
but my point, only point I'm trying to make is that when I'm trying to tell you where they see it, where they see it. And the bottom line is, even though it's unfair, because white people, I think, have way too much more power than we do, right? And basically, the problem is black people are not talking about empowerment. They're not talking about enterprise zones. They're not talking about things that could actually help Black America, like home improvement loans, student loans, and stuff like that to go to school, student grants, all these things that could really help Black America, right? Black people just roots it down to we want to check, and that's not gonna happen. That's not gonna happen. And you know how only way reparations will happen, right? Let me tell you, just like the civil rights movement, right? They will basically say it'll be called the Redress of Past Atrocities Bill, right? And then what they'll do is they'll include Native Americans, Asian Americans, gay Americans, immigrant Americans, everybody, just like this civil rights movement.
Nah,
That's how
because
they
what
do it.
what has the U.S. done to gays to give them reparations?
Hold on. The bottom line is that's exactly what it is. Because you remember something. The only reason why the civil rights bill passed is because they included gays, immigrants, Jews, and everybody else, and whatnot. And that's how the civil rights bill got over the finish line. If it was just about but civil rights bill originally was about Black power. Read Malcolm X. It was about Black power, and then it got watered down and rainbowized. And that's how it really got passed, because it would never pass if it was just about Black people. They had to put Asians in there. They had to show white Jews talk about this. They had to show Hollywood types, leftists, feminists. A couple of years later, the women's rights movement happened. The anti-war movement happened. All these forces combined to get that through. If it was just about Black people, no, civil rights bill would never have passed. And that's the truth. So same thing with reparations. Something that monumental would never happen unless everybody and his uncle was included in it. That includes Black immigrants. That includes gays. That includes Hispanics who say they lost their land and blah. They'll make a claim about
So you would have to pay. You have to pay damn near half the world.
Yeah, half the world. Yeah. That's the only way it'll pass, because the only way anybody passes, if you know anything about the Black man, there's nothing in the world that the Black man gets that everybody think they're not entitled to. That's just a fact.
So that's something that has to change, because that's like a slavery. That's like I'm constantly using this group of people. They'll never come up and have anything as a group.
Well, yeah, but that something you gotta say some Arab Black, right? Us becoming a people and as a group is not part of the plan. That's not.
I'm not talking about their plans, right? We don't even think from a white perspective. You know what I'm saying? So, but I'm going along with the reparations thing, and we just conceded that you saying that you have to pay like half the world.
Yeah, so, if you want to get it passed through Congress.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, okay, you have to pay, and that's why you think Blacks can't get it, because you would have to pay half the world.
Well, let me ask you a question, Arab Black. Let me test your knowledge, right? Do you know how a bill? How would you? A reparation will have to be signed into law, right?
Okay.
Okay. Now, do you know how a bill is signed into law? There's a reparations bill in Congress for like 65 years now.
Okay, so it's been talked about, or it's been discussed?
No, it's been legislated on for 65 years. That's why I tell you, these people at Vet Cardinal are not new. Yeah, in Cobra, they've been around since the 1960s. With reparations, called HR. Look at the bill up. It's called reparations bill. It's been in Congress and been in committee and stuff like that since 1964.
I get you. I don't want to lose your point.
My point I'm trying to make is, yes, it's been talked about and everything like that. Reparations bill for slavery and stuff like that has been looked at. White people just laugh at it when that. It has no ability to get past the Ways and Means Committee. You know how Congress bills work? They got to go to the Ways and Means Committee on the House side. It has to go to the House Budgetary Committee. Then it has to go on the floor to vote each step of the way. Then it goes to the Senate, right? After it goes to past the House, it goes to the Senate for vote, right? And they get an up and down vote, or they have cloture, And so therefore, you got to get 60 votes to break a filibuster.
I get it's a process. I got that.
But let me ask you a question, right? Do you understand that you look at the people who's in Congress right now? There's absolutely no chance that ever is going to get any place, right? Because you got a Republican on both sides of the aisle, right? And you got hostile Democrats who don't give a damn about black people. All they care about is gays and feminists and everything. There's no chance of that ever getting through Congress and to a president's desk. Do you think Donald Trump will sign that into law?
Right. No.
All right, then. So that's what I said. The reparations bill only making black people look less intelligent.
But I thought Donald Trump was an ally for black people. That's why he got a lot of black
he's
votes.
not going to give you no reparations. That's not going to happen.
Oh, okay.
All right.
That's not going to happen. You know, don't be stupid, Elvis. Now you're trolling me.
Under what Collis is saying, what Collis is saying is that you have to pay half the work. So they're not going to do that anyway, or nobody would sign off on this.
Yeah, so it would have to be everybody. And also white Anglo Saxons and Appalachian would have to get something. Everybody would have to get something, you know? Think it's gonna be just for black people? No, it ain't gonna never happen, you know.
According to you. So hold on, my next question is, do you think so you don't even think that anybody should fight for that? Or even
let me tell you something, right? Like I said, people got time and experience. Like I said, black people, like I said, if they want to fight for that, it's never gonna happen, right? Or fight for nationhood. I'd rather spend my time fighting for nationhood. You know, I think that's a better option. You know, I think that's doable. It's logical, it's achievable, it's reasonable, practical, because nationhood is only up to us. You know, we don't need white people or their laws to pass that. We just have to get the agreements with our own race. You know, that's why I chose the nationhood route. You know,
right.
People want to go. If people want to keep getting disappointed, like in California, they fool black people to talk about reparations bill and whatnot. Then it was a black congressman sitting there walking out of the thing laughing and whatnot. It's a joke, man. People are just laughing at black people. You know, they're laughing at us. You know.
So I think that makes black people annoyed and want to separate even more, or try to get their business and fight for something even more.
Yeah, the bottom line, and know that black people right now are the laughing stock of the country right now. Everybody's laughing at Black America.
Right. So do you think they should fight back because everybody is laughing, or do you think they should fight for something to
I'm saying the question is, what are they fighting for?
Well, right. So should they fight for anything?
Hold on, the White House. Look, you know my position, right?
Anything?
You know
I understand their position, but I'm just saying, should black people fight for anything to stop this laughing stock and this?
Well, I think I know what I'm doing, right?
I'm not questioning you.
Right,
I'm talking about hundreds of millions of people. I'm talking about not just you, hundreds of millions of people.
Let me tell you something, brother. You know, black people in America, right? You know, most black people in America are not activists. They don't do anything, right? But a certain vocal minority appears like it's like Black Lives Matter. Most black people weren't involved with Black Lives Matter. These two women walked up for $90 million, bought homes and everything. All these humiliations, embarrassments that Black America keep enduring and whatnot, you know. Everything was Black Lives Matter, was reparations, whatnot. We keep getting humiliated, embarrassed. Other races looking at us like these people are a joke, you know. Look, the main thing is about reparations is nobody takes black people in America seriously. Really, that's his problem. Nobody listens to you. Nobody respects you. They don't take us seriously, you know. And having Tariq and She as your leader doesn't help the situation. Trust me.
So you feel that way about black? So you don't respect me or listen to me?
Well, look, I'm like this. It's not about respecting like this. I'm saying that when it comes down to you haven't told me what your political position. I'll tell you if I respect you or not. You tell me what your goal is and what your objective is. You know, I respect all people. You know, I respect everybody. You know, as just a man, I respect you. You know, but as far as like your ideology, that's another thing. You know, I don't know what your ideology is. You know, and can you tell me what your ideology is? Not I just want not the vague and abstract, something specific. What are you about?
I'm about humanitarian.
That's the vague and abstract. That's what I'm saying. When you start talking in vague and abstract, everybody, I'm talking about humanity. I'm about love and peace, and that's the vague and abstract.
All right. So can I represent myself? Or
go ahead. You got the floor, bro.
So if I go past vague and abstract, so I'm for all people to have humanity, have a basic humanity, and live.
Abstract, but go ahead.
I'm gonna go past that, right? I'm gonna go past that now because we're about to go into individual sects and denominations of people. So I am claiming African American. I'm a person. I'm of a sect or a people, and I want my people to be well and do well and
Yeah,
move
that's
forward.
everybody. That's the vague and abstract still. Let me say, are you part of any organization?
I'm not. No, I haven't signed off on anything.
So you're not part of any organization, right? See, the problem is, do you have if you're not part of any organization with an organized charter and a pablum, you know what pablum is? A set of talking points, an agenda that you want to carry out, stuff like that, a manifest and stuff like that, you know, and say,
Mhm.
look, this is what we're going to do. This is our goals. This is what we're going to do. This is how we're going to achieve this and stuff like that. Like me, I'm very clear. If you look at my website right there, the BAO africstan5.ning.com, right? You go to our website, it's very clear what I'm about. You know, I make no bones about it. Everybody knows what my end game is or what I believe. Now, people want to, I want to take people to Africa. I eventually want to start building on the African continent. I believe that's the future. That's the way to go. I say I'm ready to withdraw from America and build start a new frontier on the African continent. You know, that's what I'm about. Now, that's why I say that's the way I see the world. Now, if somebody else disagrees with me, that's fine too, you know, because everybody chooses their own path. This is a path I've chosen, you know. See how I'm very clear about what I said I am, you know?
Yeah, I get you all day. I got that. But now we're talking about me or we're talking about a million other people. So for
Right.
me or people in my position who don't claim any nationalist group or anything like that, or is not clear like you are. So what's now, how do you feel about me and my ideology?
Well, I'm like this. All I could do is just be an example, you know, be a big brother, be an example. It's like not put you down,
I'm not
you know.
talking about you though. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about me now. I'm talking about like
No, I
so.
said that's what I could give for you. You asked me how I felt about you. I said my job is just to be an example and finish what I'm doing. You know, so you one day can say, you know something, Collar has a right. Collar Dollar Bill, these guys have a right. I want to join these guys. Well, that's all we could do. You know, I am not going to put. Look, I'm not Omar Johnson. I'm not going to put you on the spot. I'm not going to browbeat you. I'm not going to shame you, humiliate you, or bully you, or force you to like that. If you don't agree with what I'm saying, hey, we can still be friends. You know, if you would say tomorrow, Colin, man, I've been listening to Donald Trump and I'm a MAGA now. Hey, I give you all. You got my thumbs up. Yeah, whatever makes you happy, you go for it. This right here, what I'm doing, makes me happy. Gives me purpose. I believe in what I'm doing. You know, that's the whole thing. A lot of black people don't believe in anything. You know, now some black people realize they say why black people support Trump because he convinced a lot of black people to love America, be like him, and okay, if black people want to go down that right, hell, look, man, that's all power to them. You know, because everyone's searching for something. You know, I found my path. You know, wherever your path is in life, brother, you got to find that. You know, I can't tell you what to. We're all free will. You know, we're all people of free will. Dollar Bill, what's on your mind, brother? Dollar Bill. Yeah, go ahead, brother. Dollar Bill, I think your mic's off. You're muted. Dollar Bill, you there? Let me call him. Dollar Bill's having some technical issues, folks. You know, but so that's what I'm saying. Whatever your goal in life is, I will never tell somebody you got to follow me or else, or you're a coon, you're a fool. I don't do that. I know what I'm doing is the right thing to do, right? If somebody basically wants to come join what we're doing, check it out, whatever like that, see if it's for you, that's fine. If it's not for you, that's fine too. Everybody got to choose their own path. So I don't tell people what to do and everything like that. Black people have always looking for some messiah to come lead them. We've been led around by people who don't know what the hell they're doing. The bottom line is this. This is what I would say. Black people have never woken up to the reality of you live in a white society. There's all these so-called black leaders that people follow have really no power. Marcus Garvey once said, the black leader is as worthless as a pack of cigars or broken nickel or a wet pack of cigars. That's how useless black leaders are. They do absolutely nothing. We've been listening to people for generations that got us nowhere.
Do you consider him a black leader?
Marcus Garvey, yeah, he was a leader. Yeah.
Where did he lead black people to?
Well, this is what I'm saying. When people don't, have you ever read his book, Philosophies and Opinions of Marcus Garvey?
No.
Okay, see, that's why I said you can't say that. You can't just go by memes and stuff like this. Before I have a conversation about Marcus Garvey, what you need to do is go to the library or bookstore, order Philosophies and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, right? It was much more deeper than you think, That was a true story of Black America in the West.
Can you hear me? I'm talking to you right now. We're not talking about going to the library or Google.
No, I'm saying, look, I can't tell you. Look, you have to come to the realization.
I just want to be clear about. I just want to be clear about my position. If I'm talking to you, I'm asking you. I'm asking your opinion of things.
Okay.
So that I'm just asking. If I ask you a question, I'm expecting an answer.
Okay. But you made a statement about Marcus Garvey. I'm saying.
I asked you a question. I said, "What did he lead?" I said,
"Okay." First of all, he had the largest black organization in history, 6 million registered members. Okay.
So he gained the most subscribers.
No, he had subscribers. He had lots of organizations, brick and mortar. Chapters all throughout the world.
Right. You said he had this
on
amount.
On five continents, he was organized. He had a newspaper, right? He had a shipping company. He had factories. He built all these things. He was a great man. He built all these things. What happened was a lot of stuff that Garvey is credit for already was in existence. And what happened was a lot of black organizations and think tanks and everything came together under his banner, the UNIA. The Project to Liberia, right? If you read my novel, right, my book that I wrote, Third to the Promised Land, right, was already in the pipeline 40 years before Garvey came. They said they wanted to build African Americans said they wanted to settle in Liberia, build settlements there and everything. That was already in the works. He came along and whatnot. They freaking had a larger platform and following to carry it out. So he sent engineers, everything to Liberia. It didn't work out, but he did it, and he raised a lot of money for the project and everything like that. So basically, because of Marcus Garvey, right, a lot of his followers were in Liberia, and in the 1950s, they met with Sekou Touré and Kwame Nkrumah in the hills of San Aquile, and guess what was born? The Organization of African Union, formed by Garveyites in Liberia. And the reason why we have African independence movement right now, Kwame Nkrumah, all these people, is because they studied Marcus Garvey. Do you know Ho Chi Minh, the Vietnamese revolutionary leader, was a Garveyite? He was in Harlem. He used to attend the Garvey UNIA rallies and whatnot, and he was inspired by Marcus Garvey, Ho Chi Minh. So when you say about Marcus Garvey, he was a great man, But in spite of what people be saying online and whatnot, read his book, The Philosophies and Opinions of Marcus Garvey, to get an understanding of who he was. He was a great man, a real black nationalist. But I can't do everything Garvey did because he made a lot of mistakes and whatnot, and I live in a different time. So we're always evolving whatnot. And also Garvey, at his heyday, he was only like 31, 32 years. He was a young man. I'm at my age, I'm literally old enough to be Garvey's father, So of course I'm more mature and seasoned as a man than he was. but he was still a great man, a young man, but he's a great man. You know, he has ideas. He had the idealism of a young man. You know, but me, I'm seasoned. I'm age. I got wisdom of an older man who's been out there. You know, seen things. You know, that's my point. I'm trying to convey tonight. You know. So yeah, so the FBA ADOS movements are a result of the Black Anglo Saxon culture. You know, I proved that tonight. You know, the Black Anglo Saxon culture, and the Anglo Saxon is inherently anti-African. You know, so when you see people saying they ain't African, when not, they're really nothing but brainwashed Anglo Saxons with black skin. That's all they are. They're brainwashed. When you listen to Tariq, he's nothing but a Bama ass Black Anglo Saxon. You know, trying to sound cool. That shit is corny. That's cornball shit. You know, arguing over FBA created hip hop and all kinds of stupid shit like that. You know, it's dumb. We know Black America created hip hop. What the fuck does that got to do with anything? You know? So the bottom line, I don't need to freaking go out there and, oh yeah, we FBA. Look, man, that's stupid, you know? That's stupid. Stupid. It's a stupid culture. It's stupid nonsense when I basically just black people acting white. That's all it is, you know, to be honest with you. So that's all I can say about that. But yeah, so you know, but folks, if you're interested in going to Liberia with us next year, email me, you know, join our social network site, email me, and everything like that. I promise you, you're going to have a tour of a lifetime. I remember Bomani just sent me some more pictures of our tour from last year. Oh my God, we had so much fun, man. I was like, yeah, I remember that picture. Yeah, I remember that. You know, yeah. It's bringing back so many damn memories, man. It was just such a good time bonding and stuff like that, man. Just hanging out with Bomani for a week. That was just so in Africa, you know, that was just so revolutionary. You know, I just thought about it. We was in Cape Mount. We were sitting there in a bar in Robertsport. We're sitting there just having, I gave Bomani a cigar. We're buying rounds of drinks and whatnot. And we looked at each other. Motherfucker, we're in motherfucking Africa. We're sitting there having a beer, you know, chilling, talking to these ladies here, you know, and we're in Africa. It was that little reggae spot, you know, in Robertsport. We're sitting there freaking this little dive hole in the wall spot in Robertsport. We're sitting there having drinks, downing drinks, and we're not buying rounds of drinks and whatnot, Henny and some other kind of fruit drinks they have over there, liquor over there. We're doing shots. And we're fucking having our cigars, man. We're just chilling, man. We were fucking chilling like fucking men. That's the way we have to live, bro. Like men, man, you know? We're living a life of men. You know, no more whining ass sissy shit, you know? We're taking the ball into our own hand. We go wherever we want to go, whatever we want to do, we're going to do it. We don't give a damn who's out there. If you're getting our way, you're just going to get run the fuck over, you know? We went to the motherland. We brought 20 people there with us and everything like that. They had time in their life. We stayed in lush hotels. We had good food, dance, fun, whatever like that. Water sports, whatever like boating, whatever we did in Liberia. We had some fun. Nightlife. We had some culture, history. We had a friggin' blast, folks. You know, it was just 7 days of fun, you know. And so basically, we're going to do it again, folks. I promise you, you come on this tour with us, you will have the time of your life. You know, people say, how much afford that? Look, if you put away $100 a week for 1 year, you got $4,800, almost $5,000, right? The trip is only $4,500, you know? You tell me you can't do that, folks, you know? You tell me you can't do that. You can't save $4,500 in 1 year. You know, man, come on, man. We got to do better, you know? I judge people by that too. I'm not saying people got to be rich or whatnot, but if you get out there and work 2 or 3 jobs or whatnot, you could do anything you want, you know, save your money, invest it, blah, blah, be able to go on a tour with us and whatnot, you know. So it is what it is, folks. People got to start saying, you got to want better. To get better, you got to want better. Sitting around waiting for reparations. This is one thing about the reparations movement I don't like. It made a whole generation of black people lazy. They're thinking, I'm not going to go to trade school. I'm not going to get my certificate. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to take that civil service exam and everything. I'm going to sit back because I think Yvette Carnell and Tariq Nasheed got it worked out and we're going to get a reparations check. You got people sitting there waiting on a reparations check. They say, yeah, you know, I'm people run up their credit cards thinking, yeah, I don't matter when we get our check, our reparations check. You got people actually thinking like that. That's why people like Elvis likes this reparations because he knows it makes black people in America look stupid and ignorant. He loves this shit. You got people out there got their money spent already. What they're gonna buy, how they're gonna buy it, where they're gonna go, and everything. Their money's already spent and whatnot. And the bottom line, like I told you, it has no chance of ever passing. You know, no chance of ever passing. If they did get a reparations check out, whatnot, and say, "Oh, reparations check," you gonna look in the mail, get a reparations check, and you're gonna see $250. They're like, "Thanks, nigga." You know, thank you, nigga. Thank you for your hard work, nigga. You know, so bottom line, don't wait on reparations check, folks. Get a job. You know, get your career going. Get some education. Air Black, you want to say something, brother?
Nah, I'm just listening to you.
Yeah, but you know, I'm making sense, man. You know, a lot of people. Now, Air Black, you didn't go out there in charge of your credit cards, did you?
No.
All right, good. I was getting worried there. I didn't want to offend you or nothing like that. You know, some people went out there, man. They put themselves in debt because they think a reparations check is coming. You know, Hey, oh yeah, I got reparations check coming, man, because Tariq Nasheed says so. You know, don't do it, folks. You know, you're gonna be waiting a long time. You know, Tariq's a grifter. You know, ain't no reparations check coming. Don't go put yourself in debt. You know, got people saying, "Why did I buy this fucking condo?" You know, shit, man. Why did I buy this condo? I should have stayed in the hood and whatnot. Because people thought the reparations check was coming. You know, this Afro diaspora in '72 guy. You know, he probably did that. You know. You know, so same thing with Liz and Nicole. They're sitting there. She's probably sitting there with her white husband. They're probably sitting there, got a condominium somewhere that they both can't afford and whatnot. Because he told her, yeah, baby, once you get that reparations check, you know, she probably thinking, Lordy, Master, whatever her cousin's name is, we're gonna have a reparations check. Then, you know, blah, blah, blah. This is funny, man. You know. Yeah, it's tricknology. I haven't heard that word in a long time. Tricknology. Reparations is tricknology, right? By the 80, by the 10%, you know. Tariq got people thinking that the reparations check is going to be in the mail on Monday. Afro Diaspora 72. He got people believing that. That's the whole thing is FBA thing because they think he got people believing that reparations is coming. You know, and like I said, you guys have no idea how stupid you. Now more people are saying, "Colin, man, I see where you're going with this. You're starting to sound, yeah. I've been here all the time, right? All you do is listen for me, right? And the reason why I came on YouTube right now is because to counter people like Tariq, you know, to counter people like all these idiots that you see online and whatnot, that people that got a free account, they can basically go out there and mislead people and mentally abuse people and everything like that, you know. Principal said, Elvis, can you please ask Colin why can't a pro-black African national who visit the continent visit Africa like Tariq can't work with Colin? Look, get the hell out of here. I don't work with everybody, you know. I don't work with everybody. I don't give a damn who you are, you know. Yeah, if you want to work with me, you know my website, you join like everybody else. And if you start posting and contributing content to the website, I'll notice you. Then I'll reach out to you. That's the only way. Other than that, I don't want to hear anything from anybody saying, you know, you're not with me, nothing. If you haven't joined my social network, our social network, you don't exist to me. You know, as simple as that. That goes to everybody. I don't give a damn who it is, you know. You don't join the BAO social network, you don't exist. Colin, man, reach out to this clown ass nigga, Colin. You know, yeah, you go this clown ass nigga, man. Yeah. I got enough clowns in my life, man. That's like I said. I'm surrounded by clowns, you know. The bottom line is this: I'm the ringmaster. I got a circus of deadly clowns. You know, male clowns, female clowns, everything. You know. What about Kidola? Kidola's a comedian. You know, he's a funny dude, man. He's just a funny dude. You know, Kidola's funny though. He's hilarious. I don't think I'll take Kidola seriously. You know, he's a good guy, but he's funny as shit, man. He cracks me up, man. Sometimes when Kidola comes on, I put my mic on mute so I can just be sitting here belly laughing, busting up. He's fucking funny. It's hilarious, man. He said, he mentally calls Black Americans mentally ill, you know, for our identity crisis or whatnot. He goes, why do we got these mentally ill people always bothering us? Oh my God, that's hilarious, man. Kidola is fucking funny. Oh no. What is Baruti saying? Call it at Elvis era black. You know, Elvis era, do you believe the so-called Asian American community have more power than so-called yeah, they got more power than us. You know? They got way more power than us, you know. Black people in America ain't got no damn power, you know. Come on, Broody. Shit. You know? Henry Mugler says, anyone calls themselves FBA now a lost sheep that Tariq, yeah, that's what it is. And Tariq was trying to abdicate his role as the FBA shepherd, you know. He wants all the accolade, but bottom line is this. Yeah, Tariq is your leader, Lisa Nicole. I'm not no leader. I'm not no FBA leader. It's just a lineage. It's just a lineage, man. It ain't a friggin' organization. Yeah, it's an organization, you know. It's an internet organization, you know. Tariq is a leader, and you got followers. You got idiots and followers who believe they're powerful. You got Fat Joe off of BT. Wow, man. You guys are powerful, man. Wow, that's black power, man. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, man. Tariq is your leader, you know. Tariq is your leader. Tariq Nasheed Niliza is your Lord and Savior, you know. My Lord and Savior, Tariq Nasheed. Oh, Lord. I'm going to keep torturing you guys, humiliating you, disrespecting you, because you guys are a bunch of clowns, man. Everybody follows FBA and Tariq are a bunch of clowns, man, you know. Because, like I said, what Tariq does is the FBA ADOS movement have legitimate points, you know. I'm not mad at FBA, you know. Oh, I'm mad at Elvis. Who's mad at Elvis? I'm not mad at Elvis. You know, Elvis is a goofball half the time, but I'm not mad at him, you know. Well, anybody who participates in Black Americans, Jonathan Miller, you said you.
What am I the other half of the
What?
time that I'm not a goofball, Colin? You say
I
I'm a
don't know.
goofball half the time. I'm saying,
If you're a goofball,
what
you're
am I the other half of the time when I'm not a goofball?
a pain in the ass. You're saying Jonathan Miller says, Colin, you never met anyone in your life who's sitting around. Yo, look, Jonathan, I've heard people ever since Blog Talk Radio, when Barack Obama got elected, right? You had all these people coming out of the woodworks talking about, yo, he's been elected. Give him like 3 months. Everybody's like, no, man, 3 months. They really thought after 3 months Barack Obama was in office that a reparations check was coming. You know, I mean, you know, look, I've heard, Jonathan, I've heard it, you know. So when basically you talk about reparations is a possibility, Jonathan, to me, you're one of those dudes that were on Blog Talk Radio back in the days who were mad at Barack. They turned on Barack. Like, man, it's been 6 months. We ain't got our check yet, you know? Like I said, black people, you ain't dealing with the sharpest tools in the shed. You know, when you talk about the African American, I love my people, as you know, but they're not the sharpest tools in the shed, you know? You're not the Black Americans, not the smartest people. I love them, you know? They're my people and everything like that, but you know, something's missing up there. You know, something's really missing up there. Hayman said, Preet said not to be a leader because he doesn't want any. Yeah, he doesn't want no responsibility, and he owes them responsibility, and he won't be held accountable for not producing any results.
Yeah, he doesn't want a RICO. There's a RICO, and there's some kind of money laundering. There's something. Well, it could be like a criminal enterprise.
BAO under my leadership and the colonization, whatever I'm doing right now, I take responsibility for everything. That's why I make sure whoever comes around me, whatever like that, I'm careful. I don't just go out and say everybody join. No, if you don't have a join our social network, you're not in the BAO. As simple as that. If I have not reached out to you and we haven't talked, communicated, whatever like that, you're not one of us. So people can't go out there and
say, we spoken 3 times offline, Colin, so I'm part of the BAO.
Well, no, you didn't. I never talked to you.
Talk, Colin.
I've never talked to you. I never talked
Yes,
to
you
you.
did.
No, I did. I never talked to you. Never want to talk to you. Stop it. Stop it.
What's wrong with talking to me,
That's
Colin?
right, because you're a native boy, Cron boy. I think you
Wow.
go back to fix Cronville,
Jeez, Colin.
Bigotry
is high in your blood, like your blood pressure.
That's my project for you, Elvis. You got like 20 Grand G associations in America, right?
I'll make you. Let's make a deal, Colin. I'll go back to fix it if you come back and live there for 3 years with me.
Nope.
Okay, then.
No, I'm saying like you got look.
No,
Elvis,
no. It's no deal. If you can't come with me, I can't go.
Elvis, look, I used to be part of a Grand G association. There's like about 10 of them.
Colin, be quiet, bro.
They have voting and whatnot. They elect presidents and whatnot. The Grand G Association of America, right? They have the Miss Liberia America contest, whatnot. I'm like, damn,
It's Liberians, man. They do a bunch of stupid shit like that.
The Miss Liberia contest could happen actually in Liberia, and the Grand G Association.
No, Colin, there's those things in the country. People,
but the
it's in the Americas. Those who are expats.
Grand G is so undeveloped, man. It's like unreal, man. But all
it's a huge county, Colin.
Okay, let's pull it up.
Very large county. There's enclaves of it that's developed, but
let's pull it up. Let's pull up a map of Grand Cheetah.
It's a huge county. It is undeveloped, relatively, but it's not the worst in the country. Yeah, it's mountainous. There's not a good road that can get there from the cities, from the ports.
No shit.
So it's hard to really develop with no roads, no infrastructure that leads to the county. So
you can build that road, Elvis. I got faith in you.
No, it's illegal to build roads without the government involvement. The government has to lead it.
Nobody gonna do shit. If you say you want to build a bulldozer right there, ain't nobody gonna say.
That's not how it works, Scarlett. That's one of the issues. You can't just go there and start building shit.
Look, that never, like Dollar Bill said, that never stopped y'all before, man. Y'all overthrew the government, man. You telling me you can't go in there?
You think we're in favor of the people that overthrew the government? That's why you keep saying that shit. I'm more of a progressive. I want an incremental change, more inclusion. Okay. Nobody wanted to just kill people. That's not what we're advocating for.
Right. You did it before. I got faith in you, Elvis.
The big benefit from the coup is, pluralism, right? Democratic pluralism. So you have that. But a lot of the other things were swept up after the coup.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah. All right, let's look at Grand Cheetah, Elvis's hometown. Let's look at
my hometown,
folks. Elvis's hometown. His folks is Grand Cheetah, which if I had my choice, I'd give it to the Ivory Coast. Right there. See that part right there? That part right there, that really should be a part of the Ivory Coast. Most of them come from the Ivory Coast. I give it to the Ivory Coast. Say, hey, y'all can have this shit. Has a mask, a crying people mask. Jeez. What the hell? Grand Cheetah County, man. Let's see. Hold up. I'll go to the images. Let's look at the lovely Grand Cheetah. It's a beautiful area too, man. It's lush and green.
Yeah, but it's very mountainous, Kyla. Very mountainous, and we have rain like 5 or 6 months out of the year.
Upstate New York is very mountainous, but we made something out of it.
Yeah,
this is Grand Cheetah, folks. Not bad, right? Look, it's Zredru. That's a Grand Cheetah city. And let me tell you something, man. There's a Kron devil. What you call? That's the county right there. All right, yeah, pull this down. Okay, it looks like a soccer team. Yeah, they got a lot of community development there, man. You know, like I said, man, I give everybody respect. That's their homeland. That's their home. Whatever they, and believe me, I have no intentions of ever trying to impose nothing or take nothing away from these people. I can't deal with the snails though. Y'all gotta stop that shit. That's nasty. You know, eating snails or whatnot. You know, there's a road being built one night right here.
You can eat some. You can eat some escargot. Nothing wrong with
I'm not
that.
gonna eat. I don't eat none of that shit, man. You know? None of that shit. You know. I guess this guy's a superintendent in the yellow tie. Grand G, the Nimba County conflict. We don't want to talk about that. Oh, you got a paved road right there, man. Oh, look up. Look at you got one
Yeah,
paved road.
there's a lot of development going there, man. They got a big road from
another paved road, man. I like that shit, man.
Yeah, there's a big road from Ganta to Zoidru that's supposed to happen. It's still in the works. It's been in the works for like 20 years. So if that gets completed, definitely there'll be a lot more things going on in the county because it'll be easy
When
transportation.
I was in Ghana, I did see a sign that said Grand Gita this way when I was like, well, I said, nah, some other time.
Yeah, we got to
There's a
pass
sign.
through Ganta, go to Grand Gita. And then when you start going on the main road, there's this big muddy road that cars get stuck in, especially during the rainy season. So if the government puts shit together and get the road done, I mean, it's a national security
I
interest,
think,
man.
hold on. Why don't you guys go over there and volunteer? I think most of the part is labor, right? You know, go
No,
there
it's
and
not labor,
volunteer.
Kyler. The road you need to lay concrete. You got to dig. I
I know
mean,
that, but
there's some
hold up.
engineers who was explaining.
In the meantime, y'all could clear the road, right? You can level it, and clear it. You know,
No, because
and then
it's really
it'll be
it's like red mud. You know, the road is red mud. It's really deep red mud.
Well, I
So
know that. I'm
it's
saying, but
just
you could at least clear. You could clear it and level it, right? And then put
now
those
the
rocks
big thing
down
is
one
the
year.
rainy season. Dry season is okay. You know, the mud is dry. You can drive over it. But during the wet season, when it gets really muddy and the cars get stuck in there, it's hard to travel. And that's the gateway to the entire southeast. Unless you go by sea on the coast. You know, that's why that road is so important. That's why most of the southeast is undeveloped because the road system leading there is bad. So once you get through that threshold of Donta to Zwerju, then it connects to other southeastern counties like Maryland, Grand Crew, and Sinai. So it has to come, has to do the work. But what's up with Dollar Bill? Is he coming on? What is he saying?
I don't know. He said he
Or
had
did you get it?
problems. He said he can't come on. He said he's working on it. You know, Jonathan's having a debate here. He says, "Hey, it doesn't sound African at all. Where do you get that name?" Oh, wow. FBA is a new pretendians, but a leader that makes cartoons and puppet shows to make fun of people. Wow, man. So fires being shot in the chat room tonight, you know? Yeah, that's an upgrade above Dane Calloway, I suppose. No, he has to be black, what you call it, Jonathan. But anybody who knows Dane Calloway, because I know nobody white knows Dane Calloway, because he'd be the eighth wonder of the world, man. This nigga up here say they would have him on Ripley's Believe It or Not, you know, have a scientific experiment. Look at this nigga over here thinks he's fucking damn Native American, you know. That's funny. You know, that's funny, you know. That's funny. So no, he's definitely black because white people don't know who Dane Calloway is. Trust me. At Elvis, if Colin went to Liberia for 3 years as an associate, you were sure that when I started attacking him? No. The bottom line is Liberians not going to do that. You know, they're not going to attack me for what? What are you gonna attack me for? You know, Liberians are like very peaceful, docile people. They're very peaceful, docile people.
That's true, Brody. We want to attack kind of peaceful, docile people. Especially my people. We don't attack people unless we're attacked first.
Not too bright, but they're good people.
Okay. I mean, man, I just went to the grocery store to do a quick run real quick. I was listening to you talking all that shit.
What
I'm not
shit?
even engaged with you.
What did I say?
That's some of my elders.
I didn't mention Liberia tonight. Oh, I must
No,
have
you
mentioned.
mentioned me, man. That was
Of
that part
course,
problem
Elvis,
with me.
man. Yeah, dude, man. Of course, you're a star of the show, man. Everybody tell me they like me when I go on you, man. They say that's good entertainment. That's people listen. They Jonathan said they'll eat me.
Jonathan,
When you're crying, people
come
eat you.
spend a year in Grand Gita with me, bro.
Yeah, I want to come back alive in one
You
piece.
when you come back, you'll be a Zoe,
I'm only
Jonathan.
looking. I'm only looking at my arms on a freaking open pit barbecue.
Jonathan, you'll be a big Zoe when you come back.
Yeah, so
You know what a Zoe is, Colin?
yeah, it's one of those devils.
It's not a devil. A Zoe is a human being. It's not a devil.
The devil. I heard what you call my boy Dunbar. He was on the Dunbar family that y'all hate so much. And from Maryland, right? I heard he went up in the Grand G. I ain't gonna say what he did to the Zoe, the devil. The Cron devil. But it's all good.
Colin, you think a man from Maryland can go into Grand Gita
Yo,
and do anything?
that's a story. He went in there and he took the Cron devil and whipped him. In front of all.
Who is the Dunbar?
This was these were tough dudes that came on the Nauticus. From
Oh,
Maryland.
you're talking about African American. Oh, you're talking about the Congo people?
Yeah, they were Marylanders. They were different. They were Marylanders.
Oh, okay.
These are Marylanders, man. They were tough, man. Those were some tough
Okay.
dudes, man.
Okay. I see
Yeah,
what
so
you're saying.
that's my guy Sam McIntosh. He told me that story. He said, "Yeah, his father. He's a dick. I don't like it. He lives in Minnesota. He's a dick,
Yeah,
man.
I mean, yeah, if he's saying something
He's
stupid
the
like
type of
that.
Congo dude. Congo dude, I wouldn't like. He's a fucking asshole. It's type of dude.
And that's the thing. That's the thing, Colin. Let me tell you this, right? And with all due respect to my Congo people, now that we're talking about it, I hate to say it, right? But they're like white people, right? White people talk. They call black people nigger behind their back in their house to their close friends who they know are also racist. But they don't just go in front of black people and say that shit. That's how it is with Congo people, right? They won't just go to a native person and start talking all the shit that they'll say to you. No.
Oh, trust
So
me. I'm around them. I know. I know what they say.
right, I'm just saying
That's
that's the
all.
thing.
You gotta disagree with them because they do got that sort of that. What it is they basically have the outlook of people that's in charge. Black America have the outlook of people that's been oppressed. So we don't know what it's like to be like in charge. So so that's why we always identify with the people. That's why more black people in America will probably identify with the native people than they do with the Congo people. That's just fact. Because Black America always identifies with people that's being on the underdog. Just like in South Africa, to be honest with you, Black America has more in common with the Afrikaners and the Boers than they did the Black South Africans. And it's just the truth. Only the racism, white supremacy is what we have in common with the Black people down there. But as far as like the power dynamic, as far as numbers, the Afrikaners had a legitimate thing. They're outnumbered. And so therefore their culture and their identity can be erased. That's a legitimate fight. Black America is going through the same thing in America. Our culture is gradually being erased because we're a minority group. Anytime you're a minority group, you run the risk of being exterminated, and absorbed and whatnot. If you don't like what your culture is, then you don't mind it. But if you want to preserve your culture and your heritage and your race, you want to one day be the majority. As simple as that. That's the way it is. That conflict is always going to exist. So like I said, people ask me about America. Look, as long as we're in America and we're a minority group, my brother Hit said, it's always going to be conflict. You can't rectify. No reparations is going to rectify you being a permanent minority group at the bottom of America. No matter how much reparations you get, It's not going to solve that problem. White people know that. They're like, it was just a waste of money because, like, after they spend their reparations money up, they'll be complaining again. They know it. So why even do it in the first place? They do benign neglect. We just ignore that they're even there. You know, all the noise they make, we don't care. We just ignore them. Benign neglect. What John said, Collar died to the reality of the continent and every race, people, ability to exploit Africa. It's time to expect Africa's inferior people. Nah, I wouldn't say that. I would say I just think the bottom line is this: the problem with Africans is they would rather fight people that look like them than fight their real enemies. I don't know. That makes them inferior, whatever like that, because I look at every other history thing. People always make enemies out of people who look different from them, not the people who are like them. They see the people who look different from them as the enemy, right? And people like them. We got band together, like the Han groups did against the Mongols, the Greeks did against the Persians. The Saxons did against Rome, and the Gauls, all they did at Rome, they united against Rome. Same thing with the Rhineland people, Rhine tribes united against Rome. But people put their differences aside and fight a common enemy. But Africans, basically, when they see Europeans came, the only time in history where the foreign person was seen as a friend, and he made you see as your neighbors close to you as your enemy. That one thing ass backward culture in Africa is what caused it the transatlantic slave trade and the degradation we go to. That's why I say, and Broody don't like when I say this. Given that, right, I'll say it again. We need protection for three things. We need protection from the white races, the white people in the world. We need protections from the African, and we need protections from ourselves. Those three things. If we can't have that, we have nothing. That's what nationhood ultimately will do. It gives us protection against the white man and his world. It gives protection against Africa and the chaos, that the decivilization that comes with Africa and everything, the hatred and tribalism, all that shit like that. And we need protection for ourselves, the criminal element and the nigger that's inside of us that will destroy us. More dangerous than anything else. Most dangerous thing to Black America is Black America itself. So we need protection from all those things. And you'll never do that in this man's civilization in America. I'm just being honest with you. I would up and tell you we could do this and blah, blah, blah. The only thing we need is nationhood. And you see that, you'll see all these things probably going through will disappear overnight, really overnight in our own land. We start building a nation, whatever like that, and just even conceptualizing it will have a calming effect on Black America, because they'll notice something else besides this country, and stuff like that. So that's what I believe in, wherever else, somebody else, I don't know, Hey, Jonathan, why don't you come up here and explain yourself, bro? Why do you think Africans are inferior all of a sudden?
Hey, yo, I hope Bantu Mendinga is doing well. I know he's from LA. I hope he wasn't affected by that fire.
Yeah,
I know Jonathan's up north, so he's good.
That's fair, but it's I don't know. They hire a DEI hire. They find out, okay, the lady didn't know what she was doing. But the bottom line is, it's all about diversity, Elvis, right? Diversity. We don't know how to put out fires. We don't know how to do protocol. We don't know what that's not important, right? The main thing is we had a minority up there, and we got a minority a job, whatnot. Boo, yay, yay, yay. Diversity. Look, man, if I get on a plane, I don't want to hear about your DEI or whatnot. I want to know, is that person trained to fucking land this goddamn plane? I don't want to hear about no DEI hire and shit like that when it comes down to life and death situations. That's how stupid.
But Kyle, you think they give people that pilot license because there's a DEI?
All I know is this. Every time I keep looking around, I keep seeing plane crashes and whatnot. And I'm saying,
come on. Those are not. What do you think? The minorities or women?
Anytime people.
Kyle, you're bigot, bro. Your mind is so warped. Everything is bigot.
I'm a fucking proud bigot. I like things. If you ain't qualified, get the hell out of here. You ain't getting a job. You ain't. You're not getting.
But you're just assuming that you don't have the facts, and you think these people are not qualified. Some of these planes were
Well,
shot
you
down
can't land a
by
plane
drones and other
properly,
things like that.
or basically you didn't check proper maintenance and the engine fails in the sky thousands of feet up or whatnot. That's a protocol thing. That means somebody didn't do their job when somebody was incompetent. You know, so I ain't making no excuses for incompetent people.
Kyler, you want to know? You haven't checked the black box. You don't know what happened to those
Yeah,
planes
we do
that
that.
caused them to crash. You just assuming shit.
I assume that's a fucking DEI hired. They fucking.
That's what I'm saying. They don't give they don't give people their pilot license simply because they're women or minorities. You have to earn it.
Well, there's a rush to we need more women, black pilots, or whatnot. You know. So what do you think they're gonna say? Look, if the government says we want more pilots, whatnot, of course they're gonna skip courses and get them in there.
A person is a pilot because they qualify as a pilot and spend
but that don't mean they went through all.
thousands of hours flying.
That don't mean they went through all the protocols that they when they have DEI affirmative action, they always skip certain things to get them through because it's an outcome based thing. You know, the main thing is not.
Kyler, the reason you have DEI is because of the history of this country. There have been times where people have been excluded based on their race or their gender.
Yeah, hold on. But they don't know
how come on.
They don't. It's like this. DEI people are addicted or allergic to.
It's just a conscious effort to fix that wrong, to repair that wrong that was perpetrated against people of color and women.
So they could say, you know something, we tried to hire blacks and look what happened and whatnot. They basically all the DEI is an attack on intelligent, qualified, professional black people. You know, they to get incompetent black people to make all black people look stupid and incompetent. Is it Jonathan Miller? What's on your mind, bro?
The king is here.
No.
All right. Bow to the king, Kyler. Now, at the end of the day, I'm dead serious, though. We have to be honest. I was talking to some friends of mine or whatever. And we're discussing Africa's current situation. It just gets worse and worse and worse.
Still can't
and
give
at
up.
Some point,
Still
and that's Tyler, I'm sorry. At some point, we're going to have to deal with the reality that at the current moment, our people in Africa, they are inferior. Ghana, they let white people get citizenship. They let Arabs get citizenship. They hand over
China's trying to get that money. They're trying to get the bag, man.
Yeah. And at the end of the day, as seen throughout the continent, wherever these people got citizenship, they exploit the hell out of the people that live there. So what that means is that they don't learn a damn thing. And then you look back at videos, when Robert Mugabe was, cooed out or stepped down by force. The people were just so happy to see white people there, right? They were celebrating white people are back. We're going to eat. They're starving even more than they ever starved now. It's like that. It's kind of like they don't learn anything.
We just gotta pray for our African brothers.
No. I don't think God can help this one. This is beyond God.
God can help all things, even Africans.
All right.
What about Burundi? He thinks the problem is us not being more like them.
God forbid. No. The problem, I will admit finally that the problem is that Black people in America have is that we, for whatever reason, we've seen the world through the eyes of white Americans and racism. And so we looked at every non-white person as a Negro just like us that needed to be helped and saved and fought for, even when they clearly was not going to be on our side once they get to America. And I think we got our ancestors, they kind of got to take the L for this. And I think it makes sense. Somebody said this to me. Why would we expect the people who wouldn't even reinforce the people that were fighting in their homelands to come to America and be our reinforcement? They wouldn't reinforce their own heroes back home.
Yeah, well,
so they'll come over here where they're a minority, well, we're a minority, and they'll reinforce us against even greater people. They wouldn't even, it's just not realistic. It's just not realistic. And so we got to be honest that, Africa, as it currently stands, is a continent full of inferior people. And
also inferior mentality. I don't believe anybody is inherently inferior. I just think the culture.
I mean, I would like to say the culture is inferior, but at the same time, if you tell that to an African, they'll be like, that's another thing, Colin. That's another thing we got to be honest about. Africans try their best to downplay Black American success.
They do.
On the global stage. How can you even, that is the most inferior thing ever. The fact that you got to look, it's kind of like going to a top tier university's college and the students are graduating. And you're like, man, these people ain't successful, really. These people ain't smart,
Well,
really.
the whole thing you got to say, a lot of Africans are taught that they're coming here to rescue white America from us. They're really taught that, and they actually they're victims of they don't understand the propaganda. White America always wanted to make it seem like Black America's failing, and Africans buy that shit, And so they come here, they're like, "Oh, I'm even though like it's like evidence, like in where I live at, right? Nothing but Black American success all over the place, right? Virginia, because Virginia is so old as far as Black America, sir. You got Black people in every profession, high levels, whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess when you tell Africans that, we're all fucking doing bad and there's no success here and no nothing. And every time you see a Black, so like I'm thinking when I was hanging, I just got my office sign put up today, new office sign put up today. It looks nice. Anyway, when I'm standing outside, me and my sister standing outside looking at it, right? Now, I bet you people driving by probably saying, look at those Nigerians over there with their business. They're crazy. They completely erase Black America, right? And basically just, if you're successful in America, right? Like I had a lady, people that did my car the other day, nice mechanic shop, right? And the lady was from the deep South, right? But she had like a little accent, like deep South Southern accent, right? For a little bit, her voice sounded like she was Nigerian. I was like, wait a minute, are you Nigerian? Then I looked at her, no, they're Black American, right? They're just country people, But you know how sometimes when you listen to a country person and they talk in a thick accent, where sometimes you mistake it for an African accent, And I'm like, I almost believe it. Like, oh man, Black people can't do anything. It's all African immigrants. They're doing everything, man. So yeah, they do downplay our success in America, man. I don't know what that's.
Yeah, but my thing is, if white people are able to convince them something that's completely stupid, you must be stupid.
Don't ever estimate the stupidity of Black people, man. Anywhere.
Yeah.
Black people are stupid. We're just a stupid race.
Now, Kyla, I sent you a video on Messenger about this fire that happened. It started over a dumb reason.
What?
So people are arguing, and a dumbass decides to drive into a tanker truck, a fuel tanker truck. Why would you do that? Boom! Everyone, gets fucked up in the process. But at the end of the day, throughout Africa, not even just Nigeria, they have these tanker explosions all the time.
Yeah, they have one in Liberia.
And hella people get killed. And in my mind, I'm wondering, do you know they were trying to put out the big ass fire, running to go get buckets of water?
Yeah, I see that in Liberia.
Like, what the heck? At some point, do you not realize, what? This happens a lot. We probably need to do something about this to prevent it from happening again. No. They don't do anything to try to prevent it from happening again.
Well, I don't know.
That's a part of the stupidity.
My whole thing is in Africa, it's got to start with the top down. I think this lady right here, African American lady taking over Liberia University, even though these Liberians upset about it, so at this point in time, I think even the Buckeye, don't let these people listen to Buckeye. Buckeye's doing a good job. Don't listen to Elvis. The bottom line is this: there's people in Liberia that's really had it. They're basically like, look, if we got the bridge to bring Black people, Ghanaians, and Nigerians from all over to replace all these fucking people, these unqualified people, we're gonna do it. That's just the way it is. Because bottom line, you can't sustain this. I saw the other day where a Big Mac truck ran over a little girl in Liberia. And it was like, that's somebody's child. I was like, these people, aren't you the same people that was screaming on the beach 45 years ago? So Congo woman born soldier, some stupid shit. I'm like, how's your life turned out? The government
Yeah.
don't give a shit about you, and no safety, no nothing. I'm like, it is what it is. But I don't know. But like I said, I'm not gonna give up on Africa. That's our motherland, But
Yeah, I'm not saying give up on them at all. I'm not saying that at all. But I think the approach needs to be different. We can't go over here being like, the Chinese are taking over this place, right? They're not taking over. They're our friends. I mean,
that's
at
why I
this
say.
point,
That's why
African
I say.
Americans
That's why I say.
either.
I say the only thing we could do long term. Like, I don't buy this idea of Ghana giving citizenship. Ghana's doing that for itself. We're not going to benefit from the Ghanaian citizenship. They're looking out for themselves and whatnot. We're trying to build somebody else's country up, And so the bottom line is I'm just like, I cannot put my people's future in the hands of these people. No, it's not going to happen. We need to have African people in power, somewhere making decisions, stuff like that. That's the only way shit's going to get done. How that happens, what that look like, I have no idea. But, I look at Africa and like, there's no way we could send our people into that shit. No way. The only country in Africa that's functional looks like is probably Namibia, Botswana, and maybe South Africa a little bit, but that's about it.
Well, yeah, but interesting though, Kyla. That's where all the white people were
Of
in
course,
those
the bottom line.
countries.
That's the sad part about it. If you want to,
So that means where the
if you
white
want to
people
live,
didn't
if you want
go.
to live good in Africa, you might as well stay. I say you might as well stay in America, right? Because you gotta have to. If you want to live a quality of life in Africa, you gotta live around white people. That's the sad part. It's a sad freaking thing in the thing. All the areas that got large white enclaves are thriving in Africa. And whites and Indians. You see them in large numbers. The country's doing good. Kenya, Tanzania, the Seychelles.
Anywhere where they got non-black and non-African Americans or
Yeah,
African Americans, they're thriving. But when it's just purely just the locals, it's a hellhole.
yeah, it's a hellhole.
And you hate to admit it. I hate to admit it. I really do hate to admit it.
Yeah, the bottom line, when white people say that stuff like that, you guys haven't built a country like we're Rudy. He's up here with all this Afrocentric, but dude, man,
He's lying to himself.
yeah, he's just delusional. But he wants us to be delusional. The bottom line, people are not going to go someplace because we're Bantus, but they're living in hell. Nobody goes to a place where they drop their standard of living, their quality of life, and everything just to be part of some Bantu expansion, whatever the fuck it is. It's not gonna happen. Brody makes Africa. He doesn't hold Africans accountable for anything. Nothing. It's all us.
And that's the part of being Pan-African, though. So I've learned that in order to be Pan-African, you got to put yourself down and just embrace Africa. And whatever Africa does wrong, it's okay.
I can't do that. I cannot.
They could be full on well backwards, and it's okay because the white man is the problem, and we don't know who we are. Like, really?
That's the bottom line. I do know clean from dirty. I know right from wrong. I know good from bad. I know up from down and whatnot. I know in from out. All these things are just apparent. What appears is apparent. Apparently, I'll be like, you motherfuckers don't know what the fuck y'all doing. So I think I'll stay in America for a little while longer. That's apparent. Apparently y'all know what you're doing.
Now, real question, though, Colin. Do you think that if Black America just gave up on the whole global Negro ideology and just said, you know what, fuck everybody else, we got to deal with this white devil in front of us. We're going to deal with this head on and not worry about everybody else that exists on the planet.
I've long said that Black America really don't need other people.
We would be better off, completely better off.
Hold on. The reason why I agree with that statement is like somebody, I think it was St. James came up here and was talking about, oh man, the United States is saying this about Niger. I said, that's not my fucking business. That's y'all problem, Burkina Faso, homeland. I said, I like Ibrahim Traore, but if he's fucking with the United States, it's not gonna end well for him, Well, what are you guys doing? I'm not gonna do a fucking thing, I'm like, look, I'm at the point where, I'm only concerned about my people over here, I have never gained anything out of support. We always put ourselves on the line supporting Africa, taking Africa's side against the United States and everything like that. We always end up looking like fools, when the same people that we jumped out there for, they end up sucking up to America in the end, And like, thanks for making us look like fools here. Now you up there hugging up with the same white man. You said you were trying to fight. So I'm like, nah, we can't do that, So I'm like this, hey, look, as far as like geopolitics, until we basically get a settlement from Africa, they agree that we should have a nation state of our own. I said we got nothing to talk about. That's the way I feel. We have nothing to talk about.
Now, Princess says that the world is global. I agree. The world is global. And everyone from around the globe is pillaging Africa.
Yeah. Bottom line, the world's global.
That's how global it is.
Yeah,
Not Africa's pillaging anybody else.
The global
just
thing
pillaging Africa.
The gold thing is, people say that global, basically it's an excuse to rape or be in Africa. Like when I was in Liberia, me and Mike talked about that the other day. Why is it that we're in Grand Bassa and we see the two Chinaman going up the thing? If you're mining for sand, right? You don't have the rights to. That's not a mining permit. That's just I forgot what it's called. They're legally mining. They're only supposed to be extracting sand, but they're looking for diamonds, and they can get away with it because all they have to do is just slip a little small to local officials to look the other way. So I said to myself, "There's no way that this country could survive like this." You know what I'm saying? There's no way. When people are it's like this, no way a country can survive. I've seen it with my own eyes. I'm saying, imagine one thing you hear about corruption and whatnot. Then when you witness it with your own eyes, like police officers taking bribes and shit, I'm like, what the fuck, man? You see it with your own eyes, man. I'm like, damn, man,
No, but hold on, Carla, because Prince is just being crazy right now. He says you got gentrification at an all-time high, but only Africa's doing bad. Prince, my dear brother, when Black people moved out of Oakland, we moved to the suburbs.
Well,
that's your definition of gentrification. We move, other people move in.
Check us out. The bottom line is this.
Weirdo?
A lot of times,
Come on
black neighborhoods were not getting the loans, the equity loans to upkeep the house and everything. So the bottom line is, before they lose everything, they sell and move out, right? It's just so happens when white people move in, they can refinance it, get a whole house completely rebuilt and done. Redone, new cabinets, new sinks, everything, 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 new flooring, all that stuff like that gets done. Everything you go in a white person's house, everything is new. They remodel their house every 10, 15 years. Black houses, whatnot, because we don't get those loans and whatnot, every time you go to a black person's house, it's like, okay, it's like you're in 1975, in the suburbs. White person's house, same neighborhood and whatnot, everything's brand freaking new. New fireplace with brick fireplace, new everything. Big flat screen TV up on the wall. A kitchen with that. The new countertops and all shit like that. Stuff that makes the place look up to date and new. But Black people, we don't do that. That's why we end up moving out, because the house had losing value. When white people start moving in, the police show up more, and those things push the metrics up. Where you have more police patrol, more arrests, more like that. As crime trends downward, the property value goes up. And that's what happens.
Now, Carla, let's think about this. I'm talking about Africa. And Princip is saying you got Blacks networking. These people need to paint us as enemies so they can work together. Nigga, you from Haiti. Now, why are you trying to overly attach yourself to Africa? You're from Haiti. That's that victim mentality that they talk about. Now, you got to think about this, though, Carla. Back in the days, when we called each other African booty scratcher, we were only referring to us. But the victim mentality in Africa is so strong, they got offended and thought that it was about them. Can you imagine that?
I don't know. We didn't grow up with no Africans, so how would we then? We call each other that.
Exactly. But that's the victim mentality. In principle, coming from Haiti, which I will understand why he would have that victim mentality, because Haiti's been fucked over left and right.
Because Haiti is so jacked up, they tend to identify with Africa more. They're like, okay, well, no, you forget Haiti's in this hemisphere, bro. You know, it's not.
CARICOM is working with Africa, but at the same time, the Jamaicans can't access the beach in their own homeland, and the Haitians can't go back to Haiti without being kidnapped and killed and gangbanged on. What the hell is Africa going to do about that? Not a goddamn thing. Fuck. Like, come on. We got to be honest about some shit at this point.
Not a damn
You can
thing.
work with whoever the hell you want to work with. That ain't changing shit. What is Africa going to do? They sent Kenyan troops to Haiti to go do whatever they're doing, and the situation got worse. And then they say, you know what, the Kenyans can't do anything. Let's send some of these other people over there. That's what that means, bro. Congratulations.
This is a sad situation. Like I said, I tried for 35 years. It seems like Africans don't want to. Like I said, I thought by now Nigeria would be a superpower. I have a business office in Nigeria. We'd be in South Africa, blah, blah, blah. When my business right now that I'm doing, I'm proud of. I thought I was doing this on the African continent, to tell you the truth, man. I thought it'd be in Johannesburg, Botswana, just crisscross in every country. I thought I had dreams of having a house in every country, but never happened,
Yeah. I think the biggest problem is that we're never going to be able to help Africa get better if they're not going to be honest about anything. There's got to be that come to Jesus moment in which they'd be like, we are stupid. We're being very stupid right now. I know too many people in Nigeria that be like, white people are not a problem, Nigerians are a problem. Okay, that's okay. Good job. That really helps your cause.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like it. Nigeria has oil. Do you know Nigeria said like $400 billion was wiped out, disappeared from Nigeria, and the bottom line is Europeans, white people, you think they're ever going to let Nigeria, the white man's going to let Nigeria be a threat to them? No. Nigeria right now should be a nuclear power, with weapons, everything that these other countries like Pakistan, Pakistan don't have no oil, does it? Not that I know of.
No,
How's Pakistan got nukes?
exactly.
Doesn't. So I said like this.
A lot of little weird countries got nukes that shouldn't have nukes.
Yeah,
But
so,
now I was looking into something. You know that Ibrahim Traore guy, the one that we all wish for the best of luck. There was a coup, right? And then there was another coup, and then another coup.
Yeah,
At some point, it's like a coup after coup, and we all just happy that they're just coups and coups. There was Abraham Traore was a part of a coup, and then he couped the person that he helped coup. I mean, at this point, it's like, bruh, we're just happy that it looks like these African countries are fighting back. But at the end of the day, we've seen this throughout Africa. Even when there's a coup in the coup, that person usually just get cooled up by his own people anyway.
Right.
And it keeps on being. It's a never-ending cycle.
They sound convincing too. Every time they have a coup, we got a coup because they always accuse people of rampant corruption, and so that's how they discredit a country. And remember something. People don't understand something, right? When we talk about, and I know a lot of like people, Elvis, believe in this whole so-called social justice, the rights of progressives and students and whatnot. You guys probably don't remember what China did in 1989 with Tiananmen Square. China said hell to the no, right? Because they knew the CIA was behind that shit. The Chinese Communist Party said hell no. They cracked down on that shit so hard and whatnot, and everybody was like, with me, I ain't want no human rights. I ain't want the right to vote. It wasn't me. I wasn't involved in that shit. They went in there and started rounding up students and whatnot, and then putting people to death, right, like that. If that would have happened in Liberia would be a country right now, Now China is making some reforms and everything like that now. But back in 89, they were like, no, it's our way or no way, And so I think that's what Africa is going to have to need one day, They're going to need strong leaders that basically say, put their foot down and say enough is enough, If you're trying to cause chaos and stuff like this, you're going to pay the ultimate price. But Africans have this idea that, rioting and protesting and rioting and stuff like tearing up shit to make a political point is legitimate. It's not, especially when you're living in like the old president of Malaysia said, especially when you're living in a developing country. That country could spiral out of control at any time. If you let people, it was that Timothy was legitimate pushback. Look, the bottom line is this: the students had ideals, right? They want democracy. They want all these things. They're reading Abraham Lincoln, all these nice words. But the bottom line is this: there's a thing. They were students, and they really thought that they were smarter than the government, right? They were engineers, whatever like that. So of course that. But the thing is, they knew how, but they didn't know why. The man who knows how will always have a job, always have a place. But the man who knows why will always be his boss and leader. But you can't have a bunch of know-hows, know-hows talk about, we want power. Look, there's a reason why China's Communist Party now has the second largest economy in the world. There's a reason for it. And India at the same time had democracy and is poor. China did not have democracy, and look what the economic miracle produced. All they did was basically India has election after election, and they get no place. China has one political party governing 1 billion people. Same time, that's like Africa has like 54 governments, and hundreds of thousands of political parties. That's why nothing gets done. If Africa has one government, right, one strong like the Soviet Union, and one government governing a whole continent, it gets someplace. But
they were like the EU, but they're not intelligent enough to get to that point.
Yeah, we're not intelligent. This is greedy. They don't want to see sovereignty. They don't. Africans don't want to see sovereignty.
You got to think about it, Kyla. If you were intelligent enough, forget the greedy part. If you're intelligent, I always think of it like this. In Nigeria, they always say that they're greedy. They're like, yeah, but if you develop this place and brought in more money for investment and everything else, you could easily get more money from your greed than you currently can as constructed.
Yeah, they don't.
It's like, are you dumb? You can't be that dumb.
The average African doesn't think long term. Things like what they call in Liberia, they call it belly-driven politics. It's short-term, belly-driven politics. Just whatever is necessary for that moment. The Africans don't think like that. Like in decades, benchmarks, hundreds of years. So they don't think that because they know somebody in the opposition will cut. Oh, things are taking too long. It's time to overthrow the government. Happens all the time, Happens all the time.
Now, this Ross Moist still right. He says it was smart for Black Americans not to delete all white people like the Haitians did. Haitians were not doing hella bad, bro. You guys were actually doing good at one point. And then the United States government went over there and did what they did to your damn country. Like, bro, y'all wasn't knowing. Even in Haiti's current state, the average Haitian makes more than the average Nigerian without the damn drama. You're not doing as bad. And I think that's a problem that what I don't like about a lot of Caribbean countries is that I don't think they ever realize how developed they are. They think they're African. Maybe they're African in the mindset, but you got running water, motherfucker. Yeah. You got electricity. They don't.
Yeah, I never hear any Caribbean islands talk about electrical problems. You ever notice that?
They don't.
I never hear.
I went to Belize. They got like 98%. Everyone got electricity. There's no outages.
Countries like Bolivia and all these countries, Central America, they solved their electrical problems decades ago. Colombia, Venezuela, whatnot. One thing they did was they solved basic things like running water, sewers, electricity, basic infrastructure. So that's not an issue in these countries.
Yeah. So I'll be wondering, like, what? Now there are movements in this country, so especially in Jamaica, people be like, no, I'm Jamaican, Bagwan, I'm Jamaican, I'm North African. There are some people over there that just like they're done with this whole Africa shit because at the point you're just trying to hold on to victimhood at this point. Maybe it's time to just let it go. And then now Ross Moyes being dumb and dumb again. He says that all Africans are not one. But funny how all Africans act like they are one big Negro.
Yeah, they
act like they're one.
It comes down to dealing with us. They united against us. I'll tell you that. Because like Africans be coming from different countries and whatnot. But when it comes down to talk about the Black American, they're all together on the same page.
Yeah. And I've heard Africans be like, we are smart, we speak multiple languages. Like, motherfucker, you were forced to speak the language you speak. That wasn't voluntarily. Like one thing I have realized, I was talking to some people that live in the Amazonian region out there in Cameroon. I'm gonna start calling it the Amazonian Republic. And at the end of the day, it's like the Amazonia region. Frenchie should really come on and talk about Cameroon. Might be a little bit helpful.
I have a guy in the BAO.
Is he from there? He should come on and talk about it. I'll bring somebody on to talk about it. These people didn't even have a say in independence. They didn't have a say in independence. They had no choice but to either pick Nigeria and be a minority in a oppressed situation similar to the Igbos who want to be independent or get reparations, or be with the Cameroonians, which they felt would be less oppressive. That's the one that they picked. They didn't have a choice. And now they're saying, well, we want independence. And I'm like, African Americans, we should support the Amazonian cause.
Yeah,
we should support them.
I thought about Amazonian being part where the African could be. I thought about that. I was talking to a guy, we lost contact. So
yeah, we gotta as people support Afghanistan, we should be supporting other independence movements.
I do.
I think about it.
Hold on. There's a group called the Movement for Independent New Independent African States. I joined years ago. It's called, I forgot what it's called, but I don't know if it's still there. Website. It was a website. New Organization for New. It was an acronym. Organization of newly proposed African states. No, the mission statement was emerging African states. That's what it was. Emerging African states. Google emerging African states. Group. Yeah. So there was basically it was Amazonia. It was Biafra. It was a whole bunch of places in there that they were basically like that. They got inspired by the South Sudanese. And so it's like this. And I joined because I thought about an African diaspora homeland called an Afghanistan. That's why I joined. So it is what it is. So Rudy's always coming at me. He said, "Logical, like you're right. Africans can't be described or judged by Nigerians. Yes, they can. But Colin's not world child. Nothing against Nigerians. I'm saying it's a pattern on the continent. It's a pattern on the continent. Basically, look, man, it's like shit. I just want black people wasting a lot of time when these countries went out. I think also Black America, we got to start reaching to other races of people and people out there. I want to know what the Russians got to say. I want to know what the Japanese got to say. I want to know what the Chinese got to say. I want to know what the Iranians got to say. There's other people out there besides Africans. Can't let Africans be the only game in town.
Yeah, we gotta let it go. Not let it go entirely, but we at least gotta come together in that just.
Months ago, I'm not like I said. People say, "Oh, Colin." Like, I don't care about if I don't ever get any land in Liberia. I don't care about that. I could get land if I want to, but that doesn't really bother me. You know what I'm saying?
We don't do it. We can do it. We can do it in the South. We can do it in the South.
It doesn't matter. I got a house right here.
It'll be honorable to do it in the land that our ancestors come from, and that would be a beautiful thing. But also that would mean we'll be starting over. And I don't think our ancestors would actually want us to just start the fuck over entirely. And then have to deal with the constant bickering between people who look like us all the time. Then the hate from people who look like us all the time.
That's what I said.
We can build this in the South.
I like this.
Doesn't need to be in Africa.
Either we build in Afghanistan or just stay in America. That's what I'm saying. If we build in Afghanistan or stay in America. You know, fuck it. You know. Yeah, like I said, that's what I said. Then that would actually connect us to Africa through diplomacy and stuff like that. You know, but I don't see us just assimilating to African society and culture. You know, like the people want to do. I don't see that happening. You know, we're just too different. We got a lot of demons in us that we got to work out. It's all good for Africans too, because they don't want large numbers of us over there. We'll destroy them. You know, we would.
And that might be necessary, unfortunately.
I
Listen. I have seen
large numbers of us over there to a particular country. We literally destroy them. You know, I know it. You know, so it's
it might be necessary. I think we might have to make sacrifices, unfortunately, for the greater good. But Tyler, as things is currently constructed, you know how Black Americans always talk about how many people we have lost due to abortion, right? Okay, well, look how bad of a position that Africa is in, and how many people they have actually lost due to everything.
Yeah.
I mean, come on now. Number one in disease, number one in poverty, number one in lack of development, number one in corruption. Although I don't necessarily believe that, but number one in corruption. Just number one in everything bad, just connected to Africa. That and we get these dummies that be like, all we have to do is just work. Even if Africa did trade with each other, they already do trade with each other, by the way. But even if they did trade with each other, does that make the continent richer?
Yeah.
No.
Influx of Black West.
Your countries get richer by you doing trade with other countries outside of the continent. Europe does trade with countries outside of their continent.
80% of what you bring in should be capital, goods, and machinery, or build machine yourself so you can make more product. That's how you multiply and grow your economy, but they don't do that, Africans import a lot of stupid stuff for consumption, something they could be making themselves. I'll be like, okay. I say, you want to manufacture? It's right there on your shelves. All the stuff that Lebanese are selling you. So
Prince is calling me goofy. He says, you come to America, you read the statistics, bro. America is a better country. Prince, you have to acknowledge being poor in America. It's not being poor in Haiti. That's why you got here.
Yeah.
You have a choice to be poor in Haiti or be poor in New York City. You will pick New York City every single time. Because when you're thirsty, you can walk to the local park and go to a water fountain. There's a water fountain, my nigga. You can go to the bathroom. There's a bathroom that doesn't exist in your country as it stands today. Or in Africa. That's the difference between being in a wealthy country that you helped build in comparison to one that you couldn't build and you said, fuck it, I'm gonna get the hell up out of here. And I'm gonna go to America and I'm gonna work a regular ass job and act like I'm the shit. Because having a regular job makes you the shit nowadays, which is what most of the Africans get. They get these regular ass jobs and they're like, I'm successful. Nigga, you are driving a yellow taxi.
Yeah, that's the thing. Well, yeah. Like I said, do you know what the sad part about that is? By the way, Lisa, congratulations for your niece. Don't know her, but she had a baby. Look, the bottom line is this: when people let people in here from other countries and whatnot, they say, okay, they're doing jobs that the locals don't want to do, right? They even attacking white people like that now, Ramaswamy. But the bottom, they don't understand. Their kids are not going to do those shit jobs, Those kids are like, they walking around, they may have friends and whatnot. Oh, I'm going to do this. I'm going to be IT this. I'll make this much money. You think they're going to want to sit there and work in the friggin' supermarket like their parents or some shit aspect? No. The kids are either going to try, if they can't get what they want in the mainstream America, they're going to turn to crime. That's what you're going to see a lot of black immigrant going to happen next, They may come here and be satisfied driving a cab or whatever, or having Uber and stuff like that to make ends meet, but their kids are not going to want to do that, especially when they was born here. They'll grow up here. They're gonna want more. And America is not ready to accommodate these people. They don't tell that part. America is not ready to. America is trying to keep jobs and opportunity for themselves. I don't know why African immigrants think there's an endless supply of jobs and opportunity here. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
They think there's an endless supply of jobs and opportunity that all they have to do is basically be good Negroes and they'll give it to you. No. Bottom line is they'll take you to do their shit jobs they want to do, but do you think they're going to let you into the jobs as newspaper editors, all the dream jobs that they go to school for? I know a lot of people that basically got jobs like, oh, you make that $150,000 a year for that. Well, I'm like the girl, you know, the girl that what that was it Spotify. See what the one tech girl at Spotify makes a year. All she does is listen to music, and I don't know what the fuck she does. $300,000 a year. Some geeky white chick. Do you see black people with jobs like that? And the stuff on Spotify, I post stuff on Spotify. A lot of content are black people, you know, giving up free content on that. But she's making like $300,000 a year as I forgot what she does, you know, for Spotify. And I'm saying to myself, that's a white job, you know? Do you think these black immigrants are ever going to get to that level? No. Those are jobs.
They're not. Tyler, it's sad. You got to look at the statistics. Black immigrants, in terms of immigrant success, very bottom.
Yeah.
Very bottom. Like, what the fuck?
But they have this idea. Look, everybody in America is trying to get to those jobs like that in Silicon Valley and stuff like that, making a half. You know how much those people at Twitter were making? Elon Musk, those guys will make almost $1 million a year at Twitter, doing nothing but sitting in there playing ping pong all day. You know, I'm like, only white people. That's America. White people have jobs where they go like Google. You ever seen Google? You know what they do at Google? They be in Google playing with balls and whatnot, throwing balls at each other and everything like that, collecting $150,000 a year, doing nothing.
At Facebook, they ride skateboards throughout the office.
That's what I'm talking about. That's fucking America. You know, you idiots, whatnot. You will never experience that. That's the real America. The America that white people have.
That's fine.
White America.
At the baseline, they just want a regular job and a family and a home.
Yeah, but the bottom line, you know, something it's hard to even get that. America's like
that's the problem. That's a problem.
Yeah, but hold on. Okay, let's say you're right, Arbeck, right? But here's the thing, though. The white man up top, right, is not going to share because the reason why he has so much is he makes sure you have very little. So what are you going to do about it? Yeah, we know the problem. Now what are you going to do about it?
Well, the thing is, we upgrade education, but and the economy keeps switching as well. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's never like, you know, we see minimum wage has gone up, but it still doesn't make a dent.
The real America that they're trying to build, they're not even at the level of so-called minimum wage. You know.
Well, yeah. So what I'm saying, so the people, right, who make up the majority, who work at the Walmarts and all those places, though, that's the majority of people.
That's not the majority of people. The good majority of people in the middle class, you know, got careers, stuff like that.
Jobs? What are those jobs?
I just told you. You know, I own my own insurance agency. You know, and I work with a lot of black people who do a lot of freaking high tech shit. Like I had a guy that came in my office today. He used to work for me. And he's thinking about coming back, right? But this guy's an IT guy from Harlem, you know? And he basically does this, but he's in insurance now too. But he thinks about coming back under my agency again, you know? But this guy, like I said, I know a lot of black people. I have a friend of mine that's an engineer, black brother, you know, he's a Navy engineer. He makes $350,000 a year, you know?
Right. I don't want to get lost on that because that's the minimum. That's just a few people. Like I'm talking about.
There's a large
no.
There's a large number of people who make that type of money. Black America, bro.
You would think that that's a few amount of people.
Then if that's the case, then Black America looks totally different.
Yeah, I live in that Black America.
Brother.
Right.
That's
okay.
Black America I live in.
Black America is not doing bad, bro.
what I'm saying is they work. Okay, we know black people work government jobs. They work tech. Black people work everywhere, right? But where's the majority at?
The majority of the people work.
If you're starting to talk about like higher levels, you're talking about education.
What does education lead to?
On the job training.
No, what I'm saying is you're saying that out of 100% of African Americans, or you're saying the majority are educated and are in these high fields.
Well, not everybody has educated.
You
got skilled
brother.
trades. You got people. Look, Hustle Smart, right? He comes on the show. He's a truck driver. He makes almost $300,000 a year. He's a truck driver.
Right, so I'm saying, okay,
so not everybody's broke, man. Not everybody's broke and struggling.
I'm not saying broke. I'm not saying broke. I'm just saying regular jobs, whatever.
He's not. That doesn't require education, but he's a truck driver and he has his own business.
I'm talking about so then you're saying the average person is making $300,000?
No, I'm saying that we cannot justify. In other words, basically, there's this idea that you will quote black people with low income and suffering. It's not it. That's why we can't get no place.
I'm not. Don't put words into my mouth or make me seem like I'm saying something. I'm trying to get a big picture. Out of 100% of black people that live here,
that's a problem. Brother, with all due respect, you cannot lump all. We're all different. We're diverse. You can't lump all black people say out of 100%.
I'm gonna get down to the diversity. I understand we do everything. I understand, but I'm lumping everything in because I'm gonna break down into the diversity. You know what I'm saying? So are you gonna tell me out of 100% of us that the majority?
But 50%, there's no us though. That's the problem. There's no us. People, Black America is so fragmented. Some people may have lived in areas where they had opportunities to meet people, network, and stuff like that.
I understand the totality of how we live.
Else.
I understand all these different factors. I understand the different levels of 100,000, 200, 300,000, and all these different factors. I understand we cover all the gambit. But I'm trying to get now to a fraction of so you're saying 50% or better of us make 300,000?
Well, no, I'm saying no. This is what I'm saying, right?
Or are you just let me say it like 300,000 and that's it?
Brother, let me say it like this, right? That what that does is irrelevant because it's all about your circumstances, opportunity. We used to call it guap, getting what opportunity presents. Some people, you could be in the right place, the right time, and you come across an opportunity, the right person, everything. Next thing you know, you're making it happen out there, or you could never do that, and you could have to work at Walmart. So it has nothing to do with any pattern or anything. It's just with your opportunity, where you luck. Sometimes luck is not on your side, So these are things you can't pick. You just have to be,
When I talk, I think you take the conversation somewhere else. Like, I'm not talking about why or how you got there. I'm just talking about the reality of what is. And then so we use percentages and things like that to get down to it. But if you're saying, oh, this doesn't count or they don't count or this is, and then, you just got to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Like, I'm not even talking about all of that. I'm just talking about what is.
Yeah, and I'm saying what is too. But all I'm saying like this, and I understand you can't pull up. If you don't have no bootstraps, you can't pull yourself up.
No, I'm not talking about even talking about that. Like that's not even. That's an irrelevant conversation.
In other words, basically, I'm gonna give you this, right? Yes, there's racism out there, discrimination.
I'm not talking about that either. But go ahead, man. Go ahead,
brother. What the hell are you talking about? You gotta be more direct in your language for people to understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, he's very vague.
But when Kyla comes in, he kind of like gears it somewhere else.
Hold on, Kyle. I want to hear what he's saying. Say it, bro.
Go ahead, bro.
Out of the 50 states that we live in here in America, right? There's 100% of black people. Out of that 100%, how do we live? Is there 50% or 51% would be a majority out of 100, right?
Okay, let me put.
Okay.
See,
now, brother,
you're gonna if you're always gonna cut me off for something, then it's just never gonna.
You said, how do we live? You said, how do we live? What percentage of black people in America own homes? What percentage, bro? And if you're going to talk about how we live, you got to know the facts.
It kind of doesn't make any sense to, talk if it's not going to be, like a conversation. If what I'm saying is always
okay. Well, let's do it like this. 22% of Black Americans, African Americans, make over 100 grand a year. Roughly 44% of us own homes. Okay. The overwhelming majority of us are in the middle class or higher. We're not doing as bad as you thought we were. Is that okay? Is that clear?
I never said we were doing bad. I was trying to get a concept of things. I'm not like you'll take my conversation and like project for me, or like he must be saying this or going somewhere with that. And you know what I'm saying? It doesn't make any sense then. I get lost in translation and it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, we get you, bro. But you're very passionate. All we're trying to say is, like I said, we look. This is the problem, brother, and Eric Black. And I get what you're coming from. Like, we all want to do something. We all know we have to do something, right? That's that void that's in us that says we got to help our people. We got to do something. But just what we do, we haven't figured that out yet. Because when you look at the statistics, right, when you say we got to help Black people, right? That's what Cornell West and Tavis Smiley made.
I never said that, but continue.
No. I'm not saying you did, but I'm saying a lot of people.
Okay, Colin, ask the brother the main question. What percentage of
hold
on. What percentage of Black people do you think is in the middle class? Arab Black TV.
Out of 100% of Americans that live, Black Americans that are here in the United States of America, you're asking me how many live in the middle class?
Percentage-wise,
I would say maybe 30%.
No.
And 30? What percentage you think are in the lower class?
Roughly 45 to 50%.
Now, why would you think that?
Okay, let him explain. He give you an answer for a reason. Go ahead and explain why you give those percentages.
Well, that's kind of how I, in my travels, and you know what I'm saying, in my older age of me being around and seeing people, how people live, families, friends, everything, and taking into consideration, I don't see this huge middle class society.
Bro, you
have to understand what middle class is. You know what the qualifications for middle class is?
Yeah, part of the middle class is you got to be married.
No, not necessarily. It's based on income. So what do you think? What income bracket do you think the middle class starts
at? The income bracket of the middle class probably starts at around 70,000, some 60.
No. What? No, it's way lower than that.
Damn.
So that's why your numbers are skewed, because a lot of people are in the middle class, even though you wouldn't know, because some of them are living paycheck to paycheck, but they make enough money that they qualify to live in the middle class. I think it's like 48,000 a year or something like that, Jonathan, if I'm not mistaken. It's different based on the states, but I think on a national level, it's like 48,000 or 50,000.
It's like this.
Yeah,
right? Most people are in the middle class.
65% of Black Americans are middle class. That means they make about $35,000 a year more, depending on income level.
No, Colin, I don't think it's 35. I think it's more like 48.
That's an individual, right?
No, I think even that it's like 48,000.
Well, I know.
Year.
If you have a 2-income family, that's just the individual.
No, I'm saying individually it's 48,000. Go check your word down on Google.
No, they don't mention about individual. They go over household. If you have 4 people in the house making $50,000 a year, that's $200,000 a year household. That's what the government goes by, household. So the bottom line, most Black people in America, are in the middle class by statistics like that. Don't mean everybody's rich and everything like that, but just the way the metrics are put out there. Now the whole thing is, when people say that, right? The thing is, and I'm not trying to put my brother down here, but when it all depends on you. You'll get that perception if you're not like around professionals and stuff like that, or you're not in certain places and everything like that. You think that if every Black person you come across a hood and struggling and stuff like that, you get the impression that. But let me tell you something, bro. I live in Virginia, right? Black community, where I live at, right, my city I live in, right, the median income across the board is like $85,000 a year, and we have almost like 30% black population. You know, we have no ghettos, we have no nothing in this area. You know, and so the bottom line is black people here, a couple of Virginia Beach, Chesapeake area, this part of Chesapeake and Virginia Beach, it's probably, I think black people live better here than any place in the United States. That's much my opinion. You know, probably have the highest income, highest standard of living, better houses, everything. That's what I see. Now the problem is when that's why when I do a movement, right, it's never based on we got to do something about poverty, because I know most black people say, well, if you want, I want to connect the black people outside of we got to improve our economics. Okay, that's just a given, right? I want to connect the black people on a cultural and social basis, right? Which would lead to better economics, right? Which lead to better politics, lead to better socio-cultural, which would turn again lead us more economics and then more political power. It's like a spiral, you know? But I can't come to every black people. That's the problem with black people leaders and whatnot. They're going to come into you and talk about the zero wealth. We're going to have zero wealth by such and such day. And that's not the truth, though. You know, everybody's story is different. Some people
it's bluntly not true.
You know, some people got good savings. Some people invest. I deal with this every day. Some people got annuities. They got IRAs. They invest in IRAs. I do this every day. Black people got a lot of retirement, you know, insurance and whatnot, you know, pension funds, everything. There's a lot of wealth in Black America. There's a lot of home equity in Black America. There's a lot of stuff Black America has, you know. And so when people start getting up there preaching, the only thing they're going to preach to us about is poverty and getting out of poverty. These are charlatans, you know. They mean well, but you got to come to black people with more than just poverty. Like myself, my idea is let's do black nationalist politics. Let's do nationhood politics. That can unite us. Not sitting around pity partying over poverty and stuff like that, which is not every black person's situation. You know, that's what I feel about it, you know. Black people have this thing where everything we talk about is poverty, because we have a poverty culture. The culture of poverty is more dangerous than poverty itself, you know?
It's not even that, Carlo. We got poverty politics.
It's poverty.
Because the problem that we have is that as long as some of us are in there, well, then all of us are in there. No. We got to stop that shit. No.
Yeah, I know. Some of us suffer. We're all most. No, I'm sorry. I can't do that shit no more.
We're not doing that.
I can't do that
and
no
it's
more.
okay.
That's done.
I know too many people with college degrees. They're doing good. And then I know niggas with no college degrees, got multiple felonies, and they're balling out of control legally. And that's just across the spectrum.
Yeah, I'm saying.
So to tell me that, you know, we doing poverty, I don't believe it.
The thug ass looking niggas getting into brand new Lexuses and shit. Like, what the fuck is going on? You know, Benzes. Now, what the hell is he doing for a living? Next, you know, found out he's flipping houses and whatnot. Guys, thing, you know, blah blah blah. You never know what people are. You know, so this idea that you know there's this one size fit all, and we gotta rescue everybody and whatnot, and people want to hear your poverty message. That ain't the truth, man. Nobody wants to hear that shit. But everybody want to hear how we gonna get together, build together, and become a people for once. You know. So people don't need you. Like I said, I stopped giving people advice about economics, you know, because I know people, we got the internet now. People can figure, why do I need to go to Boyce Watkins and whatnot when you can look, this is the stupidest thing. Order my kit with everything Boyce Watkins is talking about. You can find it online, research it.
Why do people go to church when they could just sit at home?
Nobody goes to church. I don't go to church no more.
I'm just saying, why do people, whoever goes to church?
They go to fellowship.
All right, then.
So
the reason why they go to church because they want to. That's why.
Yeah, they don't need to. They want to.
Fellowship.
So my whole thing is, I'm saying about Boyce Watkins sitting around talking about, oh, we need to do this, and I got to buy a kit from you, you know, a multi-level marketing kit from you, like Amway, you know, and basically buy my book. And I'm like, yo, look, man, this has got to be a joke, you know?
Everybody got a T-shirt, a mug, a merchandise, a business. Everybody's selling something. Everybody's trying to get into the global market.
But one second, brother. Let me say this, Kyle. And that's something that you do that is, you know, it's not really great. And you like to think of yourself as a professional too. But Watkins has a degree.
So?
In finance. He was a professor thing of marketing at Syracuse University.
Check this out. He's a
He's selling knowledge that he acquired. That's what he's selling. He's not a scammer. The professional man. Why do you have a problem with that?
Look, I read his stuff, right? He does finance. He's not an
You
economist.
bought it, Carla?
What? No, I
You
read
bought
shit.
it?
I read shit online. Somebody put it for free. I read something.
He was a professor.
Yeah, he was. He was a
I think he was a marketing professor at Syracuse.
Yeah, he was
so he was a professor.
He was a non-tenured professor. It's just like
but you can't just walk off the street and become a professor at Syracuse University, Carla.
It's just like being a resident doctor.
Yeah, but he's a professional. You don't just go off the street and become a professor at any university.
I know that, but I'm saying,
So I'm telling you, he is a professional who has a degree and is adept in that field.
Right.
So you can learn something from
you
it.
got to understand something about Black America. Let me school you on some game, right? People basically in Black America usually always inflate their credentials. That's all.
Carla, being a professor is not. Once you're a professor, you don't inflict your credentials, especially at a major university like Syracuse in New York.
Hold on. You know the Jizza of the Wu-Tang Clan is a professor?
Carla, come on.
Hold on. Jonathan Miller could go to a college, say I did something like that.
Carla, that's not what we're talking about. I mean, you like to denigrate professional people, Carla. Stop doing that.
Right? Anybody can be a professor. That means you're a
No, he's not that kind of professor.
Check this out. I could go there and basically somebody say, you know something, I want you to call. I want you to teach they can give me a certificate, whatever like that. A non-credit certificate say, now we want you to teach this African idea course on the African. That's how easy it is.
But Carla, we do have to be realistic that just because we say anyone can be a professor.
No, I'm not saying anybody can be a professor. I'm not saying that. I'm saying when Elvis says like that's a line in saying he's a professor. Dude, come on, stop. And so I'm saying like this: he's not an economist; he's in finance. Now, I'm not taking nothing away from him, right? But then, like I said, all the stuff he's been trying to sell to people, he gets online and he talks about his stuff. He talks about Lizzo. He'll talk about a bunch of stuff. And then it's
Colin, why do people have financial advisors? Why can't Black people hire Boyce Watkins as a financial advisor? What's wrong with
that? Check this out. When he has these seminars and whatnot, and people buy his book, whatnot, how to do how to form trust funds and all like that stuff he knows about. Fine, I get that. He knows all about trust funds, stocks, and what blah blah blah. But all the stuff that you can learn on your own.
Everybody can learn everything.
Nah, hold on, Carla. With that being the case, no, fuck out of here. Fuck that. I'm gonna shoot that shit down right now. You can get your ass up and you can go get your food, but you'll still order Uber Eats and DoorDash. You can learn how to fix your car, Carla, but you did go to the mechanic shop the other day.
Yeah, well, hold up, check this out. My point I'm trying to make is when we basically talk about finance, economics, and stuff like that, that's fine to teach people these things and whatnot if they want to learn and whatnot. But I have yet to see one person, right? Quite wrong. Said I bought Boyce Watkins' book. Now I'm a millionaire.
No one really does that.
Is he selling? I'll make you a million. Is he selling? I'll make you.
No. He's saying
no one really does that.
Okay, let's look it up. Let's look it up. Since you guys asked.
Carla, financial.
No. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. But Carla, have you ever heard anybody say, "I got a Dave Ramsey book or a Susie Orman book, and now I'm a millionaire"?
Well, no. I don't believe.
So why would you hold that against the Black man?
No. I didn't. We never talked to him because
Carla, financial literacy is lacking amongst most people, and especially amongst us Black people.
Let's see.
So it's not about. Sometimes it's not even about making money. It's about.
Let's see one of his videos. Let's see one.
It's about keeping money.
Yeah, it's about keeping money and
money and invest. If you can invest, at the end of the day, keep your money.
It's your money. Know how to live comfortably within your income bracket.
Oh wow!
Those things are very important. Some people making money, but they're living above their means, and they're always broke.
I need to spend $300 to learn that, right?
I mean, Colin, he went to school. He's selling a skill. He's selling knowledge. That's what people
do. You gotta respect that.
Professionals, right? People want to fellowship with professionals and go under them and be in the.
And that's a good thing.
doing?
And what you call it? Boyce Watkins supported Jay Morrison. You know,
I don't, Carla, you can't be doing all of that. You can't do all of that. You wouldn't analyze every little thing this man has ever done.
You call it? And now that he's always involved in politics, here's a video of him going off on Barack Obama. You know, this is what he does. He gets up there. You know, and I've been letting boys slide.
Are preachers men? Do people have opinions? I mean, people are people, and just because
Boyce is my favorite Black Anglo Saxon, you know.
No, Carla. No, Carla. Yes, I'll disagree with you on that.
Yes. Well, wait.
You know what I learned about Black America? We got to get that haterism out of our spirit.
Anyway, I want to talk before we start our morning financial consciousness training. As you guys know, in the Black Business School, we have 159,000 students worldwide, and we do free financial training every single day. My PhD's in finance. I'd love to help you. And if you'd like to be invited to class, which starts at 10 a.m. Eastern, 7 days a week, you can just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948. Text morning to 87948. I want to start there because I'm not just into complaining about problems. I'm into also seeking solutions.
Now look at that. Check this out. This is what Boyce tracks Dusty Brothers, right? He goes, Dusty Brothers too. Boyce taught me how to open a savings account. Wow.
Wait, man. Someone said that?
Yeah, man. Dusty Brothers, man. You know.
Well, that's not fair. You know how many men don't have like.
Lord, man, we're that far back, man.
That is not true. We're not about to keep doing this 1980s Black people are doing bad shit anymore. We got to stop.
What's going on? He just brought it up. Tyler brought that up.
Yeah, that's likely some random nigga that probably unfortunately grew up in a situation in which had zero guidance and probably couldn't read. Other than that,
just brought that situation up, and then he downplayed that
and then we can explain
Watkins, and that he big Boyce Watkins up for showing me something or putting me onto something. Like that's like whatever.
Oh yeah, Kyle, you did just do that, didn't you?
No, I think this dude is just trolling us, right? He also told me how to open a bank account where I don't have to go to the liquor store to cash my check. You know. This dude is playing with you, man. That's what I'm talking about, man. This dude is playing, man. He's trolling us. You know?
Listen, at the end of the day, if he's offering some free shit, I mean,
man, you gotta pay for that
course. Congratulations to him.
Yo,
he said it was a free course.
You gotta pay. No, ain't no free course, man. Get out of here, you know.
But Kyla, at the end of the day, I respect. You know what, Kyla? I know a person who runs a nonprofit organization. He makes over $100,000 a year. And I said, nigga, how you gonna have a nonprofit charitable organization? You making that kind of money?
Well, I ain't making no profit.
He said, nigga, how much do the CEO of Goodwill make that niggas like to donate their shit to? The regional manager makes $400,000 a year, not the top person, just the regional person.
In the white world,
everybody expects to get paid for their shit, Kyla.
Charity is big in the white world.
Yeah, all right, yeah, y'all,
and they make even more money in the white world.
How about this, man? Why don't y'all both take Boyce Watkins' course? Put it what you believe to the test.
Well, I got to do that for Kyla.
I'll take the course. I'll take the course out of boredom.
Eric Black, you can go and teach financial literacy to your brother.
I'm gonna take the course, Kyla. I'm gonna take the course, and if I learn something, I'm gonna come back and get on you, Kyla.
Do that, man. Yo, I'm looking forward to that, bro. You learn financial literacy and then basically get your own class and teach it to the brothers and whatnot. That's making a problem.
Piss you right off.
No, do it, man. Do it, man. Do it, man.
No, interesting though, Kyla. I think Africa needs somebody to teach them financial literacy.
I call myself Dr. Eric Black, and
I think that's a good thing.
Boyce Watkins said he was going to Africa like 5 years ago. It never happened. You know, so I'm going.
Did he go
to meet with the Africans? No, what it was
because Africans need financial literacy,
right? No, he didn't understand how Ghana's land laws work. I said, this dude don't know what the hell he's talking about. He thought he can go over there and he thought that. See, he understands something. First things first. America's land laws came from England. The Magna Carta, the right to own estate, property, and everything. That's what the wealth of America is built on, right? Ghana, the land laws are not built around that. You can't own land, so the land has no intrinsic value because it's not real estate. It's not an asset, So basically, in Liberia, is different. Land is an asset because Liberia has the American system, right? And basically, which, like I said, it comes from the Magna Carta, which was the U.S. Constitution and stuff like that, the right to own property and stuff like that. It was built in the Magna Carta, and that's how you build wealth. Deeded property, land ownership, whatnot. That's in the Liberian Constitution. That's why you can own land in Liberia, outright loan land, and turn traditional land into private property, deeded private
Magna
property.
Carta and all this,
and Ghana,
all this
that voice didn't know that.
All this institution of it, Magna Carta and all that. How did the white man get land? He robbed, stole, killed.
Well, no. Well, hold on. Let me give you an education, bro. First of all, the Magna Carta was done to end feudalism in Europe, where the lords on all land. Everybody was just a feudal peasant.
I'm talking
on
about
the land.
before
That's
the Magna Carta can exist. I'm talking
about. Actually, that's not what it was, Carla. It was a step.
Yes, it was.
Before that,
yes, it was.
It was about the nobility wanting to share power with the monarchy. It wasn't about the peasants.
Hold on.
It was about the nobility.
But the bottom line is the people who ultimately benefited from the Magna Carta and was the peasant because they was able to own land. That's what happened with the Magna Carta, and then this led to the modern republics,
That's what 40 acres and a mule is about, right? Having land, right? 40 acres of land.
Here's the thing, right? When you talk about having land, right, you also have to have some sort of what we call dominion over the land. That means you own it, everything on the land from the sky to the core of the earth, right? That's dominion, right? And your dominion over that land is only as good as it can your
who
land.
You wipe out of that, who you wipe out of that land and say this is mine. It's the paper.
Yeah. That's the way it's done. That's what. No, look, bro. This is the real world. That's exactly what happens.
Who are you telling? I know. I've been in this real world. I know.
Well, you act like you're talking like you're telling me something new. That
no, you act like you're telling me something.
Yeah, of course.
When you say let me educate you, when you say let me educate you, you're acting like you're telling me something new.
Well, because you said something about that Magna Carta, like they took land. That's it. I was trying to educate you that it didn't happen in America.
I was going before the Magna Carta. I talked about white men rob, killing, and taking land from the people.
But that happens all over the world. What about Africa? Do you think Africans didn't do that?
I'm not going into all of that. I'm just talking about what is and what was.
Yeah, well, everybody. Let me tell you, brother. With all due respect, everybody in the world, the whole world is about conflict and people stealing people's land and weak people being oppressed by stronger people.
And black people are the only people who have not going around and robbed, steal, and killed. And
we do it to each other.
That's not true.
Yeah, we do.
No, I'm talking about we the only ones that have been running around robbing, stealing, and killing. Yes, that's not true, bro.
All the conflict in West Africa was over land, territory, same thing everybody else do. The wars in the Congo.
A lot of people like to pretend that before the white people came, that all the black people were just over there loving on each other and shit.
I know. I said that. I know that we was at war with each other. So the bottom line is all about power and dominion, warfare, everything. That happens all throughout history, everywhere. It's never going to end.
And by the way, a lot of the African tribes were migrational people. They would leave one area and go to another area and go to another area. So even when you be like, these people own the land, you left the land and went somewhere else. You don't own shit.
And so land doesn't belong to anybody. It belongs to whoever holds it.
Exactly. And how you get that is how you get it.
Yeah, so that's what I said. So what the thing is, though, when the Magna Carta made land, like it stopped the idea of migrating when land is permanent. Land ownership is permanent in the modern world. So that's why you have nation states, you have dominion. That's why we have a three systems of government. We have a federal, we have a state, we have local. You're local. That's why all the land in America is regulated locally, not federally. It's local.
That's why you had colonization.
Yeah, but colonization is not about land ownership. Colonization is about one group of people controlling a territory and
That's
basically,
land. Territory's land.
No, no, no.
hold on.
It was really just about resource extraction. They didn't want to.
It wasn't
They didn't
about
really
land
want to
or
live there.
resource extraction. You know,
When white people took over, the Oba Benin still had an Oba. They still had kings in Africa. They were just extracting the land.
They were loyal to the crown. Right now, almost all the
America is a
African
business,
kings were
bro.
allegiance to the British crown.
America is a bit. Everything is a business. It's you don't form and go into another country for no reason. You don't indoctrinate the people. You don't take them to war. You don't bomb things. You don't
Go
do
there for the resources. It's just the resources.
Exactly. And if I gotta
Yeah,
clear the
but the
people
land, the resources is in the land. It's not the actual land.
exactly. America is nothing. It's a barren land. The rest of the world has resources.
America ain't barren, bro.
America has so much silver.
America is not barren.
It has silver, gold. It has everything that you find around the world. It's rich in natural resources.
The problem is that there's a lot of resources here, but in order to make the country wealthier, you have to take from other people.
There you go.
We can't just split all of our money amongst each other. Be like, yeah, we're all doing well. Yeah, but we're not rich. We're all in the same field. But once we go outside of our country, we take shit from other people. That's when we become wealthy.
And we know all them people that they was taken from were of melanin tone and had his skin tone.
So let me ask you a question, Eric. Like that being said, right? Why are you still loyal to America?
Who says I'm loyal to America?
You did. I asked you the other day. You said I'm an
you
American.
assume.
You said
Yo,
you're
brother.
American.
Yo, brother.
Hey, be careful, bro. Don't advocate for treason on this platform, man.
No,
bro.
No. I'll let the brother speak. No, because we had the problem the other day. I was trying to speak. You was like, "Why do we got to go anyplace?"
We ain't got no problems, and you assume a lot of things about me.
No. You said we don't need to go anyplace.
I talked all about having home in Africa, having home in America, being global.
I said we gotta have one or the other.
Well, that's you. I was talking about me.
But my whole thing is, okay, I agree with you, right? But see, this what gets me confused, right? When people say like, but you just laid the case that America it was generally racist and whatnot. So why do we need America at all?
I just happen to be born here. That's all I know.
But do you realize that you being born here was a crime against humanity?
I don't know nothing about all that. I just know when I came into existence and where it was at.
You know how your ancestors got here, right?
Yeah, I know all these things, bro. I'm like, I'm well aware of all these things, the histories.
Like I said, this is what I'm saying. Me personally,
past, present, and future.
No offense to you, my brother, right? But me personally, I'm trying to build a movement, right? And
I'm not stopping that, bro.
So much pushback I always get is, oh, we put a lot of effort in here. This is our country too. When on one hand, right? I say, okay, that's legitimate, right? If you believe that, then what you do is you join the MAGA movement, get your American flag, start saluting it, and join the MAGA. I would respect that. But what I don't respect is when people say, no, we don't need a nation. And then they say, America's racist, blah, 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 blah. You can't have both ways. If you believe America's racist, then what you need to do is look onto the BAO Afghanistan website, join local chat, sign yourself up to be a future Afghanistani disciple, say, I want a nation of my own, man. I believe America is racist, but I want to try to pull people because I got a lot of people that believe like I believe, right? But they just can't take that extra step and becoming a black nationalist. It's like, what's holding you back? Well, there's nothing here to hold on to. Let the black people here that love America stay here and build. Let them stay here and build. Those of us who basically have a problem with America's history, we need to build something else. That's all I'm saying.
Totally get what you're saying, bro. I never get where you coming from twisted.
So yeah, I'm a nationalist. I actually believe what I say. I believe that America bringing us here I look at Black America as a crime scene. Stolen Africans, a crime scene. I do believe
we're not stolen, Kyla. We were sold.
So whatever, stolen, sold, whatever. But the bottom line, I believe that nationhood is a human right. Right? I believe that a group of people should be asked, given the history, they got control over our academics, our media, everything. We're not even allowed to have this conversation. Was America the right move for us, right? Then we hear about critical race theory and all these things that black people complain about, racism, systemic racism. I look at even Congressman Crockett, Jasmine Crockett. She is basically America this, America that, one that. Okay, Miss Crockett, you're an educated woman. Let's basically try to build territory for ourselves and give our people a chance to live someplace else. No. We're Americans like everybody else. It's like, okay, so we're supposed to live in America but not be happy.
No, I mean, you saying all that out of doing all the assuming of that. Like,
no, I'm just saying what it appears to me. Like, it appears to me like people say that stuff because what they want to do is when you say, "Oh, America's white supremacists," and that, what you want to do is to somebody who black people who love America, right? They listen to that and they're basically saying, "You don't want me to be happy. I'm satisfied with America. I put the slavery and all that behind me. Whatever America had to do, I'm grateful they did it. I don't care if they friggin' killed Indians. I don't care if they enslaved my ancestors, but I'm happy." That's what a lot of black people think, right? And so the bottom line, they made their peace with America, and that's it, right? Now, I won't go to them and tell them that I'm an American.
You know what, Kyla, something bothered me, right? I hate the fact that God damn it. We really sit up there, we were like, they did this to the American Indians. What they did to the American Indians weren't right. And then those very same American Indians were going to black communities and exploit the shit out of us. Like, why?
American Indians were
fuck them Indians
in America.
But Jonathan, how does a black American Indian exploit black people? I barely ever see them.
Oh, so this is what you do, right? You intentionally do research, and then you go into communities. Most of the like same day check cashing places and loan businesses, they're all owned by Native Americans.
From India, though.
Oh, okay. Oh.
No.
Yeah,
they're
I don't know.
Native American. They're not actually Indians from India. You got to look into it. Okay. It'll hurt your heart when you find out.
Like in hidden? They don't really be at the counter. You don't really see them, right? Like on a day-to-day basis. I don't see them. Most of them.
No, they don't. So the way that you do things is it's no difference than you may go into it's different in America, right? So if you go into a store, you'll think that this place is owned by the people that you're looking at, and it's not. These are just employees.
They own know that. I mean,
they write it out.
But you never see the boss. You know what I'm saying?
How would you
the boss ain't sitting behind the corner anymore.
That's what I'm saying. How do you know they're owned based on their name or based on their pictures that you see next to the owner?
You can look it up. You can look it up.
But that's what I'm saying. How would you know if somebody's name is John Brown? How do you know he's an American Indian?
The Native American tribes, they own companies, right? And those companies don't hide who they are. But then once they own those companies, they have smaller companies underneath them. And they do business under a DBA. And then you'll think, okay, I'm going to this regular ass check cashing place. And that's just it. They own it. So when they charge you these wild ass interest rates or they charging these exorbitant fees and shit, it's done on purpose. That's how we know. We looked it up already. And so therefore we didn't say, fuck the Native Americans. Who cares about what happened to them? Sorry.
Yeah, but I don't think they're really taking advantage of people. It's business, right? You're a business,man. You understand. Check cashing.
Based on that, Elvis, based on that, there is no damn taking the. They're just doing business in Africa. Yeah, it's lopsided in a motherfucker, but it's just business.
Yeah,
I'm saying though, right?
We can't be that crazy.
People have these payday loans. Are you talking about payday loans or are you talking about just check cashing?
Payday loans and check cashing.
I'm going to read Dusty Brothers' comment. He says, as Collar says, when you don't get a piece of the action. Yeah. I'm like this. Look, right now, I'll tell anybody, right? Stay in America, play the game, get your piece of the action, whatever it is, right? Invest something in the African, But the bottom line is, what I can't take is somebody sitting back and they basically not succeeding in America and they want to be here so bad. I just like, I don't understand.
Princess, stop bringing up FBA.
And
Why are you
people,
thinking about FBA right now?
when you get used to being at a home, have you ever lived somewhere and you're used to that area and you call that area home? And then have you ever moved from there and lived somewhere?
I'll move in a minute, you know. I'll be out of there in a freaking minute. If I find another opportunity, I'm getting the hell out of there.
Bro, I thought Africa was home and then I moved there. I said, what the fuck's wrong with you people?
So I'm saying when people are used to living somewhere, you call that home.
Well, hold on. But here's the thing, though. Let me ask you a question, right? Now, you understand home is where you're supposed to have peace, right?
Right.
When I hear most black people, do they sound like they have peace?
Do I think most black people are at peace? I think
a lot of black people. Your home is supposed to be where you're happy, right?
Yeah, but I don't think everybody's having domestic violence and getting
No.
beat up.
I'm saying, every time, like we could go down the list. Let me tell you something. Let me show you something, right? Let me pull on my TikTok. We're gonna go down and play some TikTok fun. You know, every last single black person you TikTok is doing something negative. How racist this country is. How bad, irredeemably racist.
Yeah, because they're getting paid for it. Get your money. If you got to exploit racism to make money, hey,
what I'm saying,
do your thing.
my point I'm trying to make is when I say that, yeah, okay, I hear enough among black people to always convince me, yeah, we need a nation of our own. The division between black males and black females, nation will solve that. You know, a nation has a wresting power of a lot of things. The black mediocrity, nation will solve that. Black on black violence, nation will solve that. Protection from white races, that'll solve that. The black America not having a home, stuff like that, and feeling a sense of belonging, nation will solve that because nationhood does wonders for people. You know, it gives you that sense of purpose, direction, everything. Right now, black people are telling other black people they shouldn't play at the president of the United States is having an inauguration, and black people are attacking these young people from Mississippi Valley
For playing the band.
Paying a band just for playing.
Man, go to that inauguration, be the best band you can be.
That's what I'm saying. And so you got black people telling them, no, you can't do that, blah, blah, America's racist.
Fuck them.
So I'm telling people, like, look, don't listen to these freaking niggas, man. Because the bottom, they don't want an Afghanistan, and they don't want black people to be happy in America. All these are miserable freaking black people. That's why the first thing they always talk about is black poverty. And when they said, well, 65% of black people in the middle class. They really have nothing to talk about.
But Kala, I learned that the only reason why they try to make it seem like black people are doing so bad is to satisfy the poor ass white people that are doing way bad, right?
Yeah.
If they can convince everybody else that black people in America are doing bad, then that makes everyone else that's doing bad. Oh, we're not. At least we're not being black. At least we're not black, even though they know it's not true.
Even though that's what I said, black people got to stop that nonsense. They're being played. They make it sound like we're doing worse than we are.
Yeah, and we're not.
It's just what you believe, man. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not what you believe, right? You can go to the Department of Labor and you can see that black Americans do not make less. We're not at the bottom in income. We're not at the bottom of wealth either. But if you just say it long enough, people will believe it. And that's all that is. But you can go to the government website. You can find out that's just not true. It's not the government that says that shit.
So in Black America, there's no epidemic of family. There's no epidemic of wealth, or there's no epidemic.
No,
I mean, people
bullshit.
No.
Okay, got you,
bro. If you go to the Department of Labor, look up the earnings by ethnicity or race, black Americans are not at the bottom. But what you hear is black Americans are at the bottom. We're not.
We're talking.
It's just a talking point. It's not a talking point in which anyone who has a fiduciary responsibility says. It's a talking point that nonprofits will with some kind of ulterior motive, they'll say some shit like that.
All right. So
but it's not true.
It's not true, and it doesn't even matter.
Check this out, brother. Like, that's 10% of the black male population. 2.5 million black men in the upper class to be making over $100,000, $20,000 a year. This is like family studies. That's from the IRS statistics. 2.5 million black men in America, all across the United States, are in the upper class. That's a lot. That's like 10% of the black male population.
Now,
10% out of 100 is a lot.
the one that you may think is doing bad. Is there any states in America where black people make more money than white people?
I know black people in some states, like Virginia, may make more than whites in West Virginia.
No, I mean, do black people in any state in America make more money than white people?
Not that I know of,
Yes, but there are. And that's the
Which state?
problem. But we'll be told that shit doesn't happen. Matter of fact, I'm about to give it to you. I'm about to give it to you in the link so you can look at it yourself.
No.
You'll be amazed.
Put it up in the screen share. Do the screen share.
I'll give you the link. You gotta do the screenshot. I don't know how to do that.
No, all you do
I'm on the
is
cell
press the
phone.
screen share, screen share, learn how to do it. So I'm not doing no work, that I'm tired. You know what I'm saying? What you call race by ethnicity, like this, share income level. Black America is flourishing, It said millions of black men, America flourishing financially. Yeah. Since the 90s, black America, man, black men have been doing good since the 90s. Trust me. Especially in the skilled trades. A lot of these guys are the skilled trades, not even college educated. They're the skilled trades, making really good money, we got to know something to see. When you basically know these things, then you know how to come a new movement, right? Okay, black people are doing well. You see, go to the movie theaters. You see black people out with their girlfriends, their kids, whatnot. You go look at the cars they're driving and the houses they have and whatnot, So you get a gauge on what black America is like right now. Bottom line is, so if you want to reach black America, you can't come with the same poverty message, Nobody wants to hear that shit. It said more of poverty among black men has dropped dramatically over the same time, with the share of black men in poverty falling from 41% to 18% since 1960. 18%, only 18% of black men are in poverty. And most of those people are on drugs and, have criminal records and stuff like that. So black men are doing well in America. What's fueling their success? Using data from the National Longevity Survey of Youth, 1970, that tracks black men from their teenage years to midlife. So this is not immigrants, because we've been tracking these statistics for decades now, Majority of upper income black men are in their 50s today from the humble roots. Yeah, that's like my age group, For example, 59% were lower income when they were teenagers, except for me, I wasn't really lower income. About half of them grew up outside of a intact two-parent home. I did have an impact two-family home. So the odds of my life were better because I had all those things, two-parent home, blah, 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 Yet these men made it to the upper class, despite the challenges they faced through the 30-plus years of life. Yeah, the 90s was a tough time period, but we made it, though. Amazing, The 90s almost broke me. But I had nothing. I was impoverished. I grew up middle class, but I was living in poverty when I was in my 20s, I was living in poverty. I was homeless at one time. We identified three major factors that link to financial success of black men in midlife today: education, work, marriage. Black men who have a college degree, full-time job, or spouse are much more likely appears to end up in an upper class bracket as 50-something plus. About half of all black men with a bachelor's degree or higher made it to the top income by the age of 50, compared to only 14% of high school graduates and 20% of a blend with some college education. And more than 3 in 10 married black men, regardless of where they are, first marriage, are in the upper class, compared to only 6% of never married black men. A multivariate analysis that includes a range of factors, education, marriage, are highly predictive of black man's economic success. Moreover, a number of early life experiences are associated with black men's elevated odds being financially successful. Black men who serve in the military, attend church regularly as young adults, are more likely to make it in the upper class by 50. Impact of military experience on black success seems to work through its links. Well, yeah, we have a lot of military in my area right here. A lot of them really doing well in the private sector when they get out. That's black men serving military early in life, more likely to working full-time and married later in life. Having a sense of personal agency It's also linked to the black man's success. Black men who believe at a young age that they're mostly responsible for their lives. That means having agency over your life, that you're responsible for what happens to you. That's kind of an agency over your life, you know? When we start talking about black poverty, what you're doing is you're taking the agency over black people. Black people really hate that, you know, that you're taking the agency. Look, black people will tell you, look, I'm poor because I didn't work hard enough. They'll tell you that I didn't work hard enough. Or I pass up on an opportunity. You know, I could have did better, but I didn't do it. I didn't do the right thing, you know? So when we come in and say, oh, it's the system when you're taking the black people's sense of agency. And we take the agency away, you're taking the humanity away from the individuality. Our story is not entirely positive. Clearly, racial gap success was large. African Americans about 20% points less than likely compared to whites and Asian men. So we're still behind white and Asian men in that really. One reason is the case of black men are more likely to have contact with the criminal justice system. And our analysis, in other words, people have this idea that black men are getting locked up. You know, it's only a small percentage of black men are getting locked up in jail and stuff like that. They, like I said, and the black men going to jail, the trend has been downward. You know, people don't know that. People think that which we call every black man's out there getting locked up, shot, and everything. That's what a lot of black immigrants think. We're just basically getting shot every day, like Principe. He basically listens to white supremacy talking points when I think black America's a war zone. You know, it is what it is. You know, see, like a Broody. Here's a stupid question. Yeah, it probably is a stupid question, but I'll read it anyway. If most black men in America and U.S. are middle class and communities flourishing overall, what is the zeal for Africa? Because we could do better. I said we reached the pinnacle. You know, you don't understand that. We reached the pinnacle. I'm saying the black middle class in America gives me hope that we could build something better. You know, if it was really bad, like we say it is, I say it was hopeless to stay in America like that. But since I've seen black people basically, despite all the barriers, reach a certain level. Imagine if we had our own land, what we could do. If we could do this in America, imagine what we could do what we have in Afghanistan. Does that make any sense? You know?
It does, but it's going to take you a long time.
Who cares? I don't care if it's as long as it's
because
done.
you know you're not just going to start a country in the first 50 years.
It's starting to
become a middle class.
It's starting
you first got to build a country, build an industry.
Elvis.
Then the people start to thrive.
Elvis. When we build a state, we're going to be already middle class because we basically
already
have goods and services and all the stuff. All we do is produce all the
goods. How? You won't have the infrastructure yet.
Elvis,
you have to build all of those things. You don't just happen right away.
Worry about
it's transition.
We're smart people.
We're not poor people transitioning to a poor country with nothing.
That's what I'm saying. We're middle class people.
We're not uneducated people going to a country with nothing.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you guys can tell us. Let's have a nice discussion. How do you transfer?
If you can't figure that out,
Carla, you just gonna cut me off? Why?
No,
why you being offended?
No, Carla. I think it's a good discussion.
Yeah, let me ask a question.
Now, Elvis, on average, just out of curiosity.
Let me ask the question, right?
Go ahead.
Right. So, like Carla said, from his plan that he put out there, it's gonna be a untouched land, unoccupied land.
Yeah.
That is, a virgin land, so to speak, undeveloped.
Yeah.
So that means, like David Hitt was saying, you have to bring a machine that's gonna, clear the land. You got to bring more machines and goods and materials to start to develop that land.
And also,
so if you're in a landlocked country,
hold on. First of all,
transportation to that area is a whole nother thing.
Elvis, calm down for a second. You got to understand something. We did our homework. Black America has the money to do this. You know that, right?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's what I want to understand. So how do you transfer that money from Black America to you?
Check this out. If Black America ever gets to the point where if they polled and 70% of Black Americans are strongly in favor of Afghanistan, it's game over.
But how do you get to that 70%? The 70% of people spending the majority of their money to start a new nation.
Hold on. That's why it's going to take for me, right, and whoever else is doing this, right, to reach out to certain people. Like I said, I already basically spread this around a lot in circles. Once it's reached critical, just same way that ADOS FBA shit spreads around, whatever stupid shit they're doing, this can spread the same way. Because the bottom line, this makes more LARP logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical than fighting for reparations. If reparations movement could do it, and I showed you, there's really no path to victory with reparations, but this right here could actually be done. You know why? Because this doesn't require white people approval or anything. That's why it's possible. You know, so.
I mean, Carl, every time I talk about this, you think I'm attacking you. Even when I'm asking legitimate questions.
Also, because I think one thing goes out there and the other. I say we can't. Like, I don't do. Me and David Hitt don't agree on certain things, right? I don't believe we can just bum rush the coast and build a nation. I do believe that we need to. First of all, we can become a people. You know how you become a people? We need to build African American communities in China. We need to build African American communities in Japan, Russia, Singapore. All these countries around the globe, Kenya, right? And all these communities are going to be connected to a financial system or whatnot, that with our own stock market exchange, whatnot, exchange right globally, whatnot, that's going to make this Afghanistan a breeze, you know, because we'll have billions and billions of dollars at our disposal to invest. Everything's going to be capitalized and invest. We have our stock exchange, whatnot, everything from the airport and everything will be.
So what's the mechanism to transfer money from African Americans
we're gonna build a stock
into the treasury of the?
Well, we're gonna have, look. Bottom line is, hold on. Whatever host country that we have, we're gonna use their banking system first. You know, trust me, this is all well thought out. You know, a host country.
What? You're gonna use another country's bank?
I look at other countries' model, how they did it when that same way we're going about doing the host country. You know, they'll make money off the interest that we have in their country. You know, so and also the taxes that we raise through property sales and whatnot. You know, we'll pay taxes and whatnot, and they provide the initial infrastructure.
So give me an example, Kyla. How do you raise your first $10 billion?
Well, first of all, you could basically just raise it through stocks, bonds, hedge funds, all these things.
What kind of stocks in a brand new nation that hasn't been developed? What kind of stock are you getting?
Elvis, this is something you can learn. Take it back to your own country, right? Once you have the country say, look, I want to have. First of all, you find donors, right? Say potential investors. Let's say you have 2 million people.
Okay, so
that want to be
investors,
right?
Okay.
You gather 2 million people or 2 to 10 million people that want to be contributors, right? And then basically do the calculation and whatnot. If everyone, one of those 10 million people put $2,000 in 1 year or 3 years, right? $2,000, that's it, right? You're talking about $80 billion. That's your initial, you know? So the bottom line is this, the money potential is there. Black America has money.
So how difficult do you think it's going to be to get 2 million people?
Well, Kyla, one thing we got to take into consideration, if you're doing it in Africa, the numbers that we're saying are completely exorbitant from the reality of the costs, because everything's cheaper in Africa.
Well, I know that, but I'm saying is this, that's just a good thing. You know, we could thing. Main thing is when we basically, if we basically have our own central bank, whatnot, and we might have to park the bank in the host country or Europe or someplace like that, Dubai. You know, Dubai could be an excellent place. Main thing, we got infrastructures all over Singapore. All these places can host our bank and whatnot. That's where we do our main transfers and everything. Until stocks and bond and hold our wealth and stuff like that, and start collecting wealth, buying up African debt. We're going to buy up a lot of African debt, you know. So this is buy African debt. We're going to buy up a whole lot of shit, bonds, stocks, bonds, and have our own sovereign wealth fund. All this stuff like that is possible if we're organized. All we need is somebody, a good black person in America that's a banker or somebody that's an MBA to manage us, you know, to manage our portfolio. You know, once you build a portfolio and everything like that, you can hedge against it. That's why I was understand something. Y'all can do that in Liberia, but you ain't got the intelligence to do that. Africans don't have the intelligence to do that. Once you build a portfolio, you can what we call hedge. That means you can borrow against your portfolio. And that's how you build stuff and everything. You build, you can float a municipal bond. You can just raise 10% off the borrow and float a municipal bond to get the rest of the 90%, right? And then people basically could, when the bond matures a little bit, then they can either sell it up or cut it up into CDOs, collateral debt, like we're all about, sell it on different exchanges around the world, or basically just sit on it and hold it. So the bottom line is this: that's like this. The beauty about the way the financial world works is that anything's possible. Anything's possible.
But my question is: would this happen before or after the building of the infrastructure of the Africa?
No. The bottom line is it's going to happen simultaneously because the bottom line, when we basically get negotiations for land, we're already going to be in the region. We're all going to be in a region. Then we say, hey, look, we got an idea to take this land, do this. And the local people could either join with us, decide to join with us to form a new territory, not succeed completely. You have this idea we're going to have an independent nation. That's not necessary to me. All we need is a commonwealth or province or whatever like that we govern.
So you'll be under the auspices
of course,
a bigger nation.
That because you're going to use that host nation's diplomatic channels, and you just have a consulate, and the diplomat. You don't want to basically. I don't want the responsibility of a sovereign nation up front.
Really? I mean, then what's the point of all of this?
Because we're going to eventually get there, but that has to be critical mass. Initially, I don't believe that's necessary. I don't think that's necessary initially. So
what do you think, Jonathan?
I agree. It's not necessary. There's no nation on the planet right now that ever existed because a bunch of people came together and said this is our nation right now. Nations are developed over time. In terms of trying to go to Africa, and all college essentially is doing the same thing that Black people did in America. When they went to Oklahoma, they decided to go and try to build these little Black Wall Street areas. You may think in your mind when we look back at it, how long did it take for them to create that shit? They got it done in a small amount of time because these wasn't poor people. They already have money. Black Americans, we already have money. The time that it takes for a regular African group of people to try to develop a city wouldn't take us that amount of time. We already have the money. We have the resources. We have the education.
And the skill.
That's the difference. That's the difference. That's why Black Americans can just wake up, go to Ghana and build a hospital. But how long does it take for the government of Ghana to build a hospital?
That's not how it works, Jonathan, right? Let me give you an example.
Which is a different breed of people, Elvis.
So, no. Let me just give you this example. So you're building something here in the United States, right? The biggest advantage
I just pointed out that people built the hospitals in Ghana. They did it in South Africa.
I'm giving you an example, right?
Yeah.
We don't want to build anything in the United States because every time white man's trapped.
I mean, I was just giving an example. I wasn't even saying anything about you building anything here. I'm just saying.
No, I'm saying you was
talking about Black Wall Street and all of that. I'm just telling you, it thrived because people have money in their pockets because they were part of the United States.
People that come over here
economy.
Not everywhere. We're not going
on the new land.
We're not going to
you don't have
Elvis,
economy.
We're leaving the United States with dollars. It's not like we're going over there and starting from scratch.
Billions of dollars over there, bro.
We're not starting from scratch. Like we just don't have anything.
No, I mean to build, you have to build an infrastructure, though, right? The roads,
the host country homes, and us will build
banks, schools, and those kind of stuff.
That's
right?
how we got all that.
But Elvis, you have seen it already that Black Americans have went to Africa and built the very things you're talking about. You got to build a school. They done it. You got to build a hospital.
How long do you think it took, Jonathan?
Who cares, Elvis? Elvis, we're gonna do it, man. So
Elvis, what you said?
My point here is not that it's impossible. I'm telling you that it takes time.
I can say this, Elvis. In the time period that Liberia had the coup, Black Americans have created whatever they had in Liberia that y'all managed to create in Liberia that managed to create in other African countries in less time.
Whatever you say, Jonathan, I'm not arguing with you.
Yeah, I'm just giving you an example.
Listen to what I'm saying, right? These people are going to Ghana. You have, for example, construction stores on the corner shop in Ghana. You have ports already built that they can bring materials in to build a hospital, But you're starting a new nation from scratch, pretty much, like Khaled says.
Well, why you
Barren
keep
land.
saying a new nation from scratch? We're
That's what you
talking
said.
about
It's going to be on
building in Africa.
unoccupied land that's
You
undeveloped.
keep saying it.
Elvis, a nation doesn't start
No
as
matter how
several
many times I
states and
say it.
cities.
That's
It
what I'm
starts as
saying.
one.
So before you get to the point where you are developed, that's what I'm trying to say, Jonathan.
Elvis, do you
I
believe
mean,
people
Kakala,
can
I'm
build
not fighting
cities?
with you. Stop thinking I'm attacking you, man. I'm just asking a question.
All we're doing is building a fucking city. God damn, you think we're trying to create another planet or something, you know?
No, I'm
Jeez.
saying, but it's a land that's undeveloped, right?
I know you and your crime mind can't conceive this.
Uh,
Yeah, easy,
Tyler,
bro.
even when I'm being
No, I'm just saying. Look, I'm
reasonable,
just
you're
trying to
taking me
tell you.
as an
I
insult.
understand your mind. You can't
Listen
conceive
to what
something
I'm
like this, you
saying.
know.
Stop trying to be offended by
Well,
something.
actually, hold on, Kyla. Hold on, Kyla. I actually want to.
You know why you say this?
I want to know what he's saying.
You got a whole county in Liberia that you guys have abandoned. You know,
you're not listening, Kyla. You think this is an attack on you? It's
They
not
didn't
an
do that
attack.
for real, though.
Black America, we all have the confidence. We know we could do this. We know it. Now you not even a doubt about it.
I'm not saying you can't. I'm not saying you can't do it. I'm talking about the time frame. Like Jonathan was talking about how long it took the Ghanaians, and I'm just giving you an example that there was already infrastructure there that made it exponentially easier to build a hospital.
No. See, that's the thing. It wasn't.
It was. How do you think they got the material? How do you think they got the material to Ghana? There was a port that they transport material to build that hospital. There were stores and places that they went to buy nails and hammers and other things to build that hospital.
Oh, you're talking about the hospital. Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not like they started building it on a barren land that was nothing around them. So you have to have infrastructure.
Almost everybody. Bro, hold up. Bomani is building a whole community.
No. Wait a minute. No, Kyla. I got a question, Elvis. When the white colonists went over to Africa, y'all didn't have no infrastructure like that. So what you're saying is how. So what you're asking is how did the white people build it, right? How did they build how did they put these tunnels and do the piping and do the groundwork to make sure that, for themselves, that they were able to, have the little life that they wanted in Africa?
Yeah,
how were they
but they were colonies, Jonathan. That means they had the backing of a larger, more powerful, more resourceful nation behind them, who had ships, who could transport materials on ships to come in there with the expertise to build it in Africa.
That's not how they started off. They didn't start off as colonies.
Who are you talking about?
The places we're talking about. These were colonies.
You mean the British, like for example, the British in Africa, right?
These were just businesses.
Century.
No. Like take India, for example, right? India was under the British Crown. It was literally a colony of the British Crown. So the monarchy in Britain had dominion over England, and they used their resources and their expertise to build whatever they thought was necessary in India to rule it. Same thing in Nigeria. In other colonies where Africa was colonized. These are countries. These are colonies of crowns and monarchies.
Yeah, I am so glad. I'm just so
These
glad.
were not just independent people who came there and built up. They had a resource in the backing of the monarchy.
No, these were companies that went there.
No, if you're talking about like
what ended up happening is
other places like that where they had some companies. But Nigeria, what we call Nigeria now, was a colony and a subject of the British Crown. These are not just private, entrepreneurs who went into Nigeria. The Queen had dominion of that land. She sent governor that represented her, that was her vizier in the land. So it was connected to the crown in India, in Nigeria, in Ghana, wherever that the British rule.
Just out of curiosity, though, Elvis, because that's not entirely true. That's not entirely true. You see, what ends up happening is that when people leave their country and they go out and they do exploration, even when they show up on those borders, they're still a member of that country. So in theory, they're representing the crown. Just like in no difference, we're American, and when we leave this country, we're still American, whether we want to acknowledge that shit or not, and we're a representation of America. The difference is they had a monarchical system in which whenever you left the country, you were representing the queen because she was the head of state. We just don't have that.
No, what I'm saying, you're
It's
saying
not.
that these are businesses. Like, for example, you have the
Yeah, they were
Dutch
just.
trading
They were
company.
companies,
Yeah, but
literally
those
companies.
there was
It
some,
wasn't sent there by the queen or the king.
I mean,
You know that,
Jonathan,
right?
give me a specific example, so because I don't want to just go over. Give me a specific example.
All right, so the company that went down there to what's that shit called? To South Africa before it was South Africa. Do you think they were there on the representation of the government, or they chose to go there on their own because they wanted
Okay,
to,
yeah, so that's a good example, right? In this case, they came from the Netherlands, right?
yeah,
They were Boers, they were Dutch people. Some of them were also, I think, German too. So there was a couple of groups that went there. And yes, in this instance, South Africa was not a colony of the British or the Dutch or even the Germans. But that is an applicable example. These were individuals who went on the land and wanted to do things on their own. But that's rare on the continent. Apart from South Africa, maybe a couple of other places, but most other places like Namibia was
Zimbabwe
a colony.
also.
Um, Zimbabwe, maybe I'm not sure, but I know Namibia, Dutch
Also
was no. Namibia was a colony of the Dutch at one point.
became a colony of the Dutch.
So most places, with the exception of South Africa, wasn't officially a colony of the Dutch or the Germans. But most places, I'll give you Nigeria, I was giving you Ghana and other places. Most, when they talk about colonization in Africa, that's what they're talking about. That is either the British, French, the Germans, who are the crown that's leading these colonies. So they can send ships to send materials to extract and import or export back to the parent country. So it's not just regular guys coming and building up a country. They have tremendous amount of resources at their fingertips that's already been accumulated over centuries by the government or the monarchy that's in charge of the home country. So it wasn't like they just came there and did it in a heartbeat because they were just so smart and they had everything figured out beforehand. They had resources, like I said, Nigeria. When you talk about Lagos, the port system there. Those white people, they didn't just come and build it. They had the resources of England that they came and built. Same thing in India, other places. So what I'm telling you is that Carlos said this land is going to be undeveloped in the middle of, in the heart of Africa, in Angola, for example.
Yeah.
You can use Angola. Maybe you can go and buy all your material from an already developed country like Angola and develop the land. But
No,
again, then you're not starting from scratch.
Elvis, you're singing to the choir. 90% of our materials and everything are going to come from local sources.
See, so that's what I'm saying. So that's the point I'm making, Jonathan.
Our machinery, our labor, and everything that is going to be. We're going to be offering jobs to Africans and whatnot.
There you go. So it's
So wait a
completely
minute.
different.
Wait. I'm confused. Isn't that a common sense thing, though?
No, it's a common sense, but that's what I'm saying. So it's not like starting from scratch, right? Like what the people had to do.
Beef with that?
There's no nation on this planet that was built just randomly and local people weren't involved in any kind of way. That it's never happened before. No one can have an example of
You're
that.
not hearing what I'm saying, right? So take what happened. You gave the example of Liberia. Take what happened in Liberia. Yeah. This is completely different. So they pretty much even made it more impressive, but they pretty much built a nation from scratch. They had to heal wood, make planks, build their houses from the natural material that was on the ground, log houses and cabin, style houses, and through dusty roads that eventually developed over hundreds of years or maybe tens, in decades, developed into paved roads. So they really started from the bottom. So you already have a leg up if you go into the continent and you have a developed country that's next door that you can tap into to have all of the ready-made resources. They already have planks you can just buy and build. They already have oil and gas that you can buy to use. It's different.
Elvis. Do you go to church and start singing to the choir?
We're just having a conversation. I know you like to think that there's you make all the good points, and anytime somebody make a good point, you already know it.
No, I'm saying we tell us we already know. Give people, local people, no shit, man. You know, we already know that.
No, I'm just saying what Jonathan was talking about. He was doing a comparison how people went to Ghana and was able to do things in less than amount of times than the native. I'm just telling them that there's already an infrastructure there, so it's a lot easier to do things.
Everything
in a quicker amount of time.
Ghana, hold up, everything we built in Ghana.
Wait, what infrastructure?
Most from it.
Ghana has infrastructure.
They got very little infrastructure.
They have roads.
No, everybody tells me.
No, Elvis, who built them roads?
Outside of crying is
was it the African Americans that built the roads in Ghana?
No, I'm saying who built the roads.
Yeah, I mean, in modern times, Ghanaians have been developing the country. There's been a lot of development that happened in Ghana in the last 20 years.
Yeah, but
that's like when Nigerians say they developed the Buja when it was really the Japanese and the Nazi and some Europeans. We understand these things.
In Ghana, no, the Japanese didn't come there and develop it for free. I think there was a Japanese guy who was the architect of Abuja as a whole. But certainly there was Nigerians who worked on it, who did certain parts. Like even right now in certain communities.
Yeah, it's called the labor part. Hey, go over there, do this and do that.
I mean right now in Abuja, Jonathan, I'm sure you've been to Abuja, I'm sure. But there are some really high class communities like Maitama, Usipe, places like that has been developed by Nigerian corporations, real estate firms.
And you all sitting there
developing those communities.
No Nigerian.
So all the development that's going on around Abuja now is headed by Nigerian companies.
All those houses, those nice houses, the houses in Abuja look like the house I saw in Casablanca. It looked nice, but
the thing is,
nice houses there.
If you're talking about just building that house,
they're all empty.
Kudos.
No, Nigerians build roads too. They build highways. They just finished a highway.
They most definitely do. Trust me, I know.
Right.
There's a reason why it takes 12 hours to go from Benin to Abuja when it should only be a 4-hour drive,
Yeah,
they definitely build roads, bro. I'm telling you.
Yeah, they build roads. I mean, yeah, you can scoff at it, but it's not like
throwing rocks on the ground. You feel me?
No, they can build roads. They build paved roads. They build bridges. There's a lot of Nigerian engineers. Some you can blame the government for some of the last
At the end of the day, Elvis, I love it when it sounds very good. Sounds very good. But I've been around and I've seen enough to know that those Nigerian engineers are working under somebody who ain't Nigerian.
You mean in this modern day?
It's a hard pill to swallow. In this modern day and time, right now.
No, most Nigerians. Be specific, Jonathan. Be specific.
Right now.
I know you said right now. Be specific. What are Nigerians doing that they're working for somebody else? I mean,
the modernization of the Lagos and the Abuja airport wasn't a Nigerian.
Say that again.
The modernization of the Abuja and Lagos airports. They look very nice. They look very, very nice. It wasn't Nigerian that did it.
You mean the design or the building of it?
They use Nigerian labor, and then they have their Chinese supervisors and everybody else.
Most architects don't build houses, right? They may design it and then they're supervised.
Yeah, but the thing is, Elvis, what you're basically saying is, can you follow instructions? Instructions?
If they decided to go with a foreign firm, that's fine. But you can't tell me that there are no qualified Nigerian architects. There are a lot of qualified Nigerian engineers who could have done it. But maybe this company, whoever the company was, won the bid. So I'm not. Don't say like Nigerians.
Elvis, what I'm saying is simply is this. What I'm saying is, They built homes. A home is an infrastructure, right?
Not
Kind
just
of.
homes.
No.
They build roads. They build other
Man,
things in their country.
Elvis, you got to go there. You got to go there at this point. It's a
So
lot more
I'm asking you.
simpler
You're telling me that most of the
when people
infrastructure
go
there are not
there
built
and
by
you actually
Nigeria?
go on those that the ones that are nice, the ones that are drivable. No,
Okay.
take that. It sucks. And this is when I said earlier, we might have to deal with the idea that there's an inferior problem. I don't want to say here, I'm not Dinas. I'm not about to lie. I'm not going to lie.
I
No
mean,
more lying.
one thing too, I think that hinders Africa and West Africa in particular is our seasons, man. We get like rain for 6 months out of the year, maybe less than that, maybe 5 months. Heavy rain, torrential rain, you know, and it mess up a lot of things. Roads, these things, even though they're concrete, they can erode over time, you know. So having a lot of rain, sometimes we get like 10 or 15 inches of rain,
Yeah, so
during the rainy
you're
season.
saying that they have to maintain it. No shit.
Yeah, maintenance is key, man. So it's not the same as in the United States, right? I mean, we have winter, we have the snow, but we don't really get that much rain. It rains, during April, May a little bit, and maybe September, late in the fall or early in the fall. But we don't get the same amount of rain in this country. So the kind of erosion that we get in Africa from rain and wet weather, it's not the same. So that's a
Yeah,
hindrance
but
on
Albert,
development.
the problem that I have is this, right? Everywhere on the planet has their own geographical issues, but they manage to deal with it.
Yeah, and that's
I,
what I'm saying.
now,
Africans need
what you're
to try
saying
to
is,
manage it. I
Elvis,
get it.
that the continent needs outside help to come there and help them deal with some issues that they've been living with forever because they haven't figured out a way to deal with it on their own. Are you
Yeah,
trying to
that may
say that
be.
they're
That
stupid?
that may be, Jonathan. And I can give you an
And
example.
that's the problem.
One second. Let me give you another example. And this is taking it away from black people because I've made the case and people got mad at me. I might agree with you on that point. But let me go to Dubai for example. Most of the development you see in Dubai is not done by people that well, I don't know what they call them, UAEans or whatever they call them. They're done by foreigners, whether they're coming from Britain, whether they're workers from Malaysia or India, Singapore, or wherever. They're not done by the people in Dubai. But the people in Dubai are the ones who are paying them. They have the money. They can pay the best architects, pay the best firms to come and develop their country. Or you go and make fun of a person from Dubai that they don't have the know-how or the capacity to build their nation. Instead, they had to pay more capable people to build it up for them.
Yeah. What do you mean?
Okay.
I know.
We talk shit about white people. White people needed black people.
I
They
think
needed Africans to
Lewis
come
wants
and
to
build
say
their
something
country.
about
It is what
Ghana.
it is.
Hello,
Yeah, Lewis
brothers.
want to say something about Ghana. We was talking about his country. What's up, Lewis?
All right. Well, when you mention that golden word Ghana, that just gets me going. Bang, bang, bang. I got to chime in. I love your show. I love your discussion as usual. And oftentimes I'm going to work, so I'm not able to get on, but I'm off today. I can say a little bit about the infrastructure in Africa. And I think the American brother, I've forgotten his name. Is it Jonathan?
Jonathan.
Yeah. Obviously, he speaks from experience. Listen, we need honesty. We need honesty. The infrastructure that we have in Africa is not good enough. It's way behind.
Oh
We
yeah, I
are
agree with
catching
that.
up. We are catching up. There are black companies. I mean, in Ghana in particular, we have established Ghanaian companies that are capable of doing a good job. The problem is that the administrators that get into power, they don't often pay them well enough. So they do a shoddy job. Then the next one come in, they don't pay them good enough as they pay the foreign companies. So they come in and they do a shoddy job. And what happened is that we have a system of neglect And there are certain things that our people don't have the experience of doing. Big engineering work, our companies have not been around long enough to do them. So what we have to do, we have to be honest. Get the Japanese in. They do a good job. The Chinese know how to do a good job. The problem we have is the corruption. It's where a bridge costs 100 million to do. They will go to a company in Brazil. They will get them in, and the company will charge 200 million because they're working with the administrators in Ghana and in the rest of Africa. They overcharge the Ghanaian people extra 100 million, and they pocket the rest. This is what has been killing the infrastructure in Africa, in Ghana in particular.
Louis, permit me 10 seconds. I'm going to say a joke. It's a joke, but it's a running joke, right? So it's a little long, but I'll say it quickly. So there was a Malaysian and a Nigerian like minister or diplomat who went and visited each other. So the Nigerian went to Malaysia to visit his guy, his friend. Then drove from the airport, drove all the way to the guy's house. And the Nigerian was really impressed with the road. He said, wow, that's a nice, beautiful road. You guys did a good job. So the guy asked him, the guy told him, you know that road? It cost us $200 million to build. You see this house that I'm in? 10% this house, 90% the road. And then the guy went to visit his friend in Nigeria, right? It's a joke. I'm not saying this to offend any Nigerians. And he drove on the road from Lagos to the guy's home or wherever from the airport. And the road, there's potholes, there are other things. You see this house? That road cost us $20 million to build. 90% this house, 10% that road. So it's just, it's a funny joke in a way. It's a bit of a idiom, but it's just telling you what it is. It's corruption, right? A lot of the monies that's supposed to be used for the development and the infrastructure, people pocket a majority of the money and spend very little to do the project instead of pocketing at least 10%. In a little cut, even if you're going to be corrupt, we can't stop everybody from being corrupt. But take a little bit off the top and use the very majority of the money to build the road.
Let me tell you something. Right, let me tell you something. I'll give you a perfect example. This new Ghanaian government that's coming, he's been in before, John Mahama. I was very sad when I heard that he was coming back, but hopefully he can make amends. Let me give you an example. Carla, if you want to pull up this, you can pull it up from YouTube. It's an infrastructure we have in Ghana called Pokwasi interchange. Listen, this is a 4-lane spaghetti interchange, one on top of the other. There's only one of it in Africa. I think that's the only one.
I saw it. I don't know how to spell it.
Pokwasi, P-O-K-U-A-S-E interchange. Is it coming up?
Hold up. Yeah,
is that Kaiser? I think Kaiser is here too. He wants to speak on the
I know what's talking about the Black Anglo Saxon.
Right.
Right.
Anyway,
I'll get to you in a minute. Let me play
get a nice image of it on images or something like that.
I got you, bro.
I'll give you an example. When Nana Addo came in, he built that infrastructure for £100 million. Yeah. Before that, the only other interchange, it wasn't even an interchange, just a stupid flyover in a place called Circle, which is dedicated to Kwame Nkrumah.
Louis, I want to ask you a question.
Let me. Yep.
When Nana came in, at least in his first term, everybody felt like he was doing so well.
No, listen.
So I don't know what happened at the end of the Ghanaians
I'll explain. He built this infrastructure. Pause there for a minute, Carla. Let me just explain something quickly before you set it off. Right. He built this for 100 million, okay? Before that, John Mahama was in power. He built a basic flyover. I think 2-lane going one way, 2-lane going the other, over a place called Accra Circle, and charged the Ghanaian people 225 million with a wicked, corrupt company that's even banned from Brazil. This alone should tell you who good leadership is. But guess what Ghanaians did? They allowed John Muhammad to come back. Carla, play the rest of the video, right?
You know his brother is a billionaire, and he's really active in Liberian politics. He's been funding a lot of the politicians in our country.
Listen, Africans have been making bad choices, and Nana Addo was a good leader. Just look at this: for 100 million,
that is beautiful.
Guy, right? The previous guy charged us 220 million.
By Ghanaians or foreigners?
No, this one, the Ghanaian companies don't have enough experience to build this one. So what they done is they had a Ghanaian labor and engineers, but it was overseen by a Chinese company.
Okay.
Right? The Chinese are good at building this stuff. You got to give them the credit.
Yeah, it's impressive.
Yeah, look, we got to see these people as hired hands. Okay? We need something done. They do it good. Get them in. He only spent 100 million building it, where the previous guy built a place called Circle. Right? It's a basic motorway and charged us double what this man that got for us. But yet, despite this, the Ghanaian voted that wicked man.
Why is this sparsely populated? Is it a place that gets a lot of traffic, or is it kind of a low population area?
Right. If you're traveling between Accra and Kumasi, which is the busiest route that most people want, parts of it is really bad. So we needed an interchange that will split up the direction coming out of Accra to the other parts of Accra and Ghana. And this interchange allowed us to do that. There's about 6 interchanges in Ghana that's going to be built like this. And hopefully this Chinese company will get it. Where Ghanaians could do it, we should do it. But where we can't do it, we got to be honest and say we can't do this, we don't have the experience, and we're going to do another one. In the future, we can bid for this work. But for now, the Ghanaian companies that are there they can do the back roads and some of the main roads, but they've got to do a good job. The standard have to be set.
Do you think there's a push for Ghanaians to get the knowledge, to be able to build it, design and build it?
We've had engineering companies since the days of Nkrumah. But what happened is after Nkrumah was overthrown, the CIA, who were behind the overthrow of Kwame Nkrumah and all the other leaders in Africa and South America, instructed them to kill all Nkrumah's projects, which meant the industrialization was slowed down. It was non-existent. All the lecturers in Ghana came out of Ghana, got jobs in Nigeria, went abroad, the brain drain. Because what Ghana was doing, the rest of Africa was going to copy. They didn't want that. Nkrumah had a nuclear reactor in a place called Atomic in Accra. That's how far ahead this man was. He has to be studied. He was a good friend of the Liberians. Listen, those black people at that time in the world had a different mindset. And they were young. Nkrumah died about what? He left the office about 50-something. That's how much he achieved in that time. Black people fought differently. We were revolutionary. We still got it. Now, don't forget now, Nana Addo had the advantage of having people like Dr. Mensah, the one of the guys inventors of the fiber optics, were advising his administration. Ghanaians have not appreciated this Nana Addo. He's done very well. Despite his family background being opposition to Nkrumah, he's done a lot.
I remember his father was a politician, right?
Yeah, his father was one of the people that invited Nkrumah to come back to Ghana in the original movement, the Gold Coast movement. His father's face is actually on the money. But what happened was he became jealous of Nkrumah, and Nkrumah split off from them, and he wanted independence now. Nkrumah had the fire that the black Americans have when they met him in America. But the rest of them were taught in Britain, in the UK. So they wanted to not upset the apple cart too much.
Okay, so I wanted to ask you, right? So I remember Nana Addo, I think he went to school in Britain and he came back. Very educated guy, well-spoken.
Yeah.
And one of the things I respect about him, he's very diplomatic. Most of the times when we have programs in when we have programs in other African countries, especially in my country, he always shows up. He's always a true friend for the African nation, his neighboring country. But I remember when he stood up to the French president, Macron, and he said some things, and he was really being bombastic, and a lot of us were proud of him. And then Ghana seems to be doing really well, and then there was some news that they defaulted on the IMF payment, and there was inflation that was going up. What happened there?
Right, listen to me. We get too involved in PR, especially now when everybody has access to YouTube, and people like to project things and go over the top. Listen, Ghana did not need $3 billion from the IMF. They didn't need it. He decided he wanted to take it. When they asked him why, he said, we are part of the IMF and we can take it, so we can. And we can. We shouldn't always be frightened to do this and that. Listen, Ghana is not a poor country. The resource there is untapped. What we need is a strong administration with the aim of acquiring for the African people or the Ghanaian people the need of their people, industrialization. And Nkrumah went for power for industrialization. That's how they got rid of it. He brought nuclear rods into Africa in the 1960s. That's how far ahead he was. America wouldn't give it to him, Britain wouldn't give it to him, so he went to the Soviet Union. Nobody mentions the nuclear atomic.
Do you think that contributed to his downfall, being that you had a Cold War going on? All of that?
If your downfall is going to mean that you are doing what you're supposed to do for your people, then yes. And he's done what he listen, there is not a single bank account in this world with Kwame Nkrumah's name on it. Not one. He didn't leave nothing for his kids. He was dedicated to the cause. And this is what
I'm not saying he's corrupt, but you got to play the geopolitical game, right? And
of course,
right people.
I hear what you're saying, but I disagree with it. I'll tell you why. We got to hit the nail on the head. Okay? When I go to Ghana and I see a road and it hasn't been swept for over a week, I get mad. We got our brothers and sisters coming from the Americas visiting us, from the Caribbean, from other African countries. And you try and tell me that the country of Kwame Nkrumah got a road with goddamn dust on it in this day and age? There's no excuse. It's because
all right, Lewis, I think what is it? Kaiser wants to come in and chime in.
Yeah, I want to come in here. Bro, are you the same tribe as Nano Coconut Head?
Who you calling Coconut Head?
Are you the same tribe as him, brother?
Kaiser, don't disrespect the president.
Listen to me.
Kaiser, don't disrespect.
Listen to me very carefully. You will see, right?
Yeah.
You're gonna see in time that what Nana Addo done is better. Since Nkrumah, he's the best administrator we've had in charge of Ghana. No, I have not seen any. I have not seen. Listen, I have not seen
better than Rawlings.
Oh yes. Rawlings had his hands. Listen to me very carefully.
It was an idiot.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I think
Rawlings had his hands tied behind his back, and I'll tell you why you guys like Rawlings so much. You just like the person who's gonna stand up and pull up a gun and go boom, boom. Yeah, we're here. We're doing this. Revolutionary. Listen, what are you revolutionizing for? We've seen all that revolution stuff and the Rawlings and the other military leaders. We understood and we understand why they came about, no problem. But that was not the aim of Ghanaians. We didn't want to go military rule. That's why we're doing things this way. Military rule, listen, hang on a minute. Military rule ties your hands behind your back. It can be very good in one end when you do it like the way Paul Kagame done it. But what you really wanted was military rule with someone like Nkrumah in charge. But unfortunately, we don't have that at the moment. Now, when Traore, who's next door, and the other guys get together, what we were screaming for us to do during the original AU, when Liberia and all that was in charge, we wanted this type of things to happen back then. But the French-speaking countries have taken so long to get around to it. Everybody's shouting, yeah. Let me tell you something. They're late to the game. They should have been doing that a long time. If they had followed Nkrumah, we would have had this long time ago. I will only be proud of the revolutions happening in the French-speaking countries when they get rid of the French, get rid of the Safer, get rid of the Safer in Ivory Coast, in Burkina Faso, in Senegal. Then we're going to talk. Until then, it's all bullshit. Now, Nana Addo you're gonna see in time that he has been the best that we've had since Nkrumah. It has not been good enough, but he has been the best that we've had. I am disappointed.
Lewis, let me get we got another person on. Kaizo,
all right.
Go on.
Yeah.
You want to ask about the topic?
Yeah. I wanted. Okay, let me just respond to the brother, then I'll also comment on the topic, right? So, look, the brother. This can you hear me, or is it?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, so here's the issue with Nana, right? Nana destroyed the Ghanaian economy, right? The cities.
Oh, my friend, you're talking rubbish. Oh, please.
Well, hang on,
don't be silly. Don't
no,
be silly,
Lewis,
my friend.
Lewis, let him make his point, brother. Let him make his point.
My brother, you're just a peon. You're just a shito. Know your place, brother, right? Now listen.
Watch your, my friend, listen. This is Carlos platform. I respect the man, okay?
Right?
I've come here to
respect me.
Listen right? To me. Do not use swear words.
You said I'm talking rubbish before.
You are talking rubbish.
Call him moderate. Don't have people disrespecting each other, man. That's not
Let me speak.
All right, let's have no more insults. No more insults. I'll clear the panel.
Exactly, right?
No more insults.
So, anyways, look, this brother destroyed the Ghanaian economy. The cities, right, in 2022 was 6 cities to $1, right? Right now, as we are standing, the cities is all the way down to 16 cities to $1. So the price of the cities has been destroyed by several factors, right? Of 3 or more, actually. So that's already one thing.
Does global inflation have anything to do with it, Kaizo?
The inflation has a lot to do with different things, right? So not paying back bonds, taking loans that my brother said he didn't need it, but they took it. They didn't pay it back. They destroyed their name in international market. IMF is going to come in and do restructuration programs, and then obviously continue that whole neo-colonization. The brother made the Ghanaian economy go from 6 cities is $1 to over 16 cities for $1. That's one issue. Destroyed Ghanaian economy completely. Okay, now let's go on to the next thing, right? The president tried to put money, right, with him and his governors for $100 million to build a cathedral. And I'm not making this up. $100 million project for a church.
Yeah, the rebuilding of Notre Dame. We know that. Yeah,
that was a nice
church. Right, that's one thing. That's one.
Right,
thing.
that's it. Hold up. That's a damn lie. The church has not been built, and $100 million has not been set aside. Don't stop telling lies, bro.
Let me finish, and then you can speak. Okay. Anyways, next thing, right? So economy destroyed, trying to do some crazy money laundering to make $100 million church. Next, what is he doing? He keeps talking to the West. Oh, we Ghana want to go start being neo-uncolonized by selling you value-added cocoa beans. Bro, just go and make a cocoa bean with sugar and milk. Start selling it around the world. You guys already have a chocolate factory. Start exporting it around the Africa rather than just talking about it. All he does, he kept saying he's diplomatic. Yes, all he does is talk, no action. And another thing, last point. You talked about the Sahelian countries saying, well, until they get rid of the French, they've done nothing. Bro, Niger has done a lot already. He's already gotten rid of Orania, the company that is in charge of the mines. He has already got rid of them, right?
You see how simple you...
1 second, brother. You must listen, right? Then you respond. We are intellectual brothers here. At least you are, right? Me, I'm just a dusty. So listen, right? Niger guy has already done some things, right? He's already got new deals with Russia, right? For certain things, weapons as well as energy deals. And right now, in terms of France, he's got rid of the French from the mines, which the French owned majority shares for those mines. Now the French have to come back, renegotiate a deal that is productive. That is actually something. I agree with you on Traore. Traore it's not that great, but Burkina Faso is a different story. Now, please respond to what I've said, but do not use emotional epithets alone. I try to implore the IQ of the Ghanaian 65.
First of all, don't patronize me by telling me what I should and should not do. Okay? Carla is in charge of this show, not you. The problem we've got with Ghanaians is that they're too simple. That's why the white man loved and he was able to conquer us. Africans, we are too simple. Okay? First of all, you talked about Nana Addo, and instead of sticking to Ghana in particular, you jumped and went to Traore. One at a time. Let's deal with Nana Addo. In time, you are going to see how good he was. Kala, I don't want to go on too long, but I'll make my point. I will address these guys' points. But later on, maybe you can show some of the other infrastructure and then compare it to the previous administration who's coming back into power, and then we'll see. The reason why Ghanaians did not vote for the MPP to stay in power is because the supporters of the MPP did not turn up to vote. That's all it is.
They were saying that they didn't want the guy from the northern part of Ghana. Is that true? You think that was a factor?
No. Both of them are from the northern part. The guy, Muhammad from northern part, and the guy who was coming into power is from the northern part. The reason why the MPP did not continue to be in power now is because their supporters, a lot of them protested and they did not go to the ballot box. That's why this guy come back in. That's why he's surprised. He's got no policy or plan for Ghana. To this day, he can't tell you exactly what he's going to do when he comes into power. Now, let me tell you something, starting with Nana Addo. When he turned up, the electricity range in Ghana was only 60% throughout the country. He's leaving office, 90% electricity range, electricity power everywhere, 90%. When he came into power, under the previous administrator who's coming back in, we had doomsaw, the phenomenon of doomsaw, light off. This man turned up, you hardly hear of doomsaw. Go and speak to the American embassy and you find out the recent power that they helped to add to Ghana's grid to make it even stronger. Why do you think big companies are going in Ghana? Ghana is the biggest recipient of foreign investment. Why do you think that is? Infrastructure is being built under Nana Addo. Listen to me very carefully. What has happened in Ghana recently with this election? Ghanaians have slapped themselves in the face. He's not perfect, but let me tell you something. He's done very, very well compared to all the people that we've had since Nkrumah, and you're going to find out in due course. There were things I was frustrated about. He didn't do fast enough. For instance, we should have a national air carrier now. Our brothers and sisters are coming back from the Americas, from the Caribbeans. They're paying loads of money to get on a plane, and we're giving it to the white man. But the reason why he didn't rush for that, and he gave us 2 international airports we got now, 3 international airports we got now. Kumasi International Airport, and we've got the international airport in Northern Region. This is some of the infrastructures he gave us. You will find out in due course that this man has been the best since Nkrumah. Straight up. All you can do is tell us about this, and that. Let me address.
Okay, 1 second.
No, hang on, hang on. Let me address the issue regarding economy. You said it was 6 to 1. I remember it being $4 to $1. It happened under his administration. What makes you think? No, hang on. What? Can you shut up and let me talk? You're trying to shut me up. I'm making my point. You don't want me to make my point now. What makes you think someone who's got the city only 4 to $1 will then turn around and deliberately shut it down so that it goes up to 18 or whatever? There are factors beyond Ghana.
Did this happen after COVID?
Can you let me finish? Sorry?
Did this happen after COVID? The inflation with the COVID crisis? Is that what happened?
That's how good it was before COVID. When COVID hit, Ghana was hit. Okay, because our infrastructure and our economy still wasn't resilient and strong enough, and we're still building it. The only criticism I've got of him is that he was not forceful enough for more of an industrialization Ghana. He should have pushed harder and reopened all the companies that Nkrumah had closed down. Sorry, that Nkrumah had that was shut down after the revolution. He should have got rid of that name, got Kotoka International, because that is in honor of the most demonic man who brought down Ghana, Africa's first proper administration. You should not name an airport after that guy. And he kept naming infrastructures after some of his previous predecessors in his party that were loyal to the opposition to Ghana, to Nkrumah. But nobody's perfect. Okay? But this administration coming in, and I got family members in it. I'm telling you straight up, I'm not hopeful. They are corrupt. They don't have no vision. And the problem I've got with Ghana as a whole, we've got no practical people. We need people outside of politics, like Dr. T. Mensah, who was going to come in and he was advising the ADO administration to build a super train. And we've got the tracks for it. Fast train from Burkina Faso all the way to Kumasi, to Accra. He started that. Trained. Carla, if you can, pull up the new trains coming into Ghana. Pull it up. Let them see. This is what Nana Addo done. This guy has been in power before, and all he done was steal our money and take it to Dubai. Do you know how much?
One quick question, Lewis. One quick question. Just oppose the two people, right? The new president and the former.
Yeah.
What was the biggest accomplishment of the incoming president compared to?
Nana Addo is far.
No, I'm saying just give me his biggest achievement. Be fair for once.
Right. Infrastructure. Listen to this. Free SHS. You know what I mean? Free education up until you get to, I think, university level. He was just coming short of that. That's what Ghana used their oil money for. They're not saying nothing about that. These guys were lining the previous administration were lining their pockets. And I know about that. Bitch, I got my cousins in that. So you can't tell me Jack, John Mahama didn't do nothing. You know what happens when we do shows like this? People who benefited, and this is a problem of Africa, people who benefited from the corruption of a particular administration will come on here and they'll be on the phone saying, oh, this guy is no good. Why? He's no good because he distracted those who were stealing money from the country before. These are the type of people who ring up and say, oh, the economy is no good. Man, shut up. It was 18, it's now 15, it's going to go down to 7. It's going to go down to 7 and it's going to build up again. During the COVID crisis, the BBC done a program on Ghana and how well they were dealing with it. So and then listen to me, shut up, let me finish. I'm about to finish, right? During his BBC interview, he said something that even the BBC themselves, the British Broadcasting Wicked Corporation themselves had to admire. He said, we can bring back the economy, but we can't bring back lives. He's a wise man. His credentials shows he's a wise man. He spoke fluent French and other languages. He was a long-time ambassador for Ghana, so he had the opportunity to see the frustrations of his people. 2, he was part of the Young Pioneers, which is, at the time when Nkrumah was in power, he got a group of young people and he taught them how to be loyal to the country and so on. He went against his family orders and actually became part of the Young Pioneers. That's why he was a Pan-Africanist as well. Okay? So I don't want to hear any bullshit about this, and that. The only reason why John Mahama is back in power is because they didn't feel that Nana Addo done enough. So they chose not to vote for him. That's how John Mahama come back in through the back door.
Lewis,
it is terrible.
Lewis.
Free education, brother. Don't forget free education.
Lewis, one second. If you had to choose, who would you have chose to be the next president outside of Mahama?
Listen, Nana Addo.
No, but that was his. He already served his 2 terms, right?
No, the guy, what's his name? The deputy who was
who was running. You think he was going to be a better choice than Mahama?
Oh yeah, but you know why? Because for the first time we would have had any continuation of party policy, which means you would have seen a real true fruition of the seeds that had been sown. What I'm glad about is Nana Addo had 2 terms, so therefore, no matter what John Mahama does, it's going to be hard for him to reverse free education. You see, they don't want to talk about that.
We have that in Liberia, and a lot of people criticize it because they think it kind of waters down the quality of the education. When it's free, people don't value it as much.
No. What it is, brother, is you could improve upon it. The only thing, it has to be funded by somehow. We funded it through the oil. That's because our oil, we haven't yet hit the main basin of our main oil has not been struck. We are about to hit, I think we might have hit the real deep sea one. But we've got lithium, we've got gold. He done a bad deal with the lithium. We've got a complete new gold mine being picked up in the northern region. We've got Yendi, the biggest find in steel production is about to start. Listen, you're going to see what infrastructure he's built with the next couple of years. If this guy don't cough things up, this guy is corrupt.
Well, let me come in. You
didn't go ahead.
Coming. I ain't going to say nothing.
Right. So just one quick thing, right? So the $100 million that this person and this party wanted to buy, they still actually partly built it, right? A church for $100 million. Instead of doing that,
my friend,
he did all this infrastructure. 1 second, brother. How is it that I'm start speaking? You start speaking over me. Are you a peon? Are you?
No, go ahead, Kaiser. Lead the person attempt. Anyway, you got the floor.
Right. Here's the thing. The brother needs to learn some self-control.
Personal attacks, bro.
Right. He needs to learn self-control. Right.
He's your elder.
Yeah. I deserve respect, Carla. That's the point, right?
I know, but we always. I haven't heard him say.
I'll go on.
I'm not. I won't let. Just like I don't let nobody
Right.
disrespect
It's
you.
good.
You know. Very good.
I'll go on. But here's the thing, right? Look, $100 million set aside for a church instead of taking $100 million to build a lithium processing plant. As you said rightly, this guy didn't do much on industrialization. The infrastructure is fine, it's needed, but that's not really doing anything. Taking loans from IMF and World Bank, then defaulting on your loans to do infrastructure projects, right? That's not
He
really
did not
anything
default on
amazing.
a
All he
loan,
did
my
is
friend. He has not defaulted on a loan.
hang on.
He has not defaulted
Okay,
on a loan. Let's make that clear.
Okay,
You
let's
lying
let him
bastard.
finish, Lewis. Let's let him finish, please.
He's lying.
Yeah, I get it, right? So the IMF is
Yeah,
lying.
stop
right?
lying. He did not default. Ghana has not defaulted.
I
You
get it.
damn liar.
1 second, brother. Right, brother. The IMF is lying. The World Bank is lying. Ghana did not default on a loan. Okay, fair enough.
No, they haven't.
So
listen, you know how many countries went
brother,
to the
it's
IMF?
fine. I get it.
Lewis, please, let's be cordial. Let's be sure.
Emotional self-control. Okay, listen. As I said, right? IMF is lying and the World Bank is lying. Ghana never defaulted on a loan, and that's okay. Cool. So here's the thing: this brother took loans to build infrastructure. There's nothing amazing about that. That's just moving money from one place to another. And it's good that he did it, but it's not amazing. That's basic. If he did something interesting, because he said he's the best ever since Kwame, right? Or something like that. Now, if that's the case, I would like to see industrialization. Ghana has gold, right? You guys are literally a very gifted country when it comes to natural resources. I would have liked to see Ghanaian owned mines to be able to now actually even use gold directly to pay back IMF or other loans that you
My
take.
friend, we're the biggest producers of gold. My friend,
brother,
you need to come in so I don't forget, because you're lying through your back teeth.
Lewis, control your impulses, man. Let it speak. I know it's hard.
Okay, brother, you have to learn self-control, okay? Listen, okay? Anyways, so what I want to see is Ghanaian, and there is tutelage. I would like to have seen more Ghanaian-owned mines that can go there and actually mine the gold for Ghana, owning the whole thing, because that way it gives you control over the gold, which is tradable for Eurodollars, right? You have that advantage. Next thing, the crude oil. That one I'm not going to speak too much about, right? Nigeria is in that area and they have a refinery, so I won't say much about that. Cocoa, the whole cocoa situation. You guys do have a chocolate factory. However, it's not exporting any real chocolate around the African continent. I would have liked to have seen chocolate bars in other African countries, which I don't see from Ghana. Next thing, right? I would have liked to have seen lithium processing plants. At the very bare minimum, just giving you industrial lithium that's been purified at the very minimum, so that the amount that you get back from it is way more than the natural resource that Ghana sells. So industrialization, he didn't really do much. And in terms of infrastructure, fine, he took some loans that apparently IMF claims that they defaulted on, and that is nothing amazing to be said. He just took some money from someone and then used it to pay for some projects. Nothing interesting.
But Kaiser, relative to other presidents, how do you think he compares?
He's worse because he destroyed the economy. The economy of cities went.
He did not destroy the economy, you damn fuck.
1 second, brother.
You stupid, or you born yesterday?
Lewis,
go
come
and
on,
see the Western report on Ghana.
My brother,
Kyle, you gotta pull Lewis on mute for a little bit.
Emotional reaction to this, right? You're
Carla,
look, my brother,
let me come in because I'm fed up with this idiot.
I've not finished yet, my brother. Okay, have some self-control. Literally, please, my brother, you are an old man. I am your son. Okay, let me speak. Okay, so anyways, I think he's the worst president in Africa for simple reason.
Where do you come from? What country do you come from, my friend? What country you come from?
I'm from one of the best countries in Africa.
What country do you come from?
He's from Kenya.
You're jealous, little bastard. Then okay, carry on.
Yes, I'm jealous. Anyways,
you do know that the
Ghanaian administration. You do know that the Ghanaian. You do know that the Ghanaian administration had to come over to stop you idiots from chopping each other up about 15 years ago. You know that, right?
Are you talking about Kenya or Rwanda?
Listen, Kenya. You know that, don't you?
Okay, fine. My
okay,
brother,
so you're a jealous piece of shit. Come on here.
Come on, Lewis. Come on.
I've got to go in because he needs to be slapped.
Oh man.
Okay.
Do you guys have a history, or this is your first time interacting?
Listen, it's my first time interacting with an idiot, and you got to deal with an idiot the way they come. You don't give them too much of a platform to talk crap.
That's true. That's true.
Okay. The evidence of Ghana is there for you to read about. Go and look at the Reuters report. Go and look at all the indications. Let me tell you a bit about Ghana history. When Nkrumah left power, or when he was forced out of power, all the report came out, oh, he's doing this, he's doing that. Ghana was about to reap the rewards of what Nkrumah done, and he was forced out of office. The reason why I'm so upset that this man has been kicked out of office is because we were just about to reap what he had sown. Let me start with gold production. The reason why Ghana is at the moment the biggest gold producers in Africa, overtaking South Africa, is because for the first time since Nkrumah, we are actually producing the gold bullion, and it's now going to back the Ghanaian cedi. We started production a year and a half ago with an Indian company. And in the next 5 years, you're going to see gold production going to earn more money for Ghana than ever before.
Ghana owns 10%
Shut
of
your
its
big
gold
mouth,
mine.
you piece of shit.
10% of its gold mine.
Shut your mouth.
And 7%.
Do you have empirical data to back that up, Kaiser?
He's just a jealous Kenyan. That's all. He's just a jealous Kenyan. That's all he's done.
Carla, share my thing, please. My screen. It's there. Yes, I'm actually my brother. Just so you know, you and me.
I don't even want to hear you. Carla, get this guy off, man. I don't even want to hear this guy. He's an idiot.
I mean, but why are you so mad, Lewis? I mean, he has a different perspective. Why are you so angry with him?
I'll tell you why I'm mad. Because
Carla,
the gold production. Listen. Like I said,
of a mine
you shut up, will you, my friend? He's reading some bullshit article from God knows where. He's not telling you about the new gold mines that are coming to production this year.
Yeah, but Kaiser, you're a foreigner to Ghana. What makes you think you understand the minutia of their country better than somebody who's Ghanaian?
Let me tell you something, brother. Let me tell you something. The reason why he's coming on saying all these negative things about Ghana is because he's jealous of Ghana. Simple.
I'm jealous of Ghana.
Right? Now, this is why I get frustrated. When Ghana will get there, within the next couple of years, the foundation has been laid so solid that it doesn't even matter how long young Mahama is going to be in. He knows he got in through the back door. He himself said he's only there for the next 4 years because he knows they ain't going to vote for him again. If we had the continuation, or if we keep the continuation of the policies that Nanado has laid for us, we're gonna get there within the next couple of years. We're not worried. That's why all the indicators of all things that's happening major in Africa is happening in Ghana. People are returning not back to Africa, they're returning to Ghana, my friend. And people like this Kenyan is just jealous.
Okay, let me ask you this question, right? Let me ask you this question, Lewis.
We led the way for you. We're gonna lead you the way again.
Lewis. People are in the comments saying that the living conditions in Kenya are higher than that of Ghana.
Right. Listen to me.
Have you visited Kenya before?
No. I had a Kenyan girl I should have married. Listen to me very carefully. Kenya is more developed in infrastructure than Ghana.
Obviously.
Okay. Right. Okay. But it won't be like that in the next couple of years, my friend. It will not be like that.
You got this Muhammad guy who you don't have a lot of trust in. You think he's going to develop in the next couple of years of his presidency?
Yeah,
I don't have no hope. Right? Listen, why don't you shut your mouth and let me speak, you piece of crap?
Actually, brother,
I mean, Lewis, why are you so disrespectful to him, man? I don't know.
Because he's a piece of shit. That's why.
Do you have something against him? Did he talk shit about Ghana that pissed you off before?
He's a jealous piece of shit.
Because I said 10%
he's jealous.
Ghana's oil, gold is owned by Ghana.
My friend, don't worry about it. Okay? When we get going, we're going to be back as the Black Star. You Negroes have to follow us. We're the one who got independent first. You sucker. Right? Shut up. Your economy is run by India man. India man will run you. You're pussy.
Indian man runs the Kenyan economy.
Right? You're the neo-colonial servants of the white man. That's why you've gone to Haiti.
Right.
Because you're colonial servants. Shut up and listen to us. West Africa has the warrior spirit. Shut up. You don't matter.
Yeah, that's great. You have the warrior
India
spirit.
Man will run you.
Great.
India man will run you. Tell me what dish you have in Kenya that's actually African.
Online.
Apart from Noma Choma. Tell me.
I know Noma Choma, yeah.
Tell me a Kenyan dish that's actually Kenyan. None of it. or Indian food that you're eating.
You want me to
Fully.
name it?
Shut up. I'm not even talking to you. I need to
You
talk
have
to
to go
somebody
to the
sensible.
TikTok.
Get Carla back on, man.
Okay,
Listen.
cool. Let me just say one thing then, quick. Now I've been
You
listening
said
for a
enough.
while, brother. Okay.
No,
You said
Louis,
enough.
you gotta let him speak. You can't filibuster and let him speak, please.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
brother, you know, you keep talking, brother, right? But yeah, I'm gonna be responding to this show on my channel later on because this is perfect mental breakdown happening. But anyways, let me go ahead. Ghana owns 10% of its gold mines. Some is even 7%. That is outrageous.
What's the source?
Right?
What's the
Those are the
source?
old deals. Those are the old crappy deals.
One second. Show me the new deals then. Point it, pull it up if you want.
Talk about the new gold mines coming on board. Talk about the gold bullion being produced in Ghana.
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about things that don't exist.
Look, let me tell you something. Listen to me. Listen to me. No. Listen. We've got enough. We have enough.
Yeah.
Natural minerals on the ground. We have not even talked about steel production that's about to start.
But Louis, why do you want to own such a small percentage of your gold mines? What do you think that is? And that's one of your biggest resources.
No. I tell you when those deals were struck. Those deals were struck at a time during the military rule when the military couldn't get loans from anywhere. And those companies came in, which is exactly what Western companies wanted to do. Shut your mouth and let me talk.
So much about the gold,
listen,
so
this guy, all this guy wants to do, okay, is get some attraction to advertisement for his channel. So we go and talk on his channel. This is what Kenyan YouTubers do. Right? Listen, hey, my friend,
Louis,
let me talk about that.
Hey, look, hold on. Everybody mute. One mic. Let me ask you a question, Louis. Is the Bullion Bank? Are you guys hooked up with the Rosendahl Group?
Thank you. I'm glad you mentioned that because I was listening to the show when you talked about it. I was going to ask you why Rosenthal hasn't got in touch with the Ghanaian administration regarding this.
We was there back in 2012, and
no, we weren't ready then.
Sidetracked in Liberia. We got sidetracked in Liberia. And,
we weren't ready.
He's coming on a tour with us next year, so.
Good. Listen, I would advise him to get hold of the Ghana embassy and speak to them. Go direct because what's happening is that, like I said,
how about this? You send them to Liberia next year at our business conference. Well,
listen, I'm interested in Liberia for the timber. You know, my job is, I don't know if I told you, I'm a professional cabinet maker and joiner by trade. I'm a wood machine.
How about this? What Liberia needs is investments in we used to have a thriving lumber before the coup in Sino County. We used to make lumber and everything like that there.
Yeah, I've seen the film.
Liberia didn't import nothing.
I love it when Carla say we.
You know?
Yeah, I love that. But listen,
we're trying to bypass all those people. Hey,
Carla, who is this adult supervision? Is that Dollar Bill?
If you want to hold up, you want to get into who?
The guy with the wrench, adult supervision. Is that Dollar Bill?
Is that Frenchie? And I don't know.
Maybe it's Frenchie, but somebody got a wrench, and you don't know who got the wrench.
Adult supervision, please make yourself. That could be a lot. I don't know who that is. You know.
Yeah.
No, adult supervision is from my channel. It's not from this side.
Oh, that's from your channel. So how does he has a wrench over here?
Carla.
Yo,
that's weird.
I tell you what you do, right? Just to shut this Kenyan guy up. What I want you to do is pull up the Ghana Cathedral project. Pull it up and get a nice image picture of this particular cathedral. Trust me, it is the most beautiful structure since the pyramids.
Is that your national church?
It's gonna be the National Cathedral.
Okay.
Right now,
that's fine. That's something that most countries do. Nigeria has the national mosque.
How much?
So on and so forth. It's not a bad investment.
You see, this Kenyan. Sorry, brother. This Kenyan don't want anybody to outshine him. You see, he does the black thing. He wants to be the one in charge. He wants to Mr. Bling, bling, bling. Look at us. And the people on the street rioting before the whole world.
Let's spend $100 million on a church instead of a lithium mine.
Right.
Okay.
Listen to me.
I mean, I know you're a Muslim. They spend a lot of money on that national mosque in Nigeria, so don't be bad.
Well, there you go. That's why. Because Nanado is a Christian, so this man hates him because he's a Christian. He allows the foreign man's religion to eat into his brain. Listen to me very carefully. The problem with the cathedral church is that it was ill-timed. Nobody's against it, but it was ill-timed, and he played into the hand of the opposition, who had no policy, but gets to speak bad on the
defending 100
So has the construction of that church started, Lewis? Has the construction started?
They've started a foundation. It will be built. It's just at the time it is wrong, especially when you've gone to the IMF. What's happened is that the project has been frozen for the time being. So when they raise more money, then they build. They raise just like the way you build a house. But this man is trying to tell us some lies.
Construction of the cathedral
was built. Get up the architectural view, the architectural picture.
The SDA Church had begun making donations. Chief Executive Officer of the National Secretariat,
rendering.
Dr. Paul Opoku,
because it's designed by Stephen Ajay, who done the Smithsonian Museum,
has been revised.
Beyond the cost, can we add about $100 million just to ensure that you have resources in perpetuity? So normally what you do for an endowment is that you invest it, and then you only use the interest. So if you're able to raise about 100 million, what it means that every year, based on your interest, you have. That's what most of the major institutions, the African American Museum, the Smithsonian, that's all how they survive.
That's it.
You are raising a total of about 350.
Exactly. That is.
Try to show us the image, the actual artistic image, so that we get a better view.
I think they'll probably show it.
Contextualize the essence of the meeting.
It's a beautiful structure, honestly.
To imbibe their values into
when it's finished, you're gonna see why another went for the project.
For the Board of Trustees of the National Cathedral, some of these concerns are behind the reason why the cathedral is being constructed in a unique manner to guard Ghanaian values.
Some people say that Ghana is a
I believe the only problem is that it was
ill-timed.
We believe in Ghanaian values. We believe in God.
A white man's church and religion is Ghanaian values.
My friend, who told you that the Bible is a white man? Who told you?
We believe in God. We believe in spirit. So we are
that's because you don't know anything, my friend.
Islam, traditional religions.
You don't know anything. We're building that cathedral. When that cathedral is built, it will be the most Afrocentric building you will ever have seen since the pyramids. Trust me. Once you see the actual artistic rendering of that building, you're gonna know why he's building it.
Many have, however, criticized the team for contracting David Ajayi, despite knowing his stance on LGBTQ plus activities, but the Secretariat disagrees.
I think he's
try and get the artistic rendering, brother.
First of all,
rather than this.
Hold on. David hasn't made any formal.
Check out. Hold on. What did you say about the LGBTQ about this?
Oh my gosh!
Come on, get
LGBT. Why you gotta go into that shit?
I heard LGBTQ. That's red flags.
I know that's your secret code word.
It's not. Try and get us there's actual. You can get it on YouTube. Actual artistic rendering of the this building, because this building, once you see it, is going to be one of the most attractive things on the African continent. I'm telling you.
So this is the average IQ of the African, and this is why Africa is where it is. Someone is defending. 1 second, brother. Someone is defending a church building worth $100 million.
It's not a church building.
Hello, guys. Welcome to our channel again.
It's part of the infrastructure of the nation.
So,
75%, 80% of Ghanaians are Christians.
Hello, viewers.
It's not a waste of money, man.
Enjoy the National Cathedral.
It's going to serve a purpose for those Christians.
Alors, l'un de nos abonnés a suggéré que nous passons faire l'Église nationale, l'Église catholique nationale. Voilà, cette vidéo est que les dédiée.
The cathedral is situated within 14 acres of newly landscaped gardens. Adjacent to the
Carla, you can play the video, just mute the sound, Carla.
A busy stream. A 5,000-seat two-level auditorium.
You need to get
I think you want to hear the LGBT part again.
Art gallery.
No, I know.
So
I
let me make a quick
LGBT.
point
Somebody
here,
asked
Carla.
about LGBT.
Carla, you can't be serious, right? How are you going to spend $100 million that you don't even have on a project of a building that isn't even a stadium or something that can garner like football games from other, African cup
What the hell are you talking about? Do you know?
Exchange.
You see,
the citizen of the country is going to use that place.
My brother, you have to just listen for a second.
This man is an idiot. He doesn't know anything. He does not know anything.
100%. That's cool. That's cool. I'm an idiot. So
he doesn't know anything. He's dumb.
Right? Lithium. That's okay. We understand. I don't know nothing, but let me finish. Okay.
Listen.
My brother, do you understand what the hell's going on here? Let me finish my statement.
My brother, Ghana is my country, not yours. So shut up and let me tell you how it works.
No,
we've got. Listen, we have.
Let me finish my sentence. And then you can say.
No, you've been talking a lot of crap. We don't want to hear you no more.
It's not complicated. Let me.
Carla, come on, get out the image on. Don't. This is just showing us an empty site. Get out the images. Get the images and show the cathedral, the actual one drawn by Stephen Ajay.
This is not complicated, my brother. Let me say why I'm saying, you say afterwards. Not complicated. Listen, if you were talking about guy being.
Hey, my friend, we don't need no lessons from you how to develop. Okay, we're not gonna take any lessons.
What's going on here, brother?
We are not gonna take any lessons from a stupid Kenyan on how to develop.
Right.
Okay.
That's okay. That's okay.
Hey, bro, we're all Africans, man. Let's be respectful to each other, man. Come on.
Elvis, I'm just a stupid Kenyan.
We are all Africans, but if you act a fool, you're gonna get it.
I am just.
This guy is acting a fool.
Right.
Listen.
100%. Yes, I'm a fool. No,
Nana Addo should be more aggressive for industrialization, but in order to do
Louis,
that,
you're not being fair. Louis, you're not being fair to us, bro. You're not being fair to us. Let's listen to both sides of the argument, please.
Then I want to let you speak. It's simple, right? Spending $100 million.
I want Carla to get the images up. Yeah, show that at least that one might have something.
It's potential.
Maybe you have to use
spending $100 million on a building that doesn't have apparent upmarket, basically, whereby
my friend, you see how low in thought. You see how low.
It's not.
Do you see how low in thought the African brain is? Do you see how low this man's brain is?
No, Louis, I gotta warn you. Louis. Kaiser is a genius. He's a certified genius.
Yeah.
I don't think he has a low IQ.
Listen.
Yo, what you mean, Jonathan? The dude is a genius.
Right. What's Jonathan? Time in for me, brother. Listen, unless you go to.
You sound like you're raised by a single woman. Your mom was a prostitute. Your whole family.
Hey, hello.
Oh, Kaiser, why are you doing that, bro?
Don't go there, my friend.
Come on.
My friend, you're lucky that you're not standing before me because you'll be picking your teeth up off the floor from your skinny, bloody Kenyan body right now. I would have stuck my...
That's all he had.
He's asking for it, bro. He's asking for it.
I got the image of the cathedral.
Thank you. Try and show us all.
All I want to know is, Louis, all respect, I want to know why does this cost $100 million?
Listen, it's like I tell you why it costs $100 million. Because your African brothers and sisters don't have the skills by themselves to be able to do this.
Carla, blow it up, please. Let's see it good. Let's see it. Looks really great.
There's a proper artistic film on it from Steve. That's it. Get it properly. If you can see
Kaiser was doing a simulcast to his channel. He should have asked for your permission before doing that, though, Carla. You can't be sharing your content on his platform. Well, you can bring him back on if he wants to come back on.
Nobody's gonna flag me when I do the same thing. Hey, look, I like that image right there, but like I said,
that's beautiful. I mean, that's beautiful, man.
The only thing I'm looking at is the fact that look at the Coliseum doesn't cost that much. We have the scope in Norfolk. We have all these things that being built. The African American Historical Museum.
I mean, but Scholar, you see the size of it? It's grand. That's a grand building.
It's grand.
Plus, it's being exported to foreigners.
The Bishop Mason Temple.
The materials should have been made locally. And that
what happened, John? The Bishop Mason Temple cost $100 million.
A lot of it is. Do you know who designed that, Carla? Do you know who designed that?
Who designed
That's it. Stephen Ajay, the same guy that designed the Smithsonian Museum.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the same guy who designed this. He's one of the best architects in the world.
He couldn't design something cheaper? I mean, geez.
Well, this is what they I'm sure he could have, but you want the best, get the best. We got to stop cutting corners. This would have been amazing.
So the question is, could it work? Could it function as a multi-purpose facility?
It is. It's going to be used for many other things. It's not just for church. It's going to be used as conference halls and everything.
You got
Yeah,
presidential.
you can have conferences. You can have.
There's loads of stuff. And guess what? Guess what, brother? Just round the corner, he's going to be reviving the Ghana exhibition center, which originally built by Nkrumah. That's going to be for business, and he's going to showcase all the products stuff produced from Ghana itself. I'm going back to Ghana next year to start a furniture production company. I am a cabinet maker and joiner by trade. I'm a wood machinist, and I miss it. I can't wait to get back.
Actually, man, we could use that in Liberia, bro.
Thank you.
Carla, he's got names. Leave him alone, man. Let him go back to
No. Listen, I'm going to be going.
We take anybody that's black that wants to put them with.
Listen, Carla, stop the brain drain, Carla. Let the man go back to school.
We'll take anybody. Because people want to be around us anyway.
Right, look at that.
If you're Listen, Black American, it's easy to get people because everybody wants to be with us anyway. So
yeah, listen. Once that project is finished, you're gonna look back on this and you're gonna say blah blah blah. Okay, you should. We've got Ghana is not poor. We've got money to put into industry. Soon as they're ready to do it, but you needed power. He's got power. We've also got nuclear power coming. An American company is building a nuclear facility that's going to allow us to have power forever.
Shout out to Ghana, though. I think in the last 20 or so years, Ghana has made a lot of improvement.
We've got good relations with Liberia, Sierra Leone, and I know they're going to copy. We're going to spread that thing over there, all right? So in time, we will develop. One thing I'm annoyed about, some of the basic stuff, like I say, aircraft carrier. All the African countries, apart from Kenya and Ethiopia, don't have a national airline carrier. And Ghana started it all off. But he cannot afford to put the money, Ghana's money, into that because the ministers are going to be flying to Abuja, go shopping, go to Europe, shop, and then the customers will still be waiting in Accra. He don't want to take that risk. So what he does is wait for private investors. But how long are you going to keep waiting for these foreigners to bring their money in? Because the white countries ain't going to do that. And if China going to offer you it, then do a deal with China. Let's just get it out of the way. Let them build a road. Let them take the money from the toll. Let's just get the infrastructure going. It's very simple to do industrialization. All you got to do is manufacture in a country what it is that your people are consuming.
Yeah, Lewis, I tell you what, you and I think alike. What you call like Elvis said, you go to Afghanistan. It's very easy.
Yep.
Just make what you.
Yeah, it's not hard. China, what you
produce. Simple as that.
Yep. Is what you can't do, you get others to do it. Let them check their money. Let them give them, like we want to do Accra Kumasi Road, a road from Accra all the way up to the northern region to Burkina Faso. It's very simple. If you don't want to spend the country's own money, get the Chinese do it. Let them have it 30, 40 years. Let them take the toll money. It will be done overnight. They can do everything now. We don't have to go to the white man beg. White man don't even have that infrastructure the Chinese got. Go with them. Just make sure they don't take the piss when they come to your country. But the problem we've got, if you've got a weak administration that is corrupt, you're not going to get nothing done. But he showed with the infrastructure he's got, there's loads of other infrastructure he's got in the country that will put Kenya's highways to shame. This man, the one who started it. Now we've seen it, we're not going back. If Joe Maha don't perform, trust me, he's going to be out of office within about 2 years. Because the Ghanaians people, they can't wait no more. We can't wait, Carla. We are fed up. When you go there, Carla, you get a buzz of what I'm talking about. I don't do it to both, but Ghana got to get it going on.
Money goes there. He's going to be there in a couple of months.
Okay, yeah.
I got to eventually make my first trip to Ghana.
Carla, do you know we have a national cathedral in Washington, D.C.? In this country?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah, that's what.
Right. So when people are saying this nonsense that it shouldn't be built because it's a church, blah blah blah. Even in this very advanced country, they have a national cathedral in Washington, D.C.
Bro, it's going to be a tourist. It's going to be a real tourist attraction because when you see the full structure, like the 3D video, which you can check later on the video because Carla can't pull up everything at the moment, you will see how beautiful this thing is. If this was built, you will pay to go and see it because it's not built in the shape of a Notre Dame shape that they did in Ivory Coast. No, he built it looking at the crown of the Akan royal families, and he built it like an umbrella. You know when we sit under that big umbrella, it's shaped like that. If you look at it from a distance, you see it. So when he first came out with the idea, people were thinking, "Oh, that's a bit. You don't need that now." But when I look at it, I'm like, "No, this is good." 100 million, you're gonna pull in more than that in tourism with time to come.
So how's like Ghana's tourism sector coming? Because I'm both.
Listen, let me tell you a funny thing with them with the tourism thing. Ghanaians have been messing around with it. They have, when the Black Americans started coming in, then they got a shock of their life. Oh, right, people want to come here. Damn right, people want to come. They want to come and see good infrastructure.
Well, that's what we're doing in Liberia. We're gonna hopefully get Liberians interested in their own country. You know, be like,
what we gotta do. We need a national carriers. Bomani might have more of an idea. We need a national carrier that's gonna bring the Black people from America, drop them off in Senegal.
What your government needs to do, right? Take some of that $100 million, invest it in Bomani, right, and get the tourism business. Really, I'm dead serious, man.
Listen to me. Don't worry. Listen.
Priorities, man.
Right. Yeah. Did you see them?
Hey, hold on, Louis. Let me say this. I hit 50 views, 50 live. This show is growing. Check this out. Anyway, check it out. One thing about Africans that we get annoyed with, right, is somehow when it comes to us, there's no money.
Kyle, that's from Kaizo's channel. Right. He brought in some views.
Right. Listen, Carla. That is gonna change. Listen to me very. You know, David Cameron just got his
question. Is there anything? Have anybody ever known any policy or something like that where Africans, Americans, African diasporas were ever earmarked or budgeted for anything in Africa? Do we ever get any funding from Africans?
It's coming. It's coming. Listen to me. It's coming. You know,
because everything we do is they don't want to invest in us. You know?
No. You know why? No. You know why? Because the numbers weren't showing up. The numbers are showing up now. Do you know? Right now, as part of the tourism ministry, and I don't like the fact that they put it under tourism ministry, but eventually it will change. Now people like Dr. Umar are getting their citizenship. Cameron, David Cameron,
that guy.
Right.
If you want everything to get fucked up, keep fucking with him.
Stop hating on Umar, man.
Right. There is an organization called the African American Organization. They have their headquarters at the W. Du Bois Center.
I'm a member.
Right. Good. They are very soon going to appoint someone that's going to be in Parliament. So now they got the numbers. They can start doing that. They can approach people like Dr. Obadeli Kambone. Or, you know what I'm saying?
You go to Dr. Kambone?
Yeah. Right. So in time, we could, in time, we can have someone like that in Parliament represent a permanent seat. Yeah. That's when you're going to see those things happening. But the numbers have to show. At the moment, they realize that the PR Ghana has got through the YouTube. They find it shocking. That's why people like this Kenyan boy come on here trying to get jealous and trying to put Ghana down. Listen, Ghana has been from the day of inception a Pan-Africanist organization. Since then, we haven't, because others have come around and have been a bunch of neo-colonials, right? But now we, the people in Africa and outside of Africa, can put pressure on our leaders. And what I want Ghana to do is to show example. I'm going back for the timber business. When I step back in Ghana, trust me, half of these idiots exporting our timber raw. We were making more money out of timber than oil in the last couple of years. People don't often talk about that. When I step back there, trust me, there's going to be a Kwame Nkrumah in charge of the timber industry. And when I start, my production line starts making quality furniture, which I learned how to do in Europe. When I get back down there, it's game over. Game over. But I'm going to hold that fort for now.
Wish you a lot of luck, man.
I'm going to hold that fort. But the reason why I'm interested in Liberia as well, because I know they got that timber there, bro.
Yeah, a lot of stuff there, you know.
Yeah. So, you know, there's hope. Let's be patient. It doesn't happen overnight, but we've got to be honest. We have an advantage in Africa. You can go there. I've built a 5-bedroom mansion. One day I'll send you the pictures in my village, and I have spent no more than $30,000 on it. Sorry, pounds. 5 bedroom.
Oh no. Kidola's getting up here. I don't know. This might go left, man.
It's time for the white sauce, Carla. It's time for the white sauce.
Oh Lord, Kidola's here.
Is that Kidola from Nigeria?
Yeah.
Yeah, hello, brother.
Kidola's bringing that high IQ conversation.
I'm not a troubleshooter, man. I just.
Thank you, Kidola.
I like my brother. I like my brother enthusiasm and courage. You know, determined to do something for his country.
You know, I like that, man. You know,
yeah.
This kind of
we know the reality of Africa. You know how people are easily soft. You can buy them easily, but at the end of the day, this is what we have to live with.
It's good. It's good.
You know, Africa is all we got.
It's good for Africans to go back home, invest, try to make their country great. That's what we're for, you know.
Yeah,
that's what I want. If our lost causes can come in, no problem. The door is open for them too.
Yeah,
you know, I'll be very happy to see them.
It's the strength. If we could use them, they use us. It's a strength.
We're cousins now, man. I'm so touched, man. You know?
Carla, we're cousins. The matter,
man.
The matter you want to leave us alone. But
you said you wanted to kick us to the curb the other day, man. I feel better now.
No, Carla, we can throw, we can get pissed at each other sometimes. But the eyes and the brain always tell the truth. You understand? We cousins, you know, but so we can do as we want to do or get pissed. Family get fight all the time. What we have in the time is this family fuse. You understand me? Family fuse that will be settled one way or the other. I say, okay, you know what? Let's just see. No, Carla, I understand. The past of Africa will haunt Africa. I understand that. I'm always guy that always said it. That what happened something is going to haunt us. Whether we accept it or not. You know, we will accept it. You understand me? We will accept it. You know, so it's not about we have to run for what is coming, but we have to accept what is coming. You can't take people out for hundreds of years. Do you think they're not going to find their way back home? It's going to surely happen. But you're going to come out first with a fight. It's like a father who abandoned his child. The child started to say, why do you abandon me? Why do you abandon me? Why do you abandon me? That's what it is now. We just having that kind of fuse for it. Let me tell you something, Carla. When my dad's children, right, went back to the States, my dad didn't really have a good contact with them anymore because at that time, you have to write letters. So for years, then he heard from my dad. You understand me? What happened? When my dad died, it took us a long time. I have to be the one that discovered them through my wife. At first, they were pissed. Like, Dad didn't even come and look for us. Dad didn't come there. You know, for at least for a short time, you know, especially the girls inside. These are the children of the Black American woman. But what happened later? The boy quickly realized, no, this is not going to be a war. Because he's married to a girl from, I think, for St. Lucia or something like that. You know? And we just talk and everything. We get settled and everything. They got their share of the properties and something, you know, what belongs to them and everything. But what I'm trying to say is this. We just have to sort it out and be done for once and for all. Ghana is doing the right thing. This Sierra Leone is doing the right thing. At the end of the day, this have to go down to citizenship. That's the truth.
Could I ask? I read it about a year ago that Nigeria were bringing back their national carrier. Are they still trying to do that, or they put that on the side?
I don't think at this moment the economy they can do nothing. That Tinubu is struggling, is steady of that of the economy. I think things will go more better. It might be in the short time, but I don't know yet. You know, we kind of still look for what is going on. You know, but.
You know, it's sad because once upon a time, at the time I was coming here, I came here in 1979, I was only 10. And Nigeria had their own national carrier, Sierra Leone, Caribbean countries, Ghana, a lot of people had a national carrier. All of a sudden, in a more advanced stage in the world, we don't have national carriers, apart from Rwanda, Ethiopia.
Look, my brother, you know, I think me and you might be the same age.
I'm 55.
I enjoyed the good time of Nigeria. Whereby
$1, $1.
Yeah, you know, whereby you play around, you know, you can walk into anywhere, you get like free things, free bread. As kids, you know, we can walk into any bakery, we just want to play, get fun. So that they just drive us, hey, go, okay, take this, go, you know what I mean? I enjoy the free education. I enjoy, you know, they give you free meal at school. You know,
This was booming at that time. We have like buses whereby if you go to anywhere, government buses, you just show your ticket, you sit and you drive.
I thought when I was in Ghana as a kid, I thought Nigeria was like Europe, especially this place called Agege. All the Ghanaians were going there.
No, because we're having enough. Look, Nigeria was having enough money.
Yes,
the money was floating. The corruption was far more or less. Also, these knucklehead politicians came inside somewhere 80s, 81, 82. They become like a mess. Since then, the army tried to straight up. It's still difficult. They come and get these vultures from London, United States. They just want to have the same kind of value of things like Malibu mansions. Billionaire roads in England. In England, you can do that in an economy whereby it's not as large as the territory that you want to copyright. You know what I mean? You're supposed to be building your country, allow people to come and see it. The architect of Nigeria, they changed since 1970. You understand me? What I mean, the architectural design, the only change is the billionaires started building their billionaire super mega mansions. That's just what it is. You know what I mean? Until we find somebody that will come and fix it up. You understand? Even, I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. When I left Nigeria in 1995, at that time, we kind of like stay in a heaven. You can open the newspaper, you look for a job, you got a job. Hey, we were like, oh, the army, I'm tired of this army regime. I don't know. Now I'm back. It's like I'm yearning to get a Abacha regime back. You know what I mean?
I see what you mean. There was some good stuff he done, but
regime back. Security-wise, in everything-wise.
Well, you didn't have this bombing and all that.
You see, when you pay your civil servant, the money circulates. You know what I mean? The poor, the people from the downside have a lot of money. The money circulates. Everybody have money. But these people don't pay. They just want to private jet.
The selfishness, selfishness was ridiculous.
If you talk about Nigeria, I mean, you start having heart attack, bro. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna lie to you, because I might not be feeling it so much, but
Kadola, who's better, Abacha or Tinubu?
Abacha is far more better.
Nigerian president.
What? Abacha was a dictator, bro. He was killing people and putting people in jail.
Look.
He killed Abiola.
Abacha got inflation down to 5%.
But he was a dictator, bro.
Listen, if we're gonna have a dictator that's gonna do the right thing, we might have to stick with a dictator.
That's what I'm saying. I'd rather have dictators in Africa, to tell you the truth.
What we need is a dictator.
Let me tell you something.
And that's what
who's killing people in the night, going to Stella Mom's, house and throwing her outside of the window.
Poor children, right? Poor children. Men that have not have money. Their children can become anything during the time of Abacha and Babangida, whereby if you don't have no connection, but you have the brain,
you get there.
You get any job you want. But now since this so-called nuclear politician came into power, do you have to get any job with, it's just their children, their cousins, and everything. You understand me? So if you're not strong enough, that is bringing you money, like from overseas, or you invest into a marketing.
Well, Kadola, Abacha stole like almost $1 billion from Nigeria, and it was had it in Switzerland, in the islands.
Other people, no,
Georgia.
The money was hidden there. Abacha was office trying to recover it, right? Trying to make it seem like he stole the money. That money was already.
He literally stole the money, Carla. They had to recover it. It was in his accounts. It wasn't put there in the name of Nigeria. It was in his personal accounts. Family member's name too.
He was put there. That's why he had to coup before he took over.
Refused IMF loans.
What did you say, Carla?
The bottom line is this: Obasanjo.
Okay. He changed the bottom line.
And all these people like that, they basically stole the money. Abacha basically was trying to recover.
That's not true. Abacha stole the money. The successive government tried to recover it.
The reason why they try to blame Abacha because Abacha kicked the IMF out of Nigeria. Abacha kicked the IMF of the world.
Yeah, but he also stole money. Two things can be true at the same time, Carla. Carla, Nigerians has recovered, I think, something like $400 or $500 million of Abacha loot.
So all the stealing that's going on now, is that still Abacha?
Have you seen what they did to Abacha, right? They came to meet Abacha. Abacha said, all we'll be doing is Nairas, right? America did like that. Then America said, they asked him, take some loan, IMF. Abacha refused. Said, no, we have enough Naira.
Go to hell with the IMF.
We have enough Naira in circulation that we don't even need your dollars to borrow the money. They were confused, right? They met Abacha money. If you do all
that
these
was
things,
dangerous. I knew they were going to take him out for that. They created this fake ass. The thing is, they know how to create fake ass stuff to make you seem like you're guilty of something.
Okay, Dola, what happened to MKO was a travesty, man.
Well, look, check this out.
Man, what happened to MKO is not my damn business. I'm telling you about the economy.
All the Delta region, all these militants down there, like Ken Saro-Wiwa, this guy was trying to friggin' overthrow the government and stuff like that.
Let me tell you what, if it's now, my father will not have a good job, right? If it's now, my father will not have a good job. My father is a son of.
There would be no Aliko Dangote if it wasn't for Abacha.
You know what I mean? So the truth of the matter is, if Abacha was alive, Aliko Dangote would not even exist. Even you understand me? Because you know why? Abacha believed in the national unity of the country. You understand me? All these so-called
there would be no Aliko Dangote if it wasn't for Abacha.
All these guys pump out during Obasanjo time.
I think the people from the north have more messed up the country worse and left it in the hands of Tinubu. And now you're trying to figure it out.
They dominate the country. So what?
Kidola.
Yeah.
Can I just ask a question?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, listen, as a Nigerian, do you believe in Nigeria still, or do you think the country should split?
No. I believe in Nigeria still, because Nigeria is not going to split. Because let me just tell you why. Why they cannot divide themselves. We are too intertwined, right? That okay, where are you going to go to?
No, what I mean is this. What I mean is,
these people, right? These people, if you say a long time ago, when they were not so connected, because say a few years ago, right? Let's say I put about 30, 40 years ago. You understand me? Whereby the North is still the North. You hardly see them much in the South. Or the South is still much in the South. They're not like intermarriages. There's not much related among them. But now, my brother, come to Lagos. I come and see Hausa woman marry Yoruba woman.
Very good. That helps. That helps.
See Igbo woman marry Hausa man. Igbo and Yoruba, so there are problems always on internet. Every weekend or Saturday, there's what we call Yoruba and Igbo people, they marrying each other. You understand me?
Yeah.
You know, Bedu is going on. Every weekend, you will see Yoruba and Igbo marrying each other. In every home of Nigeria, you must see each tribe there. You understand me? So what these people have is that you can say what Black Americans and Africa have. Hold each other's necks and scream at each other. You understand me? You are this, you are that, you are this, you are that, you are this and that. They leave each other at night again and let's go and eat breakfast. After breakfast, they come back again. You this outside man. Okay, let's go and eat suya. That's what they are now. They're so intertwined with each other that it's not going to break up.
It's not going to go good. Right. To me, what we need in Africa right now, we need, especially West Africa in particular, we need a one currency, right? We need industrialization. We don't want to hear nothing else. One currency, industrialization, so we can have jobs and produce the stuff we're importing into the country. It should be by law. And we should be brave enough to tell the Europeans, no, let's work. Let's follow up. Let's work with the East. They can produce everything we need. Let's industrialize so we can give our people jobs. Because once our people got jobs, you ain't gonna want to come to this cold damn Europe. I've been here since '79. It's freezing. I ain't seen the sun for about 2 weeks. I haven't seen the sun for 2 weeks.
Hey, but you're enjoying those pounds though, bro. You're enjoying those pounds.
I only enjoy the pounds when I'm in Africa, bro.
Wipe your tears with the pounds, bro.
The age we are now, person like you that live in Europe, the cold now will get it to your knees. You know what I mean?
Oh, bro. Like I was telling Carl earlier on, I've just built a mansion, 5-bedroom mansion for 30, and I spent no more than £30,000 so far. Okay, Europe. Well, my friends at work, when they see the pictures of the house, they are shocked. The first thing they say to me, my white friends, "What the hell are you still doing here?" This is the advantage Africa have. We don't realize this.
What I say when I say the next 20 years is I will say that both the Caribbeans, the Black Americans, I think will be total different space. I think you can't stop it.
No, you can't, definitely. And there's going to be more movement within Africa as well.
Trump coming to power, I'm not against him. You know, I think I like some of his policy, but Trump might fascinate that.
Listen, I think we can do business with him. I think we can do business with him.
No,
I think he's going to be different. He's going to be different from before.
I think the gap between the Black Americans, the Caribbeans to the Africans will be far, far, far more closer what you're seeing now. There will be a lot of citizenship. I think Nigeria was proposing something like that because
it will happen. It will happen. Listen, once Nigeria
it was the echo. The echo currency that was supposed to happen. But the stupid thing about Africans, we project everything and we announce everything in advance before we do it.
No, I
do that shit in secret. Already have it established, and then you come out and announce it. White man can't do shit about it, but we announce things, beforehand.
Look, if you see what Ghana was doing, right? I was impressed. What Ghana was doing to the African Americans. I know they give some white people the citizenship, but it kind of like it's a door opening that I think most Africans will follow. Nigeria have it in their plans because some of them came, even some of them even came to my state.
Brother, listen, it will.
Some of them came to. Some of them also come from our tribe. Also, I like, huh?
Listen,
they once tribe away from this place, you understand me? They came to me.
Once one country gets it right, like I said, if you're in a village,
it will be open. Right. So it will be citizenship, and also Africans, West Africa, will adopt what we call the Indians adopt. The Indians, if you are Indian descender, you have a special type of. They give a special type of passport.
Of course,
you don't need no visa. You understand me? You don't.
It should be. We should be automatic. But you know, Ghana now.
I think American government will try to resist it or fight it.
Yeah.
But at the end, I think will be the blacks we
will succeed in it. Listen, like right now, Ghana has a free visa policy for all the African countries and Caribbean. You can come in, you don't need a visa, you just walk straight in. Okay, so long as they are prepared, they'll be okay. If the security situation is tight now in Ghana, we don't have a problem. Eventually, others will copy. Others will copy.
Yeah, you know, so that kind of think I throw. Yeah, my bro, I got Black American family. My blood, my sister, my brother. We talk a lot. You understand me?
Yeah,
you understand.
We got more in common than we think.
So that I just had to watch. So that you like my sister just bust her laugh. He said, "Bro, bro, you crazy man. You understand me? We just bust our laugh and everything. But deep inside me, I know this is going to happen. I know.
It will. And listen, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for business. Okay. I mean, right now, as I speak to you, the hotel business guy is going over the roof. People can't. We know we're short. We can't build the houses.
Nigeria FM that is booming today, right? Nigeria TV, 24-hour TV. Because nobody wants to talk about it. It's a Black American guy, Black American guys, right? These guys came inside 70s. Then when we were Sultry, you understand me? Sultry was very popular then. So in between 1970 and 79, Nigeria brought Sultry into Nigeria. So that brought some Black Americans into it. So at that time, Nigeria, because America was already having FM, so Nigeria tried to establish FM and 24 hours TV. Before 24 hours TV kick off in the Anambra State, and it was being actually supported by some Black American engineers at that time. When these guys left Sultry, right? When this guy left Sultry, these guys that left Sultry stays. Then come about later part, these guys now develop. If it was COVID that killed that dude, married to an Igbo woman, that guy's a billionaire in Nigeria. It's a Black American guy who died during the COVID period. He's very, very rich. It was into the FM. They were using him a lot in Lagos, the East, and everything. Not too long he died. You know, that guy was living, big mansion in the Banana Island zone. You know what I mean?
He's got money.
We try to say about this is not the first time. Jeffrey Daniel, that's a singer. That
I know. Does he still live in Nigeria? Does he still live in Nigeria?
He's a Nigerian citizen. He's
a
pastor.
Gosh.
He's not religious. You know what I mean? He's married there, I think. You understand?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Shalama. Big fan.
So a lot of these dudes that only that at that time you don't know nothing about them.
Yeah, you don't get the coverage.
But there are societies that the Black Americans come with that this new generation will not know. With some of them, they stay there. That's why I said when Soul Train was very popular in the United States, Nigeria brought them in. You understand me?
Yeah.
If you turn your TV in on Saturday, you'll be seeing Nigeria Soul Train. You
understand me? Listen.
We come with these Black American guys who form Soul Train.
Listen. Here in the US, in Britain, we grew up on the Cosby Show. All the white guys I know watch it. We grew up on Different Strokes. My favorite band to this day is New Edition. That's my favorite group from the 1980s. You know, I actually write and produce music as well as a hobby. Listen, they are the biggest influence on black culture.
But people like the Tariq Rashid, right?
To hell with him.
Try to destroy
Listen,
that big league. I'm not saying
right. Listen, I believe people like him. I believe people like him are paid to do what they're doing.
He even have a Nigerian guy working for him.
I remember that was his partner. Ola, is it Ola?
Some of his sound engineers, some of his whatever it is in doing this computer for him. Some of them are Nigerians. You know what I mean? You know, so as a sort of he himself don't even believe.
No, he don't believe what he's just doing it because someone is getting paid for it.
I don't think he actually about money. You understand?
Yeah.
So that's what I said. I can be trolling a lot on this internet. You understand me? Might be trying to hold back this new generation. Some of this new generation doesn't even know what is even going on. You know? Hey guys,
don't get involved in all that.
For a very, very long time. You put kids here because now you say not. Some of your guys are already in Nigeria. There's a Jamaican woman who was under, I think, Tinubu government, who was a very high civil servant, married to a Yoruba man. That woman lived large, you know. You understand? They have their community in Lagos. You understand? Yeah. So it's not about
it will happen
this now
in time.
Coming, you know, long time, just very long time.
Yeah, in time, because before in the past, man, I saw the odd one or two American here and there. Apart from the rappers and the singers, you don't see too many. But today, because of the internet.
Let me tell you this. My dad married to an African-American woman as her second wife, 1975.
Oh, gosh.
Right? That Black American woman know my father have a wife in Nigeria. He did hide it. After my dad's PhD, the Black American woman, my dad came back to Nigeria. The woman was a teacher in my state, in ADOS state.
Oh, lovely.
She stayed there for a very long time until she got sick. You understand me? Then, due to her treatment, she went back to the States and everything. We are so rest in peace. She passed on there. You understand me? Then the children was still in Nigeria, but they left. Communication, letter writing, you know, there's nothing like much things going on that time. So for some few, in between that 10 years, my father did they didn't know communication. Then my father died. Then that's when the children start getting pissed, like daddy just about it there. You know what I mean?
But well, they go back to the States or they still there?
They went back to the States because they're American citizens too, Nigerian American.
Yeah.
But now they're back. You know, my dad. They were crying. But my daddy still gave them their heritage. Land, a lot of whatever belonged to them.
He didn't leave them out at all.
No. It's real. They got their properties that they have to them. You know, they get it. You know, now they're coming back. Now we become family again. What I'm trying to say is this: no matter what it is, the eyes don't lie, the brain don't lie. You understand me? That's why I say, Kidola talk trash about Black America. No. Sometimes I just
you gotta say. I fully understand. Listen, people like Tariq Nasheed and so on, we're going to have to address those people in due course. But let them dig a hole for themselves. I think Tariq Nasheed is digging a hole for himself, and he knows it.
Tariq Nasheed cannot stop it.
Yeah, it's too late now.
He's just struggling. He can stop it.
Because you can't go back and say that you didn't start it.
Like Hausa marry Yoruba woman, Igbo marry. Look, my brother, the rate of Igbo Yoruba men marry Yoruba women, and you'll be very surprised. You'll be shocked.
If that's going on, then the country is going to be all right. If it was not going on, then you would have had trouble.
I would bet you come to Lagos now, right? Go to the airport. You see Nigeria guys who have never been to United States, right? Picking their black American
girls. It's been nice, man. It's late over here, and
hey, that's it.
I know you guys just getting up. I gotta get some sleep.
That's
you guys got a nice 6-hour show. Thanks for calling in.
No problem.
I learned a lot tonight listening to you guys.
My Ghana friend, man, God bless you a lot, man. I like
your energy. Same to you.
I wish you all the best for that. God bless.
All right.
Yeah, bring people together on this platform. Yeah, I'll take
all right,
care.
Carla.
All right,
nice show. Nice show.
All right, thank you.
Nice show.
All right, thank you.
All the best. Next.